Semi tá caída, né?
A Dark Willow não vai deixar pausar, não.
Filha do mal.
Cala, manito de merda. Tu país é fraco em el futebol. XD.
Mano, eu desabilitei o chat, velho. Eu decidi até o final desse mês eu tô de volta com dívida. Tô jogando só de chat desabilitado.
É igual eu falei, o cara falou primeira merda, eu já mutei. Dito isso, meu time inteiro tá mutado.
Não, eu desabilitei o chat. E aí, Pepe, como foi a copinha ontem?
Uai, delícia, né? Um
E
espanco na
aquela última
segunda.
partida lá?
Um espanco na segunda ali pra ficar esperto. Fatal zoou no draft. Faz o F, né?
Faz o F?
Faz o F.
Eu achei.
Ele pegou o que no draft, ô Pepe?
Ele baniu o Tinker.
Não.
Ele baniu Lash. Ele baniu o Queen. Ele baniu os meus bonecos, tudo. Baniu o Shaker.
Ele
Ué?
só pra te fuder.
Ele baniu. Aí passou um Naturis que passou a pique nós. HC de urna upada.
Junto com a Nix, né?
É, não. E a gente ia picar Nix e os caras picaram o Nix. Aí fudeu. Quebrou o draft. O cara era Smurfzão brabo, filho.
Smurf contra Smurf.
Esse jogo aqui como é que chama?
Mano, o AD tá de DD, vai se conseguir. Ah, você não tá na briga, então tá
Não
suave.
tô nada. Vou nada.
Vou ser bem sincero pra você, eu queria muito jogar copinha, mas eu tava com zero vontade de jogar com o Noob Master, mano. Eu tava muito sem paciência ontem.
É, vai. Olha lá.
Sola também. Nossa. Boa, tô chegando.
Maluco.
Tô chegando.
Nossa, tem muita gente aqui.
Nossa.
Corre gritando.
Dito isso, meti meu pé.
Caralho, peguei 700 de gold em cima dele.
É, tá. O bichão tá fechado.
Ah, vai começar a faltar dedo, tem muito item que ativa. Foda-se.
Mano, deixa eu
Vai dar
falar
bom.
que você só precisa de. Dessa Bloodthorn e de uma Vise. Em quem você pular, você deita.
Exato, meu cidadão de bem. É que é Divine de terceiro item, pô.
Dire are scanning.
Junto com a ganinha.
A gente vai conversar.
Acabou. Tomar no cu, já que esses boludos tá farmando a jungle inteira, eu vou farmar os caras, pô.
Tá. Agora a Willow tá me seguindo aqui, porque ela ficou brava que eu peguei o farm da lane.
O D tá sem ult. Ainda tem, exclamação lá do Ember. Na frente. Os caras tá fazendo todos os objetivos do jogo.
Tá, eu tô de daga, viu? Agora.
Not for me mid, please, my friend.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
É, fala dele. Tô assistindo aqui o TI já.
Fechou.
Fazer as betzinhas aqui. Começamos cedo.
Se aquela aposta não tivesse apostado na vitória da Parivision, ia ter forrado muito.
Não, falando em aposta pra vitória de Parivision, é esse aqui que eu quero agora.
Espero que ele tem BM. Ô, viado, você foi muito cedo só.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tá precoce?
Eu tô, mano. Nasci hoje.
Nossa.
No Aegis, go.
Tá 1,17 pra Parivision, cara.
1,17?
É.
Eu não tenho ideia se isso é uma odd baixa.
Eu não tenho ideia.
Pouco, pô.
Não tenho ideia. Uma odd boa, se é uma odd alta.
É pouco. Você ganha pouco se você ganhar.
Tem ult já?
Eu ganho.
10.
Você tem que pensar o seguinte, ó. Quando
Não,
o
se
cara
for naquela
fala...
lógica do rendimento, vale muito a
Ó,
pena.
ó, ó, bora.
Exatamente, entendeu? É isso que ele tem que pensar mesmo, velho.
Aí depende do valor que você colocar, porque 1,17 se tu perder, tu perde tudo, e se ganhar, isso é um lucro muito gostoso não. Boa, que isso, ganhamos uma TF, nem acredito nisso, meu olho tá brilhando.
O cara é burro, né? O cara vai querer fightar 102.
Ah, a M é Zé Django e até agora só tem isso, tira o BF com 14 pra porra nenhuma.
Não, esse aí só ganha lane porque esse aí é um inútil.
E ele pegou nosso XP, eu acredito. E farmou nossa jungle também.
Normal. Eu bora. Tipo, o que
Em quem você quiser eu vou.
Bora nesse bar então?
Cadê eu?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Caralho, mano. Tá bom, saiu. Volta.
Ah, no gold for you.
Ai, não deu tempo de voltar não, já tinha acabado. Você não morreu? Tá bom.
Não.
Tá, o AM vai fazer alabarda?
Aí ele vai de alabarda?
Alabarda não, porra, é a missão.
Basher. Não quero brigar isso não.
Nem se ele perder, eu vou ter eu.
Quero time aqui demais, sabe?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mano, não, ele não tá nem marcando. O Notificador quebra essa H-Nin do AD? Acho que eu quero Basher mesmo.
Bom, é efeito positivo, né?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Deixa eu matar esse Bara de novo. Apesar de que não sei se é ele que eu quero matar. Eu queria matar o AD, pra falar a real. Tem ult.
Também tenho.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How does Marcy recover?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Have a ride, Ducalis focusing on RCY now. Gets the blink off though, as no one's still getting gone on by Fade, but looks like no kills will come from this. That Mud Golem is extremely angry.
How many Dominators do you think will be in this game?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Only be 2.
Okay, there's 5. Abaddon bought his first item. Marcy's buying one.
Meu Deus, tem 4 Dominator na Parivision, cara.
And a dying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're getting 4. The only hero who does not have it in quick buy is the Dawn. Snapfire.
And why not?
Dire's
9
bottom
kills em
tower
9
is
minutos.
So they're
Mas tá rolando uma killzinha aqui.
This feels like
Overkill.
overkill.
Getting
Surely,
2.
surely this is overkill.
I don't know.
I mean, what's your assessment based on the games that we watched? Is it as good as the pro players think? Because sometimes they're just wrong. You know?
In this particular game, it's really, really good because the side of Wildcard don't have the best ways of killing those creeps. There's no. I guess Marcy with the Fleeting Fury can be quite good at it, but aside from that, the other heroes don't really want to spend time running down these Dom creeps.
Dire's middle tower is under
Assessment
attack.
is P-Vision about this team to team is that you can play game. This is like some sort of like be a really nice deck to get.
Fade is continuing to get harassed. He's the one having some major trouble in the landing stage. So you see, actually in terms of net worth, you see no one has been struggling quite a bit as well. As DM's gonna force Yamson out, but they get considerable amount of those creeps. So RCY getting closer to his blade mail. 2 level advantage right now on no one.
Have we seen a game with a team getting more than 3 DOMs until this one? I feel like 3 was the record by
The same-
Tundra.
No, I have not. At least.
Yeah, this would be interesting. interesting, for lack of a better word, bottom lane.
To the Satyr, it's reflected though as 9 class is burning in the bot lane,
Nobody
but will
dies.
survive.
Hey, what is up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
It's gonna be really hard to keep
Dire's
track
middle
of
tower is
all
under
these
attack.
heroes plus their pets.
Dire's
at
structures
this
are
rate.
fortified.
Fade finally does
Radiant's
hit level
bottom
6.
tower is under attack.
Mid lane, cold snap. Too late.
Okay?
Not sure they would have had the damage anyway.
This is just turning into a therapy session.
Oh, you really enjoy the voice.
That's a couple of good ones.
Yeah, they are.
I like that.
I prefer the Cinderin voice line,
Of course.
which speaks Danish.
Oh, you like that? Can you quote it for me?
No, I don't remember anything other than the fact that it was Danish.
That's right.
Which made me really hungry for Danish, of course.
Yeah, the best thing to come out of Denmark, of course, Danish pastries, which in Danish are called Vienna bread. So we don't want to take credit either.
Yeah, that's very humble of you. You guys must be the best then.
That's right. Yeah, according to Kezu.
That's right.
Also, according to Kezu, if you
Dire's
cannot be
middle
the
tower
best,
is
if you
under
claim to
attack.
be the best. Of course, he is in the running because he's never said
That's true. Nobody else has either though.
Dire's
As the
middle
mid lane
tower
Fair.
has fallen.
taken, or the mid tier 1 taken out by Wildcard. It was just an inevitable fact of nature.
Radiant
2,000
are
up on the net
scanning.
worth. This is a solid start for them. They can keep building on it. It's finding getting nice and satanic, but I mean, how do you initiate on this hero without Marcy?
Dire's
it's like the
top
only
tower is
stun
under
you have
attack.
that reliably connects an AM.
Yeah. Unless you get a grip from fog.
Exactly, you have to get in
It's
from
very
fog,
difficult.
you have to get Blink on bat, but Speed is not going to go Blink first by the looks of it. He is queuing up the Glimmer Cape.
Dire's top
Spotted
tower
out here,
has
the Queen of Pain
fallen.
with a Blade Mail Rush.
Radiant's
together
middle
with
tower
Bondage.
is
Pretty
under
standard,
attack.
But, okay, fine. Of course means Queen of Pain
Radiant's
is not offering
bottom
anything
tower
in the
is
ways
under
of killing
attack.
AM. Historically, Bot would oftentimes go Orchid Rush when playing against Anti-Mage.
Dire
It's
are
not really meta
scanning.
right now. So, Blade Mail it is.
You know, a good counter play to all these helms, Cinderin, is the Queen of Aghanim Scepter. More units that can be shot.
Not a bad idea.
Yes, I know. Every
I'm
once in a while, the
impressed.
clock is correct when broken. That's definitely the same.
Yes, that
2K early lead for Wildcard, despite the 4 helm of Dominators
yeah.
for P-Vision.
Looking at this, it just looks so weird.
Yeah, this is unnatural.
It feels wrong, man.
It's filthy.
I'm used to looking at this overview of items, and there might be like one of these on one hero sometimes. It's like, oh, there's Lycan or Beastmaster. Yeah, there'll be a Dommy in the
Yeah,
breakdown.
this is like
but-
having a teleportation
Dire
scroll
are
at this point.
scanning.
It's
Yeah.
required, it seems. 9 class. Level 6 now. And
I draw the line at Batrider, though. If Batrider would have bought a Dom, it's time to go.
well, sometimes you just feel left out. You know, the FOMO effect is pretty strong.
Cause could still queue one up. He's
He
just
can.
very poor, so not much to work with. We haven't talked about that much, but one of the highlights of the draft, Decause is 5-0 on Snapfire for P-Vision, so has been their most successful position 5 pick of the tournament, and well, if he can
Thought
keep
you
that streak
had
up,
that,
might
didn't
end up
you?
turning into a ban for
I think
future teams.
Wildcard was 0-4 on Snapfire, if I'm not mistaken, from the stats that I saw earlier too. So
Well, then it's highly unsurprising that it ended up on that team.
yes, it's DM. If he walks a little bit to the right, might be in some trouble. Speed has the
Radiant's
lasso.
middle tower is under attack.
Flame break to follow. Yes. Lasso is expended just in case. The kill from Wildcard, of course, Undying is back as you hear the demonic laugh.
Do you think that that innate is in a good place? Starts on cooldown, and then afterwards it has.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Only because I
Radiant
find
are
Undying in the
scanning.
mid to late game to be hilarious.
Okay,
One of
so,
the coolest heroes in Dota
so
right
it's
now.
not about whether it's actually balanced, it's just about whether you like it.
Everything is balanceable.
Yep. Yes. Okay. That you did not answer the question at all.
Yes.
In other words.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the question was?
Is it balanced? Do you like where it's at? Yes.
True. Okay. All right. Nice little ripe tomato will be eaten up by DM.
Oh, we got some skellies coming. The rally is strong. Intel shows up though, and some more
Radiant's
RC
bottom tower
completely
is
out
under
of mana
attack.
now, and there is a mana point for Satanic available. And there he goes. So big kill in the end for P-Vision. That's the second death in a row for DM though on the Undying. Gonna slow him down a bit.
Yeah, they do manage to take him out, but the overall value they got out of that tombstone and just the tankiness of Undying.
Radiant's bottom tower is
for
under
a good
attack.
overall exchange for
Radiant
P-Vision there, for
structures
sure.
are fortified.
With this, Satanic with what would usually be considered a really bad battle period timing here coming in the moment when it's occurs.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Of course, that timing is a lot better when you have a Dominator in the build. Without Dom, you're happy to get battle period like 12 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
With that at 17, with 1,000 gold to boot even.
Wonder what the math is on how valuable it's been up to this point, as opposed to just getting the faster battle fury.
Yeah.
Like how involved? He's not been really that involved until this last moment. Really.
One of the upsides is that the early crown is actually very good in lane for Anti-Mage. In the build up to Dom. I think part of the reason he was doing so well in lane against Fade was specifically because of that item into Tread.
Satanic, able to blink out just in time. Obviously the counter spell, something that Speed has to worry about all game.
Yep. Let's see if P-Vision can set up a way of getting themselves 4 Dark Troll Summoners with their Doms and then doing a 24 skeleton rally push. Would love to see that.
That will
Radiant's courier has been
of
killed.
pain.
Well, if they don't kill them, I wonder how fast they can take a tier 2 tower. Right there onto the Dom.
The zoo is coming for you. Be careful now. Bane's worst nightmare. He's run out by a pine cone. Be able to find the distance though this time. As the creeps have activated into the mid lane, or for the tier 1, but Satanic has
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
brought down by the mana void again.
Radiant's middle tower
P-Vision
is
getting
under
a little
attack.
bit more aggressive in the last couple minutes.
I think it's very noticeable how much the game has changed in the last 5 minutes, where it went from Wildcard are actually in a pretty good position, the laning stage went well, they're pulling off some successful
Dire
moves,
are scanning.
and now they're all just garbage men trying to deal with the onslaught of Helm of the Dominators in every single lane, all the time, running at them. They just don't have the best heroes for it, but Fade trying himself to be annoying. However, on the other side, Invoker and Snapfire actually kill them quite well, so... Lasso, DM.
Enough from no one.
Clean hit.
So numbers coming for P-Vision, forcing the rest of Wildcard back.
9class has had really good instincts this game with his hero movements. Was another good save there onto the Undying of DM and speed. Well, we get a lot of speed here. And
Firefly, that
Oh, they don't
certainly
detect.
helps.
oh, he missed the
No,
crit. Oh.
Flame Break hits only one. Gonna get clipped by Ducala, so that should be
Hey, what's up,
no one
guys?
with
It's your boy
another
Speed here.
Sunstrike kill.
Yeah, sure, Speed's gonna make a nice YouTube video about this one. That was a little bit of an overplay. We probably post-game analysis can figure out the mistake there, which was not running away. P-Vision are very much so stabilizing this game. Now they're 2k up. Writing on the wall here is this is hard by Dancer. Down the stretch, nobody really deals with him except Marcy. We get the Tormentor, so this is going to be the shard for Palace. He was queuing it up to buy. Now that he doesn't have to buy that, will he buy Helm of the Dominator? No. He's going for Solar Crest.
One can dream as no one. I assume he got that kill with the Sunstrike.
I think he found Bignum in the river.
Oh,
so
okay.
there were different ways that could have happened, but yeah, this lead now.
Yeah, no one. I mean, I have to say, he was struggling mightily at the beginning of this game, but he has catapulted himself back up.
RCY's been playing a very good tournament. I think he's impressed a lot of people, and the lane matchup obviously quad against Invoker quite good, so have some nice individual skill expression in that lane. But now that we have
And Satanic.
lanes have broken down a while ago, this is when it gets more complicated.
And he's got that 3K lead now on the AM. has Manta, Battle Fury, the item that shall not be named. And we'll be going for the Aghanim Scepter now.
Helm of Lord Voldemort.
Sorry,
Easy kill.
Mortimer.
Easy kill indeed. What about Harry Potter?
I used to look like Harry Potter, so I can say Voldemort.
I have the scar of Harry Potter, though. That's stronger.
So when we merge together,
Dire's top tower is under
we
attack.
are.
When we merge
Radiant's
together,
middle tower is
produces
under
brain
attack.
rot, which most of the viewers watching can attest to now.
Happy Rotter.
Yeah, they're happy about it, though. No doubt.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this should be another easy kill for P-Vision. A little bit harder. Satanic again. Level 2 Mana Void. Another kill to his name. 14k net worth, and now P-Vision into the pit.
Bring him in.
That's hype.
Let's give us some zombies too.
Talk to me about this axe. It's kind of a weird one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Item for Ian. This hero gains a lot of EHP from buying anything that gives health because he has. So when you buy Aghanim Scepter, it's not like extremely good value for money in terms of health, but it's an added benefit to, you know, you get a bigger mana pool, which is helpful for playing around
Radiant's
the map and being
bottom tower
aggressive.
is under
The
attack.
active of it, or rather, it is a passive when you blink is a
Dire's
very
top tower is under attack.
damage fights, because when you run mana burst, you just want a target to very quickly run low on mana. So you blink in, you hit someone, they lose a big portion of their mana, and in turn,
Dire's top tower is falling.
excellent. It
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I forgot it even reduced blink by 1 second.
Radiant's
as
bottom
additive.
tower
It's
has
very,
fallen.
very strong.
So tier 2 tower taken out by P-Vision. They claim the Aegis as well for Satanic, who has been extremely hard to kill thus far, and so he adds an additional layer to his safety.
Of course, if the final part of X that we didn't mention on AM, when you hit people with your first swing after blinking, you lose 20% of your
Dire's
mana.
middle
Also,
tower
they
is
cannot
under
regenerate
attack.
mana for 6
Queen.
seconds, making anti-mage a true hard counter to specific things, such as OD. You blink and hit OD, and then Essence Flux just doesn't work.
Should be good
for 6
against
seconds.
Medusa as well. We've
Yeah,
been seeing
obviously that is
AN ban constantly because of that. Counters phase. Gets credit for that one.
Tem 6 Dominator essa partida aqui. 6.
Doesn't have the Ags yet. Only 800 away though. P-Vision now in the driver's seat.
This was over before it started.
After a bit of a rough start.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
And you look at him, this pathetic Bane trying to kill this wolf, and he's not even gonna get it.
I think Big Num is bored. It's like he just can't make moves. Everything just stops him. Man.
Alright, to be fair though, Bane has been kind of the support of the tournament, I feel like, right?
Well, yeah, for sure.
Like better, not that he's been bad in the past, but I was expecting Rasa to continue to be that hero, but for whatever reason it's kind of fallen off the last couple days. The Bane continues, even against these mass summons.
You would think in a patch that is so dominated, no pun intended, by Home of the Dominator, that Shaman would indeed be rated high because you just ball down towers, right? You just play Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoo with Shaman was how TI4 was playing. So, obviously, the math has changed a lot since then with the bonus gold for destroying towers, the comeback mechanics of what you get in kills when you're behind and whatnot, but in essence,
P-Vision
possible.
looking for blast applied to him, wants it over the mana, but the blade is still active. Parsley White gets to the high ground. Satanic's gonna reset now as the endless creeps. So dumb.
You know what would be really funny? TI ends and they don't nerf it in the next patch. They leave it. Like, this is a breath of fresh air.
Radiant's middle tower is under
We're gonna
attack.
have for 9 classes.
Hey, what's up,
Sorry, those
guys?
are
It's your
worth
boy
quite a
Speed
bit
here.
of gold. Does find his way to the grave though.
This was over
Radiant's
before it
middle
started.
tower is
Another
under
big
attack.
kill onto the Croaker incoming. Unless the Helm of Dominator is used in the next few seconds, it does give the 100 gold to
Yamson is starting to make some pretty serious item progression as well. So now he's got the
Dire
Radiance
are
Manta
scanning.
closing in on Blink. Of course, the best carry in Dota right now to buy Blink Dagger on, in my opinion, together with Sven, because you can just... First of all, it's really valuable for your hero to get into the middle of the fight as fast as possible, but also when your borrowed time is running, you're not taking damage. You can blink out of a fight while being hit by 5 heroes.
Yeah, it's like the old days when Blink was first introduced in Dota 1. You could do that
Radiant
normally.
are scanning.
Pretty crazy. Yamson actually completely out of mana right now. Satanic. And now the borrowed time activates for Yamson as the Mortimers slow him down a little bit. As Satanic looking for the big ult onto Yamson. Right now, Satanic still has the ace around 20 seconds. Turns the sight on the fade instead. Number 1. 9 class. Looking. Opening. Satanic continue here. They have their zoo ready. Backdoor protection still applied though.
From Wildcard. They got the Aegis out of AM's hands and
Yep.
quickly lost base.
Radiant structures are
Very
fortified.
Davis now on.
Fortification activated
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
now. P-Vision look to be resetting fully. So Blink Dagger used to be able to use it when you got hit, and then they changed it to not be that way, but they had a mana cost. Then when they removed the mana cost, Dota went up so the tier of game it became with that one change.
Radiant are scanning. Dire
Mana
are
cost of
scanning.
Dagger was removed.
Yes, so good, so good. Just think of a time Wraith King used to
His
buy
mark.
Force Staff. Just think about how bad that is.
That sounds horrible.
It does. Shout out to TC.
Oh, that's
9 class.
the Dom, but Shard.
Yes, indeed. Had to purchase that one since the Tormentor supplied Ducalis with the shard instead.
I will say, theoretically, you can get to a stage in this game on a bad end where you can actually kill Anti-Mage, but it does not happen until Bloodthorn. That's the item that truly unlocks that play, where you blink in Manta, pop Bloodthorn on AM, just absolutely wail away at him with everything you have. Together with Marcy, that can be a killer combo. Until that point, I don't see Satanic cashing in a single death.
See why? A little bit of a bait action here. He's actually going to blink. Man fight against Fade inside this Wukong's command will blink. Ducalis looks to be the sacrifice for P-Vision.
Made a dent in him, but still very difficult to kill him off fully. Well, the chase is on.
Yeah. Good luck. Has the Aghanim Scepter, so like I said, the cooldown even lower for Blink. No one who's going to be slow to crawl. 9 class. Going to be there for moral support. So Shiva's getting pretty close for RCY. Other big items incoming. Satanic almost has Butterfly.
Fade is queuing on Ags. I thought he would go Basher against AM. The Ags can be pretty cool, but obviously if Manta is available, you can dispel it and get out. At the same time, though, if you use Manta offensively as you blink in, you could get caught off guard and get killed off by the constant silences of RC, so I don't really mind it. I think Basher is the safer choice, but still, either way, far away from there for now. Do you feel like Speed is making a mistake not going Blink? I don't know what to think, because if you still don't kill Anti-Mage in a lasso, I don't know if it matters that much, but I feel like they could. If he just blink lasso glimmers and runs into his teammates, yeah, it's not that. It's
Definitely unusual. As DM will get grab ally.
That is a very good shard this game. Sword, grip.
Yeah.
Hiding out Marcy. We saw Faith Beyond, also known as Bach, have an insane game on that Undying.
Wait, was that him?
Nope, it was XXS. I
Yeah,
was
that's
testing you. XXS had an
I
insane
cast
game.
that game. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Is
so
that
did
another-
I, but
Yeah, no, I don't think you were there.
no, you
Pretty
did it
sure.
alone. Well, evidently I wasn't. I was there in
it's just,
spirit.
it's funny that people haven't really been prioritizing shards since the nerfs from like years ago.
In my defense,
so
Bot
good.
was in the game though.
He
was in
was.
the other team.
That's right.
So. And
Very
he's
close.
also a very good player, and therefore he could have done the same thing.
Yes. But he
it
didn't.
was XXS, that's right.
He went for cart.
He did the cart plays, which were equally impressive,
Yes.
and that made for a hell of a series. Of
That's
course,
the best game
qualified
by Wildcard.
first team for TI. That was the 3-0 versus
Radiant
3-0
are
showdown.
scanning.
Yeah, that was
yesterday.
very good. Okay, so Satanic with the Basher. And
Yeah.
we'll be finishing the full Abyssal first.
Standard
what do you
stuff.
want to see after that? Does he need to go BKB? He sees this Aghanim Scepter on Marcy, perhaps?
I think either BKB or Satanic, like both options are good. I guess, like you said, with Marcy Axe, maybe the BKB becomes a little bit better, but you can also use
I'll give
Satanic
them a
as discount,
drubbing
right?
they'll not soon forget.
Both of-
Oh, this is going to be a big play. This
Giants
one from
are
Wildcard
scanning.
broken up by 9 class. Roach number 2 underway. Belches right in Satanic's face. And there's the counter smoke now from P-Vision. See if they try to wrap around now. I don't believe either team has a scan remaining. Actually, just not gonna force anything. It seems. Still 2 more minutes until Roche switches spots.
Yep. Nothing else that play from P-Vision did force.
I mean, the pit is super scary though. For both sides, really. No, he's gonna force out this borrowed time. Nightmare provides a little bit of extra getaway. Yeah, Tombstone is always something you have to worry about. Mortimer's Kisses from so far away. On the other side, you have a hero that can just go in and out of the pit at free will with the Bat Rider, and the Sonic Wave basically covers the entire pit. It's a pretty scary proposition. Looks like Yamson's going to go straight for the Bloodthorn now that the Orchid is done.
Yeah, it's the build. And then after that, he's going to go Abyssal. And then by piling everything onto the AM, maybe he's going to roll. That is ultimately going to be the challenge that Wildcard have to overcome if they want to win this game. They have to eventually be able to kill Skull.
Oh, the tree was in speed.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
This is Wild. The second
Down
rush was
on
underway for
scanning.
P-Vision. Now they're in a 4 versus 5. They have to commit for it. Speed.
Magic is an abomination.
Basically everything here.
It looked promising for Wildcard, but a flawless fight from Satanic. Just every single decision there, perfect. And they tried to go and chase down no one there with the Sonic Wave and get on top of him, but Satanic immediately...
Radiant's
put his
middle tower
assistance
is under
to cover.
attack.
Look at those damage numbers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
For P-Vision, and of course... Satanic wants this to end. He is picking up and placing the banner. Well, he's not
Radiant's
placing
middle
it,
tower
he's-
is under
Yeah,
attack.
boys.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my goodness. That is
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
set of barracks, if not more. They cannot
Radiant's middle barracks
still
has
remain
fallen.
on top, so bot lane should be
Radiant's
their
middle
choice.
barracks has fallen.
Gonna try to it's off the Sonic Wave with the tornado.
Nossa.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Nossa. Que isso, o cara tá esmurfando no TI, mano. Parece o Carlos Vini jogando de AM na lobby.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But if he did, and there was an APM stat, he would be auto-canceling all game.
Yeah, true.
Não há Aegis, mano. Não há Aegis não, boys. É osso.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're gonna find speed on the bot lane. The tornado's gonna be way off. Sitting technically in smash mana void.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Magic is an abomination. Magic is an abomination.
As the ancient now exposed.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Now you got some sieging that's hitting out of range. One buyback from Wildcard. This is a 4 versus 5 in attempted defense.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Are they actually gonna back away? It's a fake back.
Well, he did TP
Dire's
down
top
AM, so
tower
this is a
is
full-on
under
back.
attack.
Completed Scotty.
Silver lining for Wildcard is the fact that they didn't get the Mega since the tier 2 is still remaining there. Not much of a silver lining.
A real silver lining is that this is a 3-game series, and in the next game you can make adjustments to try to make this more palatable. Honestly, this is just a godlike game, and it's a great last pick. They played it solidly on the side of P-Vision. They kept the map under control with all their Dominators, preventing Wildcard from really making as many moves as they would like with their lineup. And to me, arguably the biggest surprise was the Marcy losing the lane this hard. I think Marcy being level 4 when AM is level 6 really, it caused a lot of trouble. But a lot of that comes from the great rotation that 9class did early on to the Lotus pool at minute 3, if you remember. They got 2 kills up there.
That's true. That's
really was
very unorthodox.
It was very impactful on the entire outcome of the game, that singular move, because the top lane just became
Just lagged out 100 seconds on the day. Caught in the crosshairs of P-Vision. Borrow time does activate, but
Radiant's ancient is
GG.
as GG's come out, and P-Vision take game 1 relatively easily.
Thou art
Radiant's
dead.
ancient is under attack.
P-Vision. Victory.
the subsequent 10 were pretty even, but the problem is even is not good enough in this game.
This is Boxy playing Bad Rider against Team Falcons in the Fisher Universe tournament that just happened. So they're playing Dawn Bad Rider, very strong
Galera, o negócio é o seguinte. Vai rolar esse intervalo. Se tiver alguém aí ouvindo a live. E eu vou lá fazer um cafezinho. Né? São 10 horas já. Tá na hora.
Where we saw Bane sleep one of the hero creeps, right? One of the Helmdome creeps.
Yeah.
And Anti-Mage puts on his counter spell and hits it. Even though you're not targeting AM, it's like targeted to go to him, so it reflected back onto the Bane. And I was like, wow, that's really annoying, because now it feels like I can't even be comfortable putting a sleep down as a Bane around my offlaner to help him against the carry.
I mean, no pun intended. It is a nightmare of a game for me. Like, it just sounds miserable. I think you need to be extremely well thought out of where you're gonna set up anything this game. But he also didn't have help. I think Batrider not going Blink Dagger was very grief this game. He had a fantastic game in the early game, but he decides to buy this Glimmer when there's no initiation on his team. So you would want some initiation so the Bane can be in position to set up spells, but nobody gave that to him. So it's already a hard game and made even harder by the item choices.
Yeah,
I was just gonna add on to that, like Marcy also wanted Diffusal Blade for some reason too. Like all this, like we'll call it wasted net worth, is you're gonna get punished by P-Vision if you go for it. So I think the game was even, it was looking good. You can't make mistakes and itemize in a way that doesn't propel you forward, and I think they had a lot of wasted gold, unfortunately, in this one.
I also want to add on to that point.
Yes, right.
When we watched the video of the highlight reels as well, I think every time we saw a team fight, Wildcard were starting on Undying, which I think was awful, because you either need to be able to position yourselves in a way to catch the right heroes for your fight, or you have to buy items to do so. And when they're killing an Undying, especially on that Roche fight as well, it's like you kill the Undying, he literally just instantly respawned with his innate. So it didn't matter, and then you like pan top and Abaddon's there fighting an Undying again. It's like, why did we use grip on this? Why is this what we're going on? You know, on the bot fight, we're going on an Undying just so that Snapfire can ult on top of the rest of the team. It felt like they just didn't really have very good prioritization of hero kills in their fights.
Okay, so rough itemization, you know, a lot of resources used on a target that could have been spent somewhere a little bit better. But before all of this really kicked off and all the fighting for First Blood, right, around the Lotus pool, the numbers brought on the side of P-Vision towards their safe lane to contest that.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight here the fact that this is what you do when you are playing Monkey King support, right? Like, you're not going to lane bots. 3 minutes, by the way. You don't see this coming most of the time, but this is 9 classes playstyle. Like, this lane could have went potentially a lot worse for Satanic, but you have to remember, Satanic always gets a free game because 9 class is always helping him out, and DM is the one getting sacked. So he's allowed to play these anti-mage type heroes because 9 class will always enable it.
Okay. I'm still a little bit curious then how you counter that, right? Do you have to do something in the draft then, Fear, to make your offlane a little bit stronger? Do you need to bring more numbers? Like, it's 3 minutes. How else could you add to this?
Yeah, I think something went wrong in the draft where you allow Satanic to have a very comfortable gotcha pick, right? I think you have to have a well-rounded lineup that makes it so whatever Satanic does play, it can't 1v9 the game. Not every hero can do that in every circumstance, so I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball a little bit in how they were putting Satanic in position where he couldn't pick a hard carry. He could pick anything he wants this game, and unfortunately, he was put in a position where he got anti-mage and couldn't touch it.
Well, look, I got to fact check you guys, okay? You're giving me a lot of information about Wildcard, what they could have done differently, the fact that they were ahead, lots of little momentum, but yeah, got to fact check. You got to bring in a fourth voice here, because I've got to hear from Purge just exactly how he saw it go down.
I would love to share that with you, actually. I have some early clips watching the good things that Wildcard did in their laning stage and how that got them a gold advantage and how that transitioned. Most of it came down to their safe lane, where they got to zone DM heavily using Batrider. I had to show this context about why Speed voice-lined DM here. He got both a last hit against a hero that has 20 more damage than him and a deny. So that was pretty sick. He was very excited about this. This got his momentum up, I think, because then he basically got to zone both of these melee offlaners. And this is the moment 9 class went through the gate. Speed probably thought like, haha, I get a free little Lotus. This is wonderful for me and my team. Unfortunately, they lost the double kill. But what he gets to turn this into is basically zoning these two heroes. 9 class left the lane a lot because he couldn't do that much there. And he did get some things done, certainly. But DM just had a harder go of it as a result. He gets run down in this case just by the support by himself and takes a huge amount of damage, has to tombstone defensively. Speed ends up killing this for 125 gold, so very, very good for his game. And then DM finally comes back to the lane again. He gets a shield, he gets right-click, DM gets killed by him solo as a support. So this is a really abnormal circumstance to be in for Pause 5, basically, because normally you don't get to bully these guys like this. This gives Abba like the craziest lane. He can last hit and deny every single creep. He's super, super happy, and Speed has more levels and gold than normal because he's getting those kills. So as a whole, he's really happy. They get the Helm of the Dominator 8 minutes 20 seconds, and they basically use this to pressure the offlane tower. That's when you know a lane has gone bad. Nice TP by DM to avoid his death here, but they end up taking this tower super early. That's more gold advantage for his squad that they're really happy with. And then they start crossing the other side of the map. They're going to take these stacks that their opponents had made for one of their teammates instead. They don't have a good way to clear it, so they just move over and clear it themselves. Very nice cascading advantages. But then the Helm of the Dominators start coming in. This is Satanic on the other side of the map who's busy farming, bringing 6 skeletons. He's been planning for this push. And how do you stop all this stuff? There's a tombstone down, there's forged spirits, there's globs. They've got like 3 couriers in the fight as well. You got to watch out for those. They might deliver some items. So this is basically where Paravision starts really putting all of their effort towards their opponents and doing a nice job kind of breaking this advantage that they have. They group their heroes and they have these extra creeps. This was super instrumental though. This courier snipe, Yamsun's courier snipe, that was a relic. That's supposed to be his Radiance. He was off to that great start earlier. His Radiance ends up getting delayed until like 20 minutes because of that courier snipe. Hugely impactful moment for the game as P-Vision basically just swarm all of their neutrals on the mid wave. So despite being behind from that bad lane, the way that they utilize these Helm of the Dominator creeps, the way that they brought all their heroes together to push towers really gave them a nice advantage. And the last clip that I have, just look at this this very sad display of the Radiance coming much later than this. I think my clip ended early, but 2036, he gets his Radiance shortly after this. This should have been 2 minutes earlier. That could have really helped in some of those earlier fights.
I do appreciate the breakdown as always, Pudge. And I feel like, yeah, all right, you guys were maybe saying some correct things here on the panel just about how slow everything ended up being for Wildcard. But the biggest takeaway to me is, well, I shouldn't say the biggest, but one of the key ones that does make me question it is still, how do we deal with this Helm of the Dominator, right? You're kind of going really well. You might be able to shift a little bit more focus onto that safe lane, but at the end of the day, there is still this item that can be bought by what now feels like 4 different heroes or 4 different players on the side of P-Vision.
Well, I'll talk around the green room from OD Pixel himself is you should just
call him out straight into the camera.
You should just pick Weaver and get the XP talent because it works when you put the swarm on the Helm of the Dominator creeps, and no one's removing a beetle from the Helm of the Dominator creeps.
What about the second one? Do you remember the second one that he said also count as the
Razor static link?
That's right.
You can also static link from the Helm. I believe he said there was one more, but I don't remember
just end
it.
this, please.
Okay, look, I will. I'll pull you guys out of your misery, or maybe I'll give you some more time to think about it. Because P-Vision, they are 1 game away from making it to TI playoffs. They're going to be securing that top 8 if they can get themselves a win. There is one team, however, today that got that reality for themselves. It is, of course, Enigma Galaxy, and Pyrian himself got to catch up with one of the players in the moment of celebration.
Yes, thank you. I am here with GH from Enigma Galaxy. Congratulations, first of all, on making it to the last day of TI. After so many years in the wilderness, it must be great to be back.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back. I don't know, like, words cannot really describe what I'm feeling right now. We're just really excited. I'm extremely grateful to be able to have this opportunity to play. It has been a while, so we're just really excited to play again.
Wonderful. It's great to have you back at the International. Now you've made last state. My question to you is, are those games as stressful to play in as they are for Enigma fans to watch? Because a lot of us are on the edge of our seats hoping you guys do it. And you did it. Are you guys nervous in the game, or is it just like, oh, come on, guys, we can do this?
Nerves really come and go a lot of times, especially when the game is about to start. There's a bit of nerves. But later on in the middle of the game, it kind of dwindles down, but then comes back again. And then there's team fights and a lot of the objectives, and then there's smoke. So it keeps going up and down.
I've heard a lot as well about the people are speculating about what Enigma comms are like. What are the comms like in game? Are you guys all talking, or is there like one leader? Is it quite calm and collected? How is it?
Well, the comms, we've been working on it a lot. I believe we've reached a place where we're happy with our comms overall. We keep wanting to try to improve, of course. But I would say it's relatively calm, objective oriented. We try to focus on having a chill mood, not too excited, not too down. So I would say overall it's good.
Fantastic. And what are your guys' plans for the days off? Obviously, we've got a few days off here. Is it just scrims, or are you going to enjoy today at least?
That's a tough question because we really just ended the game a couple of minutes ago, so I need to go back and reconvene with the team so I know what they will decide to do. We have a really good support staff, so I'm just excited what they have coming for us.
Fantastic. And just finally, obviously, your fans have been supporting you guys for years. Do you have any words for them going into the last state of TI?
Well, give a huge shout out to all the fans. I know it was a bit inconsistent throughout the entire journey, but I'm happy you guys are with us. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all our supporters, especially our families, our partners, our brothers, our siblings. I just hoped my brother would be here to be with us, but maybe next time, hopefully. So I'm really happy about that.
GH, thank you so much. You guys were fantastic to watch. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
It was definitely a very hard-fought journey, a hard-fought best of 3 for themselves as well. That game 3, though, it was great for themselves, and I liked it. You know, Fly, he was very honest, very candid about the nerves are still there. These guys have been playing for ages, they're veterans, and it's still just before a game. It can still be there, and it might not take until the middle of the game until it dissipates.
Yeah, I mean, that's just part of competition life. It doesn't matter how many games you've played, you're still going to feel something before a match. You know, it's a lot of anticipation, a lot of thinking about it, and then some nerves come in, but might just propel you to play better. And honestly, listening to GH, it's hard not to cheer for this guy, right? He just seems like such an incredible human being, and he seems like such a good person to have on a team. And it's no surprise, you know, it managed to get them from a tough position into the international.
Yeah, just his message for the fans as well was like very, I don't know if emotional is the right word, but there is just something that it stirs inside you. Like you said, you're very happy to cheer for this team, for GH himself as well. And, you know, players, what am I trying to say? People back at home that are cheering for P-Vision and the players on that team. Well, you guys are one step closer to seeing your team making it to the TI playoffs. They're one game away, right? This game 2, whatever you're a fan of, you just want to see some good Dota. That's what we're hoping for, a little bit more of a game from Wildcard. That early game was good from them, but being able to bring it when it comes to team fight through.
Yeah, if they can... It's hard. There's a lot of things that need to happen, and I think the nice thing is that after the game 1, they have a read on what this team can potentially do to you. There's just so many different factors. Like, I think one of the things that Purge pointed out that was so massive was this Radiance getting sniped. Like, these guys have timings they need to hit to be able to fight P-Vision. And if they miss them, they are just going to get run over, especially when they're doing things like 4 helms that just take your towers and control the map space. Yeah, itemization probably. They just had a lot of problems, honestly. I hope they make it simpler for themselves, maybe. Like if their plan is just very straightforward, then they don't have to worry about all these different factors controlling things.
I think they should ban Monkey King. Personally.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. I thought that was fine, of all things.
No, I think it causes a problem in the draft, just because you don't know where it's going, right? Like, you oftentimes aren't going to pick some offlaners, and maybe this is why they got in the position they got in, because they didn't want to pick an offlaner that's potentially bad versus Monkey King carry. And then 9 class, he seems to be playing Alk and Monkey King right now. Those seem to be his 2 heroes, and I think after watching most of these games, the Monkey King looks better than the Alchemist. It has a lot of impact. He's doing a lot on the map. And
maybe the most positive thing you've said about 9 class.
I mean, he's been having like a up and down tournament, right? But his Monkey King, I think he's back on track, and I think Ostini sees this too, and is probably going to give him Monkey King whenever it's available.
Yeah, but the one thing that does seem nice though is he sacked his offlaner so hard.
He does that every game.
Yeah, but like...
No matter what he plays. Is his Alchemist winning the lane for DM?
Sure, but maybe then the idea is, okay, let them have the Monkey King, let them sack the offlane, and then just pick a more involved carry. Like the Abaddon going Helm kind of stayed in his lane and tried to go get that Radiance, and then that ended up getting sniped, and then the hero just didn't really do much. Maybe pick something that can...
Yeah, I mean, you could try that approach. Or you could just ban it. Those are your choices. But you need to think about it more, either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 9 class is I like to use this term, but he's a bit of a game warping type of player.
Yeah.
Where he does things that are not normal. Like you're going to queue, you're going to play 50 pubs.
Yeah.
You probably won't face a single player who's going to do something like him. And Monkey King, which is banned in this case, is definitely a much more chaotic hero compared to Alchemist, who's just going to go farm some stacks. You know, he might just throw a stun somewhere, but it's not the same as Monkey jumping around, causing this chaos. And it was his hero that was kind of his claim to fame, almost. So I also agree. I think this is a good ban. That hero is a problem. And now I think the interesting thing is that we kind of know how P-Vision wants to play. They definitely had some conversation about it together, like, hey, Dominator is OP, Tundra did 3, let's do 4, you know? Let's kick it up a notch. Use
Who's
this
the first going to be to 5, you know?
Yeah, they could bust out 5. Ducalis, you're next. Maybe just play Chen. But you can see how these summons cause so much annoyance in the game for Wildcard. So I don't want him to pick Bane. I don't want Fade to play... okay, he's going to play Dawnbreaker, which is fine. I was going to say I don't want Fade to play a hero like Marcy. I want him to stick to something that's a little more comfort. Dawn is already good. It's good against Enigma because he can cancel Hole with her ulti. And it also helps alleviate some pressure off the map because she can deal with a wave and ulti in. So even though Dawn has not been too successful, the idea of Dawn against what P-Vision is doing is fine.
It's that good building block for themselves. We didn't really touch on the Enigma too much. You know, you talked about how Dawn was good against it, but the gyro ban comes out and it feels like it's just inevitable. DM loves this hero. It's been banned out against P-Vision for what feels like as long as DM has been on the roster.
Yeah, it's a really strong hero for him, and it enables a lot of the heroes that 9 class likes to play too. And that's pretty much the goal of this P-Vision team is, I mean, I don't envy DM, but I respect him a lot in the sense that he has a really hard role on this team to play. He basically doesn't have a pos 4 that is going to win him a lane ever, so he has to find heroes that can play by themselves very efficiently. And Enigma is one of those heroes that historically does that very well, and this is why it works so well for P-Vision. And the added bonus is you can actually probably win your lane in some of the cases too with these melee pos 4s with Enigma.
Seen some more bands come out. TB, Pugna. Is there really too much to read into that?
TB is just like Yamson's, I think, comfort carry for this tournament, or one of them. It's one he's looked the best on, in my opinion. Pugna, just super strong support. I think it also makes the game plan simple, right? If you have a Pugna, you're just going to be able to take objectives very easily. Just bolsters your
guys.
lineup already with Dawn's healing on top of Pugna.
Fala,
Seems
Franco.
like it's just a strong support. It's kind of hard to say exactly if it's banned for a purpose outside of it just being a good support.
Yeah. Sometimes it's all you really need.
Yeah.
As a reason.
I'd like to see possibly a Chen come out from Wildcard. I think it's one of Speed's best heroes. It's also pretty good against Enigma because you can steal Eidolons in lane. I think it'll set up for good heroes against Enigma, such as Alchemist, or there's probably one more I'm missing. But something that deals with Eidolons, I think Chen would be a good addition. But they go with Tusk for now, which is a good lane partner of Dawnbreaker. Historically, it's always been a good lane together with the tag team and Dawnbreaker's first spell, so it's okay, nothing too crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if Ducalis just ends up picking Snapfire again. He's been looking fantastic on it. And then the 9 class hero is really the fun one, you know, what does he have this time? Is it going to be the Alchemist himself, which then that means Yamson's not going to be able to play it?
Slark.
Is it the Slark? Yeah, it could be the Slark. It's like kind of a guessing game, you know, what does he feel this time? I feel like logic doesn't always apply to this pick.
No,
Probably
definitely
what he
doesn't.
feels in the moment.
What else has he been playing apart from the Alx Lock?
Zeus.
The Magnus.
Oh yeah, Zeus and the Mag. Yes, I forgot about the. How could I have forgotten about the Mag that Phil loves so much?
I do. I love support Mag this patch.
Well, you're not gonna see it. Instead, you're gonna see support Zeus.
It could be
So
Zeus plus
sad.
5 because he can jump away from Tusk, so it's actually pretty good against Tusk. In a way, we'll see. You know, we never know with this guy.
That's half the fun of the conversation about this team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the fun, though. I
Yeah.
think he's a unique player, and it makes watching P-Vision a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I can see the Slark. Okay, Marcy. That could actually be multiple roles. It could be a pos 4, because he has played it in the past. It can still be a carry. So again, with this Astini flex thing, where he keeps heroes pretty open until he has to decide where they go Just like last draft, we weren't even sure where this monkey's gonna be. We assumed it's pause 4, but you have to keep it in the back of your head, like maybe it can go carry or mid.
Yeah. I'm a little afraid that Satanic gets like a free morph game, so I want to, because like I think morph is one of the better heroes that lanes against Dawn Tusk. It's pretty free, and then yeah, if that's not addressed, that could be a problem. So this is already pretty good, having silences and disables. And with the morph, you could also just lane Marcy as a 5 too if you want. I think their whole idea of this Marcy plus Zeus is the fact that you can get away from Tusk in the laning stage and you won't just die, because we've seen how strong Tusk can be paired with either Marcy or Dawnbreaker. If you just sit there and tank that damage, you will feed.
Are we looking at another support for Wildcard right here then? Who's in the pool? There's like Shadow Demon still available.
I think he needs to address Enigma, especially now that they've decided to give Yamsen last pick.
Yeah.
There's not that many good carries against Enigma, so if the pause 5 doesn't deal with him here, then Yamsen's going to be very pressured to pick a hero that deals with Enigma. So it has to be something. Okay, Warlock is a fine choice. You always have the cancel for the Black Hole. You have 2 cancels now with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, so Enigma's probably just going to be going auras this game. It's good with the Fatal Bonds against Eidolons. I think this is a solid choice, gives him more team fight. I like the Warlock, probably even more than Chen, just for the team fight aspect. And Void Spirit might just be a comfort thing. It combos well with Dawnbreaker, so you have this Spirit that goes in and Dawnbreaker follow up. But they do get a counter matchup on no one now, so we'll see what he goes with.
What are a couple of counter matchups to Void Spirit?
Shaker's in the pool.
Yeah?
Isn't Shaker pretty good?
Shaker should be good, yeah. I think it fits well with the heroes. Shaker, Zeus, a lot of threat on the map. Anyone can just insta-die. I don't know if he's played it already in this tournament.
I don't know.
But I imagine he can play it.
Yeah, I mean, I trust no one to know this matchup better than I do.
I know it's kind of rough into Void Ags, but Puck is...
Ember.
Okay, never mind. We don't even need to talk about it.
That's like the old school counter to Void Spirit. Still good, I imagine. And yeah, they don't have any good disable for this Ember, so he can be an absolute menace to the supports, or just anywhere on the map if he wants to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about with the Puck as well. I was like, they don't really have hard lockdown. The reason I liked Puck slightly was because if Tusk does rotate on mid, you can get out of it early, whereas maybe they have a little bit more pressure on like a Spirit before pre-6. That's it though. Who cares laning stage?
Maybe some teams.
True. I mean, we saw last game. Laning stage didn't matter.
I think they should ban Faceless Void on the side of Wildcard, because I think Void will lane pretty well into Dawn and Tusk.
It does, yeah.
It's hard to kill him. They have follow-up damage with Zeus, Midnight Pulse. And it's a Dominator hero, because right now I am only seeing 2 potential Dominator heroes. So unless Ember is going something crazy here...
why couldn't 9 class buy Dom on Zeus? I don't see why not.
I think it'll be Ducalis Zeus.
I was gonna say, are we even sure that it's gonna be a 9 class Zeus?
Pretty certain.
I think it's gonna be 9 class Marcy with Enigma.
Well, yeah, so then you think Marcy's gonna be carried. Satanic's gonna be playing Marcy.
He could. I mean,
I agree he can, but looking at this draft.
I mean, this could be Zeus 5, Marcy 4, or this could be Zeus 4 and Marcy 1. We don't really know.
I think they're just going to pick the best carry for the game now, because Marcy wants a win condition from mid lane as a carry, and I don't think Ember Spirit really is one. Like, he can carry games, but not in the same way like a Tinker would. So I think you'll just pick a carry here with Zeus. I think Void if it's left in the pool. If not, I would need to think a little bit what else is good against Dawnbreaker that's left.
Still think Morph could be good.
Oh yeah, there's Morphling, right? Morph is great against Tusk and Dawnbreaker, so I can see Morph, I can see Faceless Void. I think he's a good win condition already.
Taking the time thinking about this last ban, maybe they're tossing up between the 2 of them.
Might as well. This is your last ban and pick. You can use all your time if you want to.
What's a TA? It's neither of the heroes that you guys...
E aí, Cleaner Man. Tudo bom, cara? Bom dia.
I found Dawn to be one of the better heroes against TA in lane, but it is Satanic TA.
Tô novo no Dota. Vim do LoL. Boa. Tem uma conta 100 horas jogadas, mas não joguei rank ainda. Eu acho bom tu nem jogar. Eu acho bom você gostar do jogo primeiro. Depois tu mexe com esse negócio de ranked. Preocupa com ranked não. Joga aí só turbinho. Mas não mexe com esse negócio de ranked não, que não compensa. 100 horas ainda é muito novo para poder começar a se estressar com o jogo. Alquimista.
It's unpickable if this wasn't a game for it.
You really tried. You put it out there, Fear.
Put it out there.
It's not going to happen. It's the Alk. We see all of our 10 heroes now across the board. And is there a slight favorite when it comes to the draft?
Both these drafts are... Well, I like this draft much better for Wildcard than the last game. It is much more...
Cara, que gostei muito melhor que LoL, doido.
I like RCY on Void Spirit.
Dota é foda demais, né, cara? Dota é muito foda. Pega esse boneco aqui, ó. Faz os combos com ele. Muito bom. Vai começar, né? Então, vamos lá. Eu tô apostando aqui no jogo, tá? Do The International. Jogo da Parivision. Vai começar o segundo mapa agora da melhor de 3. Provavelmente vai ser um Stomp esse jogo aqui, tá? E é paia, né? Quando o jogo é Stomp assim, porque as apostas não ficam boas, né? A galera já tá todo mundo apostando a casa toda na Heroic. Então fica difícil de achar uma aposta boa. Heroic não, na Parivision.
I don't think he's played at this tournament yet. I know he plays at whatever. Wildcard has their signature RCY Void Spirit. This guy's gonna pop off. He's gonna 1v5 this game straight up. We're going to game 3.
Okay, I'm liking a lot of initiations, a lot of comfort, something that's gonna pop off.
Signature Void Spirit. Signature Enigma? What do you mean?
Of course.
The master of this hero, picking confidence. He knows how to play into
Olha lá como é que tá.
single matchup. I've never seen a man.
1,17 na Parivision.
What do you mean?
All right, well then I feel like I don't need any more clarity there. Ray's definitely favoring PvP right now, and they are one game away here from qualifying for TI. Wildcard on the other side, they need to have all the confidence possible. We'll see just exactly what sort of start and game we're gonna get here with some.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this is a very interesting.
Hey, what's up,
draft.
guys? It's your boy Speed here.
Division versus Wildcard in game number 2, elimination.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here. Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here. Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
Most of what they said
Can you not make yourself
have a better shot in this just overall in terms of strategy. They also did have the total last pick here of the Alchemist, which is a very excellent choice. You know, you're going to be laning against Enigma. You have one of the carries that can survive a Chrono or can survive a Black Hole.
Pode botar a casa
All those things keep
em quem?
bearing all those things in mind, but I feel like P-Vision might just be a little bit too much of a
Em quem, Frost?
Wildcard. And
Pode botar a casa na wildcard?
I'm surprised this Faceless Void did not get banned. I think that was a
Nos palhaços?
straightforward ban in that slot for Wildcard.
Por quê?
Let's ban the TA instead. In particular when you're already
30 seconds to
presenting the Zeus.
Acha mesmo que o Satânico vai perder esse Dota aqui?
Something you and I have criticized when we've been casting games this tournament is Voids playing without damage in the Chrono.
Eu acho que o Satânico não quer perder esse Dota aqui não, meu amigo.
Zeus offers a lot of extra damage. Ember can do some assistance with slight chains. We've got Midnight Pulse.
The double bubble, the classic EG strat from
Pois é, né? Pena que os caras é horrível. Não adianta nada o draft. É uma aposta de 4,65 na wildcard agora, pô. Ó que tem um bom game. Duvido.
I can see where Fly's confidence is coming from, to be fair, because I think if the lineups are both played to their utmost potential, I think
Eles vão colocar o Alck na safe lá no bot. Olha isso. Isso aqui.
Wildcard have to win this game to stay alive in this road to TI. Yeah, it's been a while since I've had Zeus. Talk to me about it. Obviously, damage in the chrono you've already discussed, but what else?
O Reina Enigma.
Oh, interesting. Just they lane swapped.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yamson is in the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. Zeus mainly offers damage. I mean, he doesn't have any slow. Well, it's a symbolic slow in the heavenly jump.
It's not symbolic. It's very powerful.
Okay, he has a very powerful slow.
The Mario jump.
And then he has a lot of damage, and he is one of the best
Dire's
keyboarders in the game, of course, because Lightning Bolt can find observers and sentries placed on the ground.
Vários bonecos flex. Claro, todos os heróis fazem todas as funções. Alguns vão ser melhores que outros, né? Então vai fazer uma Io no mid. Tem como fazer Io no mid? Tem como fazer Io no mid. Mas é claro que qualquer um espírito é melhor que uma Io no mid, né? Eu não mexo com esse negócio de múltipla não, cara.
This is a crazy combo, though. Of course, we've talked about this one in the past. The Dawnbreaker, Starbreaker with the tag team of Tusk. I mean, last time you were raving about this, they ended up initiating level 1. Yeah. This time the level 2 for Wildcard. Very strong. The level 2 timing of this lane is incredible. It's one of the strongest level ups you can get in Dota is when these heroes combined hit level 2 in the lane. The problem, or rather the reason they lane swap here is this combo doesn't kill Void in lane. And I think a very big reason of why Wildcard want to run these two heroes together is to get off to a hot start and try to dominate. So by lane swapping, what they do accomplish is, it feels weird to move Alchemist away from Enigma, because generally that's a good lane matchup for Alch, but so is Void. So he can just farm down here in the off lane, and then instead what you get in return is you get a killable target for the combo of Tusk Dawn against Enigma. Yeah. They have a little bit to fend for themselves with Malefice as well as the rebound, but you got to be very careful as the Enigma in this lane. And you can see Dawn already off to a massive head start, 18 for 3 against the 9 and 3. Oh yeah. Also kills Eidolons very well with the Starbreaker.
Natura e Morrinho. É o Farmas.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Dawnbreaker has had a horrific win rate.
Vai ter mais de 40 kills esse Dota aqui, ou Frost? 41 kills? 42?
She has been kind of meh.
I mean, many of the games that we've seen, she has not won her lane. And I think it's such a big part of the hero identity is getting off to a hot start and trying to snowball. I also think in some of the games that have been played this tournament, Dawn has not been picked with good pairings. It's been picked as like an anti-hero more so than a combo with its own team. Right. What makes Dawnbreaker good, in my opinion, is the ultimate game is one where you have 2 or 3 teammates that have catch, and you have an enemy that's easy to lock down. And lo and behold, in this game, right, you're stopping Black Hole, you can counter-initiate Chrono, and you can be set up by Void Spirit and Tusk and technically Alchemist. So it's
the Eidolon starting to do a lot of work to fade. The Blood Grenade's going to slow it down. It's disposed back into even more Eidolons. So that is first blood for Vision. As though we're going to have some from Ducalis trying to take out RCY. It's going to be close. Oh, I just barely survived.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
Double kill for the position 5 Warlock.
Yes, the classic 4-minute double kill Warlock in mid that we've come to expect.
Yeah, great ganking support.
That is the most random outcome. But what a great start for Speed here. Obviously great for his Grimoire as well, lest we forget Warlock.
Yes. Yeah, he's had 2 great starts to both games.
Yep, a massive benefit for him. This will be a very early golem, even if they don't get there with him.
Got disposed here. From 9 back into a Malefice as Ducalis makes his way over as well. So a Thunderbolt hitting Bignum quite low, as now we have another TP from Speed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yep.
And this, of course, will leave a 1v1 situation in the bot lane.
They're both
Satanic
that far.
Void versus
You
Amps
lose
and
face
Alchemist.
and life.
Yeah, this is about of a nothing burger of a lane as you can get. They're gonna hit creeps.
Radiant are scanning.
They're both pretty happy about that. Oh, he's getting rebound. Not level 6 yet, and this is just a 1 versus 3. He is going to be taken out by no one. A good rotation from P-Vision. We've talked about the Void Spirit as a hero feeling, if they don't pop
Dire's
off, they feel
middle tower is
extremely
under attack.
underwhelming. Yeah. This is obviously a signature pick for RC.
Pois é. Estão fidando, né?
Gets another kill, so he's on a killing spree at this point.
One of the heroes that has to be in the lower quarter of frequency of killing sprees minute 6, surely. Warlock.
You know, I'm not a Warlock player, Cinderin. Why does Black Grimoire even have a cooldown? I didn't even know it did.
I don't think you need to be a Warlock player for that. I think that's a Valve question, not so much the player.
Okay, yeah, but you're an analyst here.
Yeah. Why does it have it?
He could be level 6. How cool would that be?
Yeah, maybe that's why it has a cooldown.
That's kind of sick, though. I mean, if you're gonna get 3 kills on Warlock by 6 minutes, you deserve that. You're old.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A 7-minute wisdom is about to come to be.
If he uses the Grimoire for this wisdom, will he be 6? He gets 800 experience.
10 more seconds.
It will not be enough
Dire's
for 6.
structures are fortified.
Because then they can't contest the wisdom. If Speed could just pop a level 6 here,
Oh, they're
they
gonna
would
try
cover
for
it.
it. 9 class is gonna spot Speed. The killing
Radiant's
spree.
top tower is under attack.
Class gonna be able to get the dispose, but Speed is better. People come to make sure that they get the shrine.
That one must burn. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Speed's ult actually does not stun at all. Good dodge from no one. First misstep from Speed in this game.
Well, if he doesn't cast it, he dies. Because no one doesn't get forced out. Not enough damage. And he is on a killing spree, so it's pretty valuable to kill the Warlocks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Obviously would have liked to connect it and do some more damage, but you were never killing Ember there, but he definitely could have killed you. Gotta take the trade you can get. Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the side of Wildcard. As we saw in the stats, this is their second Dawn game, and they won their other one, so they are not the reason.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Astral step in from RCY with Victim taking all the damage here. 9 class first to fall though. No longer has his ult. As Victim eventually falls to no one, so it's a support for support. Has the damage rune now, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at the levels though. Enigma is really trailing here. A full level behind the enemy. I guess I should say later Alchemist, but in comparison. And now Dawn ulti has been unlocked.
Oh, I'm very greedy for these last
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Damage rune activated. We'll have to trickle back to base.
Close call.
RCY.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They've
attack.
actually put quite a bit of effort in stopping RCY so far in this mid lane.
Yeah, and as you already established, this hero is pretty prone to either snowballing or falling flat. It's a very polarizing hero in my opinion. So they are trying to bring him into the game, but already with this slowdown, can't say I'm too confident in Void Spirit having that pop-off game. He's gonna go for the Vessel, obviously good against Faceless Void, and just an all-round feels good item on the hero. You're universal, you want to get those all attributes and have that extra bit of damage since your spell combo isn't But against Flame Guard, you're just never killing. Yeah. It's just not possible. You can see no one is exfoliating him.
See if any TPs come. RCY has an escape mechanism, of course, in the form of the Astral Step. So, helm number 2, actually. So, is 9 class going for? Yes, of course. Why did we even question such a thing? So, 3 helms, down from 4. It's an improvement.
I would make the argument that if you're playing Marcy and not buying this item, it's a mistake.
That's true.
É, boys. A odd da Parivision começa a subir, hein? A gente gosta. Jogo de Void. Void Enigma, né? Abates. Eu peguei uma killzinha aqui. Peguei 45 kills. 1,65 na Parivision, hein?
A little too cute. They've been known to do that from time to time.
It is indeed a greedy lineup, and you are so far away from 6 on Zeus. He just cracked 5 now on Ducalis, just trailing by a massive
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta weather the storm here if you're the side of Vision. You gotta just farm up. You need time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, well, games
Dyer's
these days
bottom
have been going
tower
60
is under
minutes,
attack.
so
Yeah, you'd think Enigma Void just can't lose, right?
in the 60-minute game, yeah, I would agree. Wildcard up the pace, so far so good. The tank brings the troll summoners, all those rally creeps and DM. Yeah, he does quite a bit of damage, takes out 1 troll. Still quite a bit of damage done to the
Dyer's
tier
turret
1
has been
regardless of
killed.
speed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Delícia, hein? É, boys. O Alck tirou a rádio, né?
During that dive, a really powerful spell when the enemy team starts getting a little bit too deep, but seems that the play call is I am going to stay away and make sure I hit my timings. If you, it's a really high risk thing. If you team die, there's momentum on the Alck.
TP rotation. Good rotation from Wildcard. Unfortunately for them, not able to get more than just the position 5 Zeus.
Still good enough. They're really putting a lot of emphasis on defending their towers. I really like to see this. It's the help of the Dominator plus Enigma. If you can prevent this from being successful, you retain so much space for Alck. Speaking of,
this would be a huge kill. Concoction from Anderson.
He'll be fine.
Hype that up a little bit too much. Sorry about that. Won't do that again.
Let's see about that. Something else I wanted to say. You gotta admire Wildcard's.
O Frost, tá aí, Frost.
Let Enigma through. This is something that's interesting in some tournaments where teams will often, at least to some extent, copy bans of other teams. Like, let's say you're in a tournament with 16 teams, and you're playing someone in round 4, and you haven't played them yet. You're gonna look through the history of what other teams did. And if every team is banning Enigma against a team, you're like, okay, we should probably just ban Enigma. It's no secret that DM is good at Enigma. All the teams know this, but, you know, it could be that it's fallen off a little bit, or that they show less interest in running it, but this hero's been banned a lot against DM.
Dyer's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
Hey,
under
what's up,
attack.
guys? It's your boy Speed here.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
That's really sick, as now the tier 1 will fall in favor of Wildcard.
Radiant's middle tower is fallen.
And we'll be able to get away as a result.
That is absolutely yet another piece of footage for Speed's new YouTube video there.
That's a real piece of footage.
The triple golem fake out into clipping. The title of the video, why you should not use your spells. Oh, yeah, well, you're probably better at thumbnails than I am.
Cara, essa Dawbreaker tá defendendo muito, mano. Tá ficando muito forte. Negou o top. Os caras não conseguiram levar a torre do top, mano.
Something more presentable early on, and like you talked about early game, the fact that they have stuff that, I mean, just a casual chrono with just a couple zaps from the Zeus.
Nossa, 2 e 12 na Parivision agora, cara.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
They rated it pretty highly. They picked it early in the draft. Ducalis has not really found his footing. And this is a dangerous Zeus game. Literally anyone gets on top of you,
Dire's
just
middle
dead.
tower is under
what are you
attack.
supposed to do when Alk gets a blink, which he has? He just jumps and kills you. Void Spirit can assassinate you 100 to 0. Tusk plus Dawn. The only hero you can survive is Warlock, and he doesn't care about you. So it's a tough time for Ducalis out here as a 5 Zeus. Very low on that net worth.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
Ducalis just wanted to announce that he is finally level 6, in fact level 8. As this is an 8k lead for Wildcard right now.
It's with Alchemist, but it's still a very monumental lead here, honestly. Like, given the overall outlook of the game, this was the stage of this elimination game for Wildcard where things needed to go right, and they have all gone so right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They lose their mid
Dire's
tower now,
middle
and they
tower
lost their top
has
tower as well,
fallen.
but they stalled it out for a very long time. I think that's good enough.
A very, very ambitious, perhaps? Had the snowball.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Fate has an axe.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. So Blade Mail, Ags.
Stupid rich. He's 3,000 ahead of Enigma. 200 GPM ahead. Pretty much.
I mean, he was the safe laner, you know. Should be comparing him to the Void.
Yeah, well, if you want to compare the carries, then Alchemist against Void is also 3,000. I don't know.
Yeah, true. Well, you should be comparing the Alpha to the Enigma.
Oh yeah, that looks even better for P-Vision. Then they're only 6k behind on that roll.
That's right. That's the whole lead.
But then the carries are even, I suppose.
Exactly. On creeps.
2,27 na Parivision, hein? Eu acho que um Void vai perder isso aqui, tá?
I think he was anticipating.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
He was anticipating the remnant, right? So he cast it premeditatively, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think no one might have not even. Oh, he had enough mana, right?
He just knew. After that last play in the mid lane,
yeah,
he saw ahead this time. Still dies, of course.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He started hearing voices.
Speed is too good. It's just in his head. You know?
Speed here. Up crew, Zon trying to defend. Here comes the Dominator creep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
She is the better bruiser.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. He does percentage based.
We're gonna see the replay here. So here's that golem.
Let's see.
Just anticipating, but he got pulled by an 8
Dire
remnant.
are scanning.
I don't really mind that golem.
Radiant's
because
middle
he's
tower
expecting
is under
if
attack.
you don't remnant there, you're gonna die, and he thinks the remnant's gonna come out from
invisibility.
Emperor Spirit, but he did get pulled simultaneously by the Void.
It worked out regardless. Yeah. As Fate, I believe, just bought his shard.
Sure did. So now what's stopping Starbreaker? Chrono and Black Hole. Nothing else.
That's still a lot.
Posso dar betando o Clear, man.
It's two things, but it's two things that are really.
Tá 2 e 12 na Parivision aqui, ó. Querendo apostar 50 conto. Mas eu tô esperando, né? Porque assim, o Satanic tá 2 a 0. 2/0. Só que acontece. É jogo de Enigma e Void. Né? Jogo muito bom pra Parivision levar pro late game. Só que é Dawbreaker, que altera Chrono, com Alquimista que acelera jogo. Então assim, tem muita vantagem nos temidos agora, né? Pelo menos eu peguei a bet de kills aqui também, ó. Eu peguei 45. Eu peguei 45 kills. Não tem mais do mapa 2, né? Fechou. Mas eu pego o kill também. Se quiser o link da Betano aí, eu tenho aqui, ó. Se for fazer o seu registro.
Even if they do be successful, like this 4-step enigma is not telling me, all right, it's go time.
21-minute wisdom is what Wildcard wants, and if they can get a pick off, that might clean up a tormentor as well.
Entrou na party, 2 e 12. Tô querendo entrar também. Mas tô achando que vai aumentar ainda mais. Late game de Void e Enigma é muito bom, né, Dominator? Só que tem Downbreaker gigante aqui, ó. Eu vou entrar nesse 2 e 22 também da party aqui, eu acho que tá de boa. Ah, já tá caindo já, ó, 2 e 2.
They were both kind of weak because Tusk only has level 1 ice shards, but I would probably rather have seen that for them, to be honest. But not all that important. Just got to keep the flow of this game going.
Botei 50, vai. Agora é torcer pra party fazer a boa. Se a party fizer a boa, eu ganho 50.
Commit to a black hole build, right? Against
Pois é, né? O problema é chegar no late game. Aí, 2 e 40. Roscan agora.
Scanning.
A very good spot to push this to a game 3, but of course P-Vision, I mean the high ground going against an eventual late game, depending on how late it goes, Enigma and Void is a scary proposition. Really, all of their heroes are kind of scary late game.
Yeah.
A Wildcard in...
Wildcard's late game not bad either, though. If it comes down to these big late game team fights, you're happy to have a Warlock. You're happy to have a Dawn ulti, probably 2 of them as well.
I feel like the games that we've watched, the biggest mistake these teams make is going high ground too fast, potentially.
Radiant
it feels like the high ground is
scanning.
just such a hard thing to accomplish, even with a pretty sizable lead at this like 20 to 30 minute mark. Back in the old days, you'd go for all the tier 2s first, and then your hands is gone. Then you go for the second Roche, and that's the high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's say this becomes somehow
Radiant
a
structures
game.
are fortified.
I don't think it's a clear-cut P-Vision win in spite of having Void Warlock. I actually don't. I'm not confident that they can just wait it out.
It's never clear-cut, but
some games kind of are.
I'm cut from the cloth, Cinderin, that says Void and Enigma are the 2 best late game heroes in the entire game. They're on the same team.
That's why it's really interesting, because generally speaking, you see these 2 together, it goes mega late. You favor that team.
Yes.
It's just this game, the counter picks are so crystal clear and so obvious how to pull off for Wildcard. You have 2 Dawn ultis, because she's going Refresher next. We're going to have Golem. So how on earth are you ever going to land a black hole unless you catch both Warlock and Dawn? And then the Chrono has the same issue, right? The counterplays are...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's farming his death stat. If you have him in fantasy, I think this is not good.
Yep, death number 6 for him. I think he's on the villain arc anyway, so yeah, I think that's what he's going for at least.
I don't think villains are
Ó, bonecão. Tem uma odd de 2 na Wildcard agora aí, ó. Quem for corajoso.
I don't know. It sounds like you've never played a pub game before.
Oh, you mean like that? Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it. I see it. He's a villain to his own team. If that's his villain arc, TI is probably not the best place.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
From Wildcard, Satanic shows up for this fight.
Yeah, but there's no fight.
Still 2 minutes on that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Coming back to take care of this, but of course Dawnbreaker theoretically one of the best heroes in Dota against Helm of the Dominator, because she can, if you're playing against the skeletons, you wipe them out instantly. If you're being split pushed and the Dominator's causing pressure on your map, you can just be there and still participate in team fights with your ult.
Yep.
So
yet her win rate is garbage.
Yeah.
Just not playing it right. You gotta safe lane it like Fade here today.
I will say, out of all the games I have seen Dawnbreaker in this tournament, I think this is the game that is the absolute best pick. And it was first picked.
Radiant's middle tower is under
right?
attack.
You picked it as a counter to Enigma, and then afterwards, I think P-Vision made it. See you later. He is just not getting any footing. I'm surprised he has. Well, I guess it's Zeus will be farming more than Tusk, right? It's the only reason he has more net worth is the CS.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Speed here.
P-Vision. No strangers to the voice lines, of course. They've created a lot of enemies in this scene, I feel like, with some of their play and talk. That's what we love watching in Dota.
Loves a little drama.
Absolutely.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No one has his 9-second BKB, is going to opt for the Aghanim Scepter next. As Bigdom also going for an Aghanim Scepter. Obviously quite a ways away, but that would be a pretty early kick for Tusk. We talked about high ground.
E aí, Luke, bom dia. Todos os jogos hoje são eliminatórias.
Kick is something that can certainly provide a boost. Isolate somebody out of their base. See why it's going to be spotted by. Yes. No one with the kill, and that's a big one.
Yeah, unexpected find there for sure. RCY was killing a Dominator creep. Sick bait.
Yeah, gotta leave it to Fade, you know?
Yeah.
That's what he was built for.
I think Fade did have his ulti ready, but this was an unclear moment. Because if you ult too early, you expose yourself to Chrono and Black Hole. You want to use it as a counterplay to that. Finally, the AC now arrives for Yams.
How did that take so long to arrive?
His current must have died.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's a big power spike here, of course. Good news for P-Vision fans out there is that Satanic is putting on an absolute farming masterclass. It's so impressive that he has 360 CS this game.
He's only 3k behind an Alp. That is insane.
Given the map control that Wildcard have had and the threats on the map, it doesn't get better than this.
É, o Satanic tá farmando, meu amigo. Olha o tanto de farm que ele tem.
This has become RTS game, man. Creep versus creep, and then they just go their separate ways.
If anybody from the development team of Stormgate are watching, this
Dire
is
are scanning.
inspiration.
Nossa, deu basher, mano. Que azar, cara. Deu basher na BKB, mano. Puta que pariu, cara.
Basically flawless, dies 5 seconds after. Like,
you have power, young man.
Is there something you want?
Que bad luck demais.
Okay. Well, that might be outside my reach.
Okay.
We haven't tried yet.
Radiant are scanning.
I can do smaller things like make you die in a video game.
Isso, já tem ult de novo.
guys? It's your boy
Stays alive.
I love that patience. That was really nice. And they very clearly communicated that he was going to keep baiting.
Ó, a loja de Dominator. Não é possível, cara. Não é possível. Não é possível, cara.
Looks like he changed his mind on the Ags, by the way. Looks like a Yules instead.
We're gonna see the replay here. He's not even really that close to dying. 14 sticks, solar, as well as the essence ring.
É, boys. Cara, vamos combinar um negócio aqui. São 31 minutos de jogo. Foram quantas cronos? Quantas cronos até agora, Frost?
Yeah, well, the prognosis of this game definitely is taking us to a game 3.
Look at this item build for DM. This is a sad sight for Enigma fans.
If we do get there, it's Peevish notoriously have had moments where I'm not going to say they're going to tilt, but I think they are very if you go into the series with the expectation that, I mean, we were saying this is probably the most, on paper, one-sided of the elimination games today. You smash game 1, you lose game 2, it's important that Astini keeps things together as coach there after that game.
He's also
coach, yeah. Well,
maybe a little too much emotion on this team, but we'll see. They can bounce back. Game's not over.
Of course not.
Ducalis has Aghanim Scepter, so Nimbus at the ready.
If it goes late, like I was saying, I still think Wildcard have good solutions against Enigma Void, but with every passing minute, it becomes more and more possible for them to pull it off. Like, you keep if you flatline this net worth lead at like 15,000 for another 15 minutes, then I think the game approaches a 50-50 state. So you still want to exploit the snowballing of your heroes right now if you are the side of Wildcard.
Finally has a bigger item in the form of a BKB.
It is really hard to use.
Basically just have to wait for Golem, it feels
like.
What
else do you buy, though? It's just, I'm trying to think of what, if there's some sort of really cool build he could have gone. I'm just not seeing it. If you were crushing the game, maybe you could have gone Crimson and then pushed.
I'm sure Speed's made a video on that. Maybe we can check that out in between games. Right. Actually, you can all tab right now. Google that. Congregations from 9. Yamson in the pit as Roche not happy about this. No one very close. Only 1,200 away from what I consider to be the literal best Ags in the entire game.
That's your number 1?
Yes.
It is.
It
is definitely.
I feel very strongly about it. I do not play this hero at all.
That makes you very...
That makes me unbiased.
Very qualified
that's
to
the
rank
point of me saying that, okay?
So basically your ranking is how annoying you have it.
From my experience casting games and seeing how big of a power spike that is. As Yamson in the pit.
Bottom
Where's the Dawn Eggs on that list?
It's not top 10. It's there's 100, 30?
Dawn Eggs.
It's top 20 probably.
Okay.
Yamson looks like they're gonna get a free Roche.
It's your list.
Side.
You don't have to be right. You just need to be opinionated.
I think it's a top 10
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, the pros are dumb though.
That's, you know, touche.
Thunder God's Wrath for scouting.
Yep, they'll confirm that Roche is dead after the Roshan is dead announcement.
Yeah, I think just checking if they had smoked. Yeah. Very common move. You would know that if you paid attention in your cast. Show up in the top lane to take care of some of these Eidolons.
Or all of them. I might just let these walk off. No? Nice BKB, son.
Yeah. That's
not gonna help you when you get jumped.
Very hard game.
Primeiro Roshan só dá o Aegis. O segundo Roshan Dá o Aegis e uma bandeira. O estandarte para poder deixar os creeps vulneráveis. Aí o terceiro Roshan dá o Aegis, a bandeira e um fragmento de restauração. Um refresh. Void vai carregar? Eu confio. Eu confio que o Void vai carregar isso aqui.
He is very, very strong. Yep. I mean, is there anyone he can't, like, he can kill everybody in his corner if there's no assistance, I would assume.
Bota a casa na Parivision aí. 1,87, eu peguei 2,20, tá de boa. Botei 50 no 2,20.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dawn has 3,500 health and 30 armor. And Alk has 30 armor and 3k health. So yeah, I don't think he solos anyone except supports. Okay. But he's also not going to solo.
Radiant's middle
É, do Cálice. Você mamou.
Gets the heavenly jump off to Suba, which isn't going to be enough to get away, it seems. RCY joins the party. Another death to call his name.
Isn't high ground time. You have the wave, you have siege creeps, you have all spells ready.
Well,
Aegis.
Chemical Rage is going to be running out. He does have Berserk Potion, of course, as a little pick-me-up.
That's nice against
Radiant's
Ember.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Poke at the high ground.
Banner.
Rogue banner placed. Speed.
Isso aqui, ó. Segundo Roshan dá isso aqui, ó. Estandarte do Roshan. Meu Deus do céu, Absolute Cinema. Morreram os dois, filho. GG, ganhamos. Nossa. Que delícia. Absolute Cinema, cara. Era tudo que a gente precisava. Os caras estavam na vantagem. Tem meia hora que os caras estão na vantagem e eles não finalizam o jogo. Entregaram, pô.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Picking up is massive. And this black hole on 2% HP on the void. They don't get
Dire's structures are fortified.
and even after that.
Meu cash out aqui já tá pagando 100, hein?
Radiant's turret has been killed. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Tá zoando esse Tusk, né? Tá zoando muito, pô. Tira? Que porra de tirar o que, meu filho? Tira que eu vou cagar. Porra de tirar, você tá zoando? Olha aqui quem é o primeiro top ganhando a corrida aqui, cara. Nota de corrida, meu filho. Olha aí, ó. Ganhamos já, pô. Caralho, o Void e o Ember quase que a mesma build, né?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Crazy stuff. They were 20k up. You're gonna see this graph here. That is a pretty significant change. And yeah, now, you know, everything we were praising Wildcard for and the strength of their lineup, I still think this game is absolutely winnable for them because of the solutions they have to Enigma.
Olha o que o Speed tá fazendo, cara.
With the Rax advantage going the way of P-Vision and the scaling they're now acquiring, probably something like a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 favorite at this point.
Mano, olha isso, cara.
Look at his inventory, man. This is filth incarnate. 6 slotted. Going for Shard next. Can go for the Ags, I suppose. And what is this? What is this? What did I miss?
What?
What did I miss here? Did they block these creeps somehow? What happened?
There was a
Radiant
banner down there
are
forever.
scanning.
It's an army of creeps. This is like the old YouTube videos where Chen would just and Urshak would just block the creeps constantly.
So I'm assuming the banner from the push was just sitting there. And the creeps couldn't work out.
I don't know. As we're gonna have
GG Cripple Wave aqui, filho. Ganhamos porque a Cripple Wave dobrou. Nossa, ele quase apertou. Nossa, GM, que merda foi essa, cara? Usou o BKB depois, mano. Coisa patética. Nó. Ué? Parevista perdendo pra Tiririca? Eu não considero que eles estão perdendo, não. Eu considero que a Tiririca tava com uma vantagem por ter um alquimista, né? Só isso, só. Era uma vantagem momentânea ali e já acabou, né? Aqui quem pegou 2x na Parivision nesse jogo aqui tava fácil, pô.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
É melhor ter refresh ao invés de butter? Não. A crono dele tá counterada, pô. Ele tem que bater mesmo, foda-se. A crono dele ali é tipo assim, é na condição de que a Dawbreaker não tem ult. Foda-se a crono. Down de Divine. Patético. Patético. Ela fez essa Divine aí pra ficar bonita no slot do Satanic.
What you're presenting by buying Rapier here is a way to kill Void. It's them saying you cannot win a fight without getting through Satanic first.
Right.
They just keep sending him in front and covering him, and we have to be able to pierce. This offers a solution to that with Starbreaker, but if you do it and Aeon Disc gets proc during the combo, it's all for naught. Actually, we took the Celestial Hammer talent on 25 instead of the Starbreaker cooldown. That could come back to bite him. He has all of the Solar Guardian focused talents and none of the crit and attack ones. So no Luminosity attack required, no crit strike.
Time to get 30.
Starbreaker. Yeah, he needs levels.
He's going for the late game.
Love that.
Smoke from both sides.
Radiant
This
are
fight
scanning.
going to dictate a lot. Of course, P-Vision have the barracks advantage, so they can kind of just sit around to a degree and wait for those creeps to push in. Feels like if P-Vision get this Roche, that might just be it.
How do you kill Void twice, right? They've been struggling so hard to do it one time.
Satanic will be able to get the D-Ward as Roche, very confused in his old age, will exit the pit temporarily.
They need to kill him pretty fast, 20 seconds before
Zeus lutou bem ali, cancelou a blink dele, o Walk vai se stunar. A Crono pra finalizar o Roshan. Tem um queijo ali ainda, filho. O queijo tá lá no chão, refresh. Nossa, Deus. Maceta, maceta. Ganhamos. GG chamado. Bati a bet de kill, né? Que o meu eu peguei era 45. E a betzinha de Parivision. Aí, ó. Delícia, hein? Vamos ver? Olha lá, ó. 50 aqui no 2,22. E cadê o outro?
You can see the joy and the relief, I think, also in P-Vision's faces. They were not interested in playing a third game. And in the wildcard camp, that once it's got a sting, right? You enter TI, or road to TI rather, as
Fecha out aqui, delícia.
tasting. This could actually be possible.
Delícia, hein? Toma. É o Dobras a banca. Aqui, ó. Peguei aqui também, ó. Mapa 2. 44 kills e meio. 1,65. 10. E Pariviso 50. Toma. 2,65. Aí, ó. Tamo bem, né? Começamos com 100 conto. Estamos quase triplicando a banca. Tamo bem, tamo bem. Esperar agora o intervalo, né? Pro próximo jogo. Vai demorar, vai ter um monte de coisa aqui ainda.
Yeah, it may have been a 2-0, but there was a lot of fight within that team. That's what you like to see. And yeah, they should have won this game. It was very close, and you might be able to argue even game 1 was in their control as well. They just need to work on the key fundamentals, really, and this team could be very good. Like, this could have been a potential 2-0 on the side of Wildcard if they just played slightly better, and that's pretty scary, and it's nice to see. And I think teams coming out of North America, we oftentimes don't have a lot of variety, but finally, we have another team from NA coming out that is making some waves here. Usually it was just Shopify every single time here, so good to see Wildcard doing good things, and RCY, yeah, he looks amazing, and hopefully he just continues to practice.
Yeah, you say focus on some key fundamentals. When you look at the series, what exact ones would you have said?
Well, they're definitely going to look at high ground pushing after this one.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't really need to ask about that one, did I?
And it's just basically, you have a lot of good tape now to look at from playing one of the best teams in the world, and that's going to be a confidence boost for them going back into their region for sure. They're going to definitely feel like their goal now is to beat these P-Visions of the world, and that's going to make them much more stronger. But I hope they do stick it out together and just fix these small issues, because they looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, I was really impressed as well by Fade's Dawnbreaker. Like, in the early game, looking at how high his net worth was and how much impact he was having. It's just joy to watch that. I am also really impressed with P-Vision. Like, obviously, it is sad to see Wildcard go, and I think they showed, you know, what they're made of in this tournament to us. But oh my god, to be that far behind, it was so fun to just watch the minimap and see how they were managing to split their heroes around to try and get as much out of the map as possible to keep up net worth. Because Satanic's Void was like right up there with an Alchemist for most of the game, in a game that they're getting destroyed in. I was like, watching the way this man was putting like his Mjolnir active on his Helm of Dom creep and then sending that down lanes, for example, whilst then farming the outer edge of the map and so on and so on. I know this is highlighting no one.
We're getting there.
But for me, Satanic was my MVP, man. The way this guy got farmed, hui!
Easily the MVP. I think this guy carried them 2 games. He straight up carried his team.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, it really was just this patiently waiting for that Anti-Mage to get online. And in this game number 2, it felt the same about the Faceless Void. The same thing can be said props for Wildcard. They did end up slowing that down a little bit. They did end up finding him when he was trying to make that space and farm up and keep a net worth there for himself. But yeah, that high ground push, I don't like, even when we watch the replay fly, I'm still kind of questioning like just exactly how P-Vision could hold that and continue on and actually pull back this game.
I mean, there's a problem when you start winning games. Your mind tends to relax a little bit, and you lose a little bit of focus. And you cannot lose your focus for a single second in this game. Like, we've seen so many teams throw on the high ground. You're playing against Chronosphere and Black Hole, and sure, you have tools to deal with them with Dawnbreaker and Warlock, but if you just walk up together and just get spells on everyone, you're gonna all lose, and that 40k gold swing just goes the other way, and it's a disaster.
Yeah, we are going to look a little bit more at the earlier part of this, right? Because again, it's going to be the last time we're seeing Wildcard here on their road to the international. And so I do think it's fair that we go back, take it a little bit, and really break down this game. Because the first column was where you wanted to look at Fly and the use of it.
This was a bit more critical towards Wildcard, but I think Speed had a fantastic game. He's been part of already 4 kills, and he got a very early level 6 this game. And his first golem usage, I would have liked him to use it to actually get a tower, but he sort of does it defensively, which does help him live, but then he suicides his golem into the tower, which was a bit unfortunate. But Speed was off to a great start, and you usually don't get early level 6 anymore like this, so props to Speed, probably a little better usage, but still.
It's just a random flame clip.
We thought the game was going to go the other way, so it didn't feel as
Like Golem did like 50 damage to that tower.
worth something, right? There was also the lane swap. That's actually something we didn't talk about because of this eventual comeback, right? The ending of this game just really kind of took everyone else over, that we forgot about how good this early game was. The fact that you're able to get an early 6, the fact that they did do this lane swapping to ensure that the Dawn was staying up against the Enigma and making DM really struggle on a comfort hero.
Yeah, DM, he did struggle, but like, that's the nice thing about him, is that even though he is basically spending the entirety of his mid game being snowballed by a Tusk into a Dornal and just dying over and over again, he's doing the same thing that Satanic is, where he's playing like on the edges of the map and trying to farm and sending Eidolons out to lanes. And like, you keep seeing how Wildcard have to send heroes back to like deal with these lanes being pushed in all the time by the Helms, by the Eidolons, and he did get his net worth off and he did get his items, and we see by the end of the game between the Chronosphere and the Black Hole, they had too many threats for them to deal with.
The next part in this game that we would like to look at is for yourself, Fear. This one is something, you know, to highlight P-Vision, that they were never really truly out of it, right?
Definitely not, and this just good movement here. Void took the gate this way, and just highlighting the fact of this Helm Dom and how much utility it has. Satanic bought it, normally faces Void as a hero that is pretty useless, but he provided the creep so 9 class could get in there, get that kill, and then they made the rotations here, and this is where the game was going really well for P-Vision, and a lot of it does have to do with just having great rotations by Satanic here.
Yes, sir. I get like taken away that we are still talking about this game, and you're going to just sit here and watch it there. It's an interesting one. You know that on the other side, the Arc is still farming it up. A lot of us know the in-betweens of what happens from this. They really don't want to sack this top tower, though, Fear. They're not willing to give it up, because after that, maybe not even a minute later, they're fighting there again. It felt like I was watching another replay.
They were just kind of bleeding up there, to be honest with you, because Alchemist was farming and they brought 5 heroes each time. So these are the things good teams are going to do to you, get very active, especially as a carry player, making the decisions when to move on the map. And Satanic did a great job this game of doing so.
Yeah. And the final linchpin, I will say, of what happened in this game that really swung it into P-Vision's favor is, of course, this high ground hold from them, the high ground push that came from the side of Wildcard. Right, you gotta explain to me again, all right? The cast is talking about, we see one replay, but what exactly is happening for Faceless Void to live?
I would need to watch this in like 5% speed to truly understand, but I will give most of the props to this pick-me-up facet on Marcy. Got him so far back into the base, made Wildcard have to extend so far out and saved his life. I think he also then just like throws him as well. Satanic lives on like 1% HP, mostly due to this Marcy, and it lets him get his BKB off his Satanic and get back into the fight. I mean, it could have been devastating if he hadn't, because he did not have buyback.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of an early Dawn ulti here, which caused the issues, right? Because then Enigma gets a 4-man black hole. The Void gets to jump the Warlock because the Warlock wants to interrupt the black hole, but, you know, he gets Chronosphered. So just a series of disasters. Good pick-me-up by 9 class for sure. He did what he had to do. But then it was just that lack of, I don't even know, discipline, I would say, from the side of Wildcard. And that's how you lose games, unfortunately.
Yeah, you kind of realize the fight's turning against you. You want to throw everything towards it. P-Vision, very patient. The patience played off. They get a 2-0 here. They are now secured top 8 at TI. We're going to head on down to Pyrian with one of those victorious players.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. I am here with no one from P-Vision. Congratulations on that win, first of all. Just talk me through that high ground hold in game 2, because it looked like that was the turning point in the game for you.
Ganhas.
It's too shaky, I would say, because Void survived on 100 HP, I would say. I don't know, they jumped us at the high ground. We tried to save him with Marcy, and in the end, it did work out for us, yeah.
So, I mean, I felt like Wildcard were actually kind of maybe took you by surprise a little bit in that game. Do you think that there have been a few teams this TI that have surprised the other teams in how well they've played?
I think on this side there's like 14 teams that can compete. And like, it proves, right? Because Tundra is in lower bracket right now, 2-3, Liquid as well, 2-3, Spirit 2-3, and like, you cannot expect this, but it happened, like, all the, like, China Dota as well is like rising up and like beating everybody, so this TI is like really competitive.
Yeah, it is very competitive. And of course, you've got 3 first-timers here. You've got Satanic, 9class, and Ducalis, their first TI. You've been to a fair few TIs. How are you helping them to adapt to the situation?
I mean, I don't think I need even like to try to, I mean, I don't think I need to help because we have a coach, we have a team environment that like creates and everybody like know what to do and how to deal with some things.
Okay, and also, which teams have impressed you the most? You were just saying there were all these teams could compete. Which team has stood out to you as like, wow, these guys are actually playing some really good Dota?
I mean, of course, Extreme, because we played the Clan War before they started the group stage, and I already said like, oh my god, these guys are good. Because like, you felt it like whole year, they were like, and the first Clan War that we played against them on TI, it was like, they showed a really good Dota, and they proved it. They 4-0.
Fair enough. And last of all, what are your plans for the off days?
Pessoal, essa Liquid fora da playoff. Tristeza, né? Decepção.
The Alchemist last pick because we pick like Faceless with Enigma and they just like wanted to tempo us with Down and Alch, and it was working great for them and they swapped the lane, so yeah.
Liquid, Tundra e Falcons e Spirit, né? Duas séries pica que a gente vai ter agora.
Look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
I appreciate Pierre getting all that information there, and a very well-deserved break for P-Vision before they do continue on in a couple of days at Barclays Arena. And for them, they're like, we actually want to experiment more with what Helm Dom can do. I thought we were already at the limits flight here with 4 of them.
There's 5 coming next time we see these guys. I think they're a very creative team, and you know, it's just fun to see what they're going to bring out. It's cool to have these couple of days to find something new, take this time to really review the game, and yeah, Dota's all about inventing, coming up with new ideas, and this is a team that does it, so I'm very excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, you got to keep pushing yourself, you got to keep proving yourself, and Wildcard, while they don't get the win here, they are eliminated. They definitely proved themselves, and I know someone who would love to sing their praises just a little bit more, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look over what Wildcard did that was so effective in their match because both games, they won the laning stage against one of the best teams in the entire world, which is incredible. Here's one of the ways they did it. Dewarding was fantastic for them. They got both Observer Wards at the start of the game, which is virtually never happens. It's incredible that Big Gnome was able to snipe both of them. Good placements here, checking some obvious spots, and he manages to get the second ward, which is just a great start. It's going to make your mid have slightly better time. This rotation by Speed was obviously very effective. Shadow Ward on a melee hero fighting melee heroes is obviously very good because you're both healing and dealing damage in an AoE. And because he managed to link both of them with the Fatal Bonds, when Ducalis ultimately dies, it's one little imp that no one did not expect here, and as a result, he ends up ceasing to exist. So a really nice double kill there by Speed. Very atypical rotation from the Warlock that normally doesn't pan out very well. Then he played top for a while. He didn't show for quite a long period of time before getting this kill, so they then killed DM and the other side of the map, which is fantastic. Around the 10-minute mark, they had this amazing first fight where their laning advantage was decent, but this combo was incredibly powerful. Cleaning up both heroes super easily, got them a really nice advantage, now up to 2k there. Later on, Ducalis put a very deep ward over here in the jungle. Very normal to do this because you're trying to spot where your opponents are making their movements from. But when he approached the creep wave, he ended up being visible because they must have killed something bad happened there. The trees all died. And as a result, they got a little information that there was a ward. They did also manage to get a little kill out of this using tag team and Dawn spin, which is very, very strong. So later on, Big Num moves over. He's looking for the D ward. He can't find it, and he gets it with the second sentry. So at this point, the vision that P-Vision are dealing with is just really low compared to normal. And as a result, it actually just forces them to have to do things like Zeus ultis just to get vision on the map. So they're not able to use that offensively. They're just trying to avoid and stem some of the bleeding, which does kind of continue happening regardless. They get this really cool solo or double kill on the mid lane on no one that allows them to take the tier 1 tower. And this all kind of just compounds for fight after fight where Wildcard gets to make really good decisions, and their opponents can't really see it coming because they're smoking from weird angles. B-Vision doesn't have very much vision to play around, and it all gave them this really, really nice network lead. So this was not the advantage I expected to see Wildcard get, but they played so well against one of the best teams in the world. They had a great showing. It's a shame that they're going home at this point.
It is when you break it all down like that for us, Purge, which we do appreciate.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge. It's really hard for, I mean, you're someone that played in NA for so long, you still do every now and then on your pubs, but when we say goodbye to Wildcard now, knowing just how well they played that game, an unfortunate loss, any other words out there for the NA hopefuls, players?
Yeah, I mean, just keep it up, keep playing, fix your mistakes, and that's all it takes. Just consistency and stop changing rosters.
Okay, consistency, stop changing rosters. We heard it there from Fear himself. We're only halfway through our day right now. There are still 2 more teams to qualify to make our final top 8 at TI. And, you know, we want to get things rolling, but before we move forward, let's have a look back to before the road to the international playoffs, where Pyrian sat down with Insania.
Hello, I am here with the oldest player at the tournament, Insania. I'm also the oldest person working the tournament, so 2 old men having a chat.
Vlog do TI.
Coming here as the old man, how's that changed your
Muito
mentality
foda.
at all coming into the tournament?
Not really. I've been looking at myself like move up the list over the years. You go on like Wikipedia, you look at I'm like 6, 7 people off. Now like as the years go by, people are like slowly dropping off.
Pois eu vou dar uma olhada.
Still like going strong, and now I finally made it to the top. So
Hell yeah! I mean,
Yeah.
you come in here as a reigning champion.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So how has your guys' season been? Obviously coming here as champions. How has that changed your season, and how would you rate your season overall?
I think we had maybe a little bit of laziness because of winning TI last year. I think this year for us was in many ways quite relaxed up until a point where we were like, okay, like we really need to get our stuff together because it's not happening.
Right.
And I think it was around the times of we played PGL Wallachia, and I remember before one of these events, I had a wedding in Hawaii coming up in June. And I told Nish, like, hey, I really need to make this wedding. My cousin's getting married. It's in Hawaii. I really want to go. And we need to get everything together. And Nisha just looked at me and went, like, don't worry about it. I'll get you there. And in order to be able to go to the wedding, we needed to be directly invited to TI.
Okay.
So then Nisha kicked it into high gear. And I think as soon as he did that, the rest of the team picked up steam. And that kind of fixed our slow start to the season.
So do you think that maybe having a commitment in your diary for a wedding or something like that is a bigger motivator than?
I think Nisha's a good friend, and if you need something from him, he will put in the work and he'll like make sure to push the team forward. So, yeah, I think for him also it's kind of nice to have something to like work towards.
Yeah. What about your expectations for this TI coming here as champions?
Expectations is a funny word. I think I try to like not really have expectations. Obviously, I'm hopeful. I think we're a strong team. We can do well. I think top 3 is within grasp. And then I think everything after that is kind of just who shows up in better form.
Right. And speaking of form, I mean, you feel like the chemistry is good on the team at the moment, but do you feel in your scrims and in your practice like we are really playing at our best? Or do you still think maybe we're going to see the best of you once the serious games start?
Yeah, I think Liquid as a team, just in general, we will probably look at our best somewhere in the playoffs. I think we have this thing with like, okay, I'll just be real honest. I have nothing to fear. Our coach doesn't do any work, right? So he has no idea what's going on until the tournament begins, and then
we're talking about Blitz here.
Yeah. KP and Jabs, amazing.
Yeah.
Blitz, on the other hand, he doesn't really do anything. So he doesn't know what heroes are being played until like he's seen a lot of games happen. And that's usually where Liquid looks quite shaky. I think you can kind of tell from our drafts. And then the longer we go into the event, the more games Blitz has seen and the more ideas he has for like, this is how we want to draft. This is how we want to do things.
So if something doesn't work out, we can blame Will.
Oh yeah. Don't even hesitate.
Perfect.
Like, please go to social media.
Yeah.
And
start a
let
Reddit
Blitz
thread.
know. Yeah. Reddit threads.
Absolutely.
Even if it's not like draft related, make it about the draft.
Probably him anyway. Yeah, fair enough. Now, last question, because I think this is probably the one I'd like to close on.
Cool.
I have heard some rumors, and you've talked about it on your podcast, that you were thinking of calling it a day and retiring from Dota. Either, this year or after TI, next year? What's the deal?
Yeah, so for me, next year would be the absolute maximum. That's like something I set for myself already. It might happen this year. Who knows? I haven't really decided yet. And for now, I just want to try to play the best Dota I can, and then we'll see what happens after.
And what's the reason for this? Is it just you are sick of the lifestyle?
I mean, part of it is like kind of getting tired of traveling, but part of it is also that I think love this game, but there's also more to life than just Dota. And I mean, I think I'll always be interested in what happens in Dota, but just playing it, I think, is kind of reaching the end for me. And I'm kind of looking at other goals in life. You know, I have a girlfriend, kind of develop that into what comes next.
Yeah.
Maybe kids in the future, who knows? So, yeah, just other goals.
Other girls?
Goals.
Other goals.
Goals.
Oh, man. Aiden, thank you so much and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's see if Insania is going for other goals, or maybe after this TI, maybe after next TI, but then he has to get to TI first. He's in the road to the International, and he says that top 3 is within his grasp. We're about to find out if it will be, because it's elimination on the line. A best of 3, Team Liquid and Tundra Esports. I know, I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card when they thought about elimination series on the final day here of the Swiss Road to TI. To talk about all of that and what's coming, I have Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard next to me. Misery, it's Christmas.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Dota Christmas.
Dota Christmas.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, this is the most hype series of the day coming up, both this one and the next one. So yeah, this is extremely hype. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it, Lizard.
Absolutely. Kind of strange to see these two teams, of course, battling it out to go through even, but yeah, I'm expecting some insane Dota in Series 1 and in Series 2, and I'm still waiting for some of these teams to actually show their A-game, like same what Insania was talking about. Like, he expected top 3, that's within reach, and from what I've heard from the guys, like as the tournament was starting, they had high hopes.
Yeah, and then they're right to have these high hopes, Stormstormer, because both of these teams have had such an amazing year.
I mean, they honestly did, right? I mean, they both had multiple tournament winnings. I think for Tundra it was 3 wins, for Liquid it was 2 wins. Yeah, we actually see it on the graphic now. You also see that Tundra was in 10 top 3 finishes and Liquid in 5 of them. And also last year, remember, Liquid won TI. Tundra got 3rd place, and funnily enough, one of the Tundra members, 33, he was on Liquid back then. So these teams are extremely successful over the years, also exists already for quite some time. Liquid especially, right? They exist for over a decade. So yeah, I think it's finally time to show now what they're really capable of.
Yeah, if not now, then when? We gotta put a little asterisk with Tundra. They're not having their entire full roster, but I think they've had a lot of games here already in this road to TI to get accustomed to each other.
Tá zoando aí, cara. Tá findando por quê, meu filho? Você tá zoando?
getting eliminated, right? They have not been looking very hot at this road to the international just yet. Here you see the results that they've had. Liquid losing 2-0 two times and only winning 2-1. Very close series there. On the other hand, Tundra, you know, going 2-3 in total, also losing to three different teams, right? Not what we're used to seeing from these two teams. And to be honest, from watching their games, it has looked really shaky. They did not look like themselves at all. And yeah, I think it really just comes down to who is more prepared today, who wants it more, who is willing, who's able to kind of, you know, come back and bring the form that we know them for.
Yeah, what's really cool as well, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Toby stand in for Team Liquid as well in the last season?
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He's the mercenary.
Yeah, he stood in on one side, now he's playing on the other. I mean, of course, I might be looking a little bit too deep into it, but he's bringing some knowledge, right?
Sure,
and on the other side, of course, you have 33 that won TI with them, like you guys mentioned earlier, just a year ago. So just a lot of cool storylines between these two teams. Definitely not where they're definitely not where we expect them to be, but I'm not sure. I kind of think that Liquid have got it, considering that they do not have a standard. They have the curveball. Let's put it that way.
They definitely have thrown some curveballs. We also got to look at the trends that maybe they have or have not been able to follow from other teams that are doing well. And one of the bigger trends is game time, average game time. Because Mystery, this is a very big difference between these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, it's not that many games, but it still tells a story, right? That the average game time for Liquid is a bit higher, and the win as well. Like when Tundra wins, it's pretty early on in the game, right? They maybe capitalize on some 33 Su type of hero, some Dominators, and they really stomp the game, whereas Liquid, however, takes a little bit longer. And then the unique heroes here is kind of interesting, I think. The fact that they've played 39 and 35 unique heroes in this few days, right? Whereas other teams are only hovering around 30 here, as we can see. And these are the qualified teams. So that also tells a story that perhaps they're not really sure what their own identity is, what's really working for them. At least there's a lot of new heroes every series, right? I agree with Lizard though. They did seem towards the end start picking Leshrac and Puck a bit earlier, and like kind of going back to some of the true niche heroes and maybe finding that. But interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what these teams are going to have for us today.
You know what I really like as well? Like you mentioned the average game times. Like when you think about it, most of these teams in the tournament are currently the winning ones, at least.
Yeah.
The ones that are true have played really long games.
True,
that has been their forte, right? Like take the games long, split the map, farm the map, and maybe that's something that Tundra kind of lacked. I feel like sometimes they prepare themselves for the late game, but sometimes they overdo it, like their series versus Heroic. I think they had a Tinker and an Anti-Mage as well.
So for future matches, we can always go to the team's favorite that has the longest average game time. I think that's the theme of this TI so far.
I mean, so far, yeah, it has been.
I think when the games end early, it's often because teams make too big mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Too many mistakes. They feed away too many kills. They take bad fights, things like that. When we see these long games extend, it is because both teams are playing so disciplined and so well. And yeah, I mean, let's see what we got going here. It's a draft starting, and we got an Invoker.
This is the very first day, Stormer, when we were watching the opening of the Road to TI. Tundra was obviously still doing pretty well in that one, especially in their first series, where this was the hero that they won with, and ever since we saw it banned frequently. The fact that Liquid let it through here for Tundra. BZM with the Helm of the Dominator first item, Invoker, has been doing well.
Yeah, and he also, we just saw it on the screen, right? He has 100% win rate so far. So other teams even copied it. We saw P-Vision especially. They copied it and already picked it 2 or maybe even 3 times for no one as well. Obviously, Liquid is aware of this. They should have seen this coming because it is. You can see the pattern quite easily, right? They're gonna pick this hero if it has 100% rate on them.
Yeah.
So curious to see what the answer is gonna be, because high chance you just pick the niche hero here, right? You know what's coming for you.
What could that be then? I mean, the Puck is already banned.
Ember. I would say it's almost guaranteed Ember, because Liquid has always been rolling really well that here. Okay, I'm wrong. It's Disruptor.
I mean, Ember might come later, but they just choose to take it a bit more slow, right? Like we sometimes see teams do. instead
No
of
way.
jumping the gun with the core pick.
Yeah, probably Nisha is saying like, okay, there are multiple on even level heroes that I would like to play into the Invoker. Let's take the Disruptor first, because we've also seen that this hero has been popping off on this event so far, and it is one of the, if not the most contested post 5. Most picked hero?
It's the most picked. Also, Liquid has played, I think, 6 games of this is the one hero they keep picking actually.
And they're not the only ones. I feel like this hero has kind of quietly crept into the meta, and everyone just started picking him. No matter what the enemy team first phases, I feel like Disruptor is an alright hero to pick. You don't really show a lot. With Invoker, you're showing a lot, right, on the other side. Meanwhile, the Disruptor is just a stable position 5. It's a really strong laner. It's good catch. And the silence from the ulti, of course, later down the path with the Aghanims can always scale.
I must say the one criticism I have towards this is that, in my opinion, it doesn't really give too much response to the Invoker. Usually mid lane heroes who don't like to play against Disruptor are elusive heroes. Let's name the Ember, the Quap, the Puck, the Storm. Invoker, even with this Tommy build, is quite a summon hero even. And Disruptor, generally speaking, doesn't trade too well into those, but Liquid is gonna have to reason.
What do you hate playing into as Invoker?
Well, I would still say that the Ember Spirit is something that Liquid should be looking at here. He generally speaking, he's not that good
No, banned.
Never mind, it's banned. Yeah, mobile heroes are usually quite good against Invoker because all of the spells, they kill immobile heroes quite easily with the Meteor, with the Tornado setup, but if you're a bit elusive, it can be harder to track them down. So now with Ember and Puck being banned already, the pool of heroes is getting a little bit smaller. There's something like a Void Spirit that also comes to mind. I think personally it's a tier below the Ember Spirit, but Nisha has been playing that before.
Could we see a Nisha Sanking? Is that something that they might bust out here? Because it's kind of a little bit limited to at least the meta heroes. It is Void Spirit like you mentioned, but apart from that, it's like what, Primal Beast? He's not the best against Invoker, right? And then you have the potential Sanking.
It's something that Spirit tried, they lost with it. Again, I mean, it was exactly the matchup against Tundra's BZM Invoker. They tried the Sanking, they lost with it. It's still a very good hero, obviously. The mid lane matchup will be kind of 50-50. Both people get basically what they want. It's just, usually when you see the mid lane matchup, right, you want to try to capitalize on it a little bit. You want to try to get an edge on the mid and not really aim for 50-50.
What if you had some good old Magic SF on that mid lane with some melee position 4? Is that doable? Never mind, there's gonna go with
the Sanking. Misery, you got it. I mean, yeah, it goes really well hand in hand with the Disruptor as well. Once he has a Blink Dagger timing and Disruptor's level 6, those two heroes can always pair up, go for smoke gangs, look for openings, and generally speaking, be a threat to anybody who's throwing on a wave.
So we feel like Liquid answered this well.
I think they didn't really address the Invoker too much. I think they're just drafting something that's solid for themselves, something that's also open. They have a lot of stun, they have a lot of catch, team fight. Like, they have a lot of boxes ticked already with the first 2 picks, which is a really good thing when you're a second pick. But I don't think they really addressed the BZM Invoker just yet. I also want to mention that Tiny is still in the pool, which is a hero that could be really good for Tundra here.
It's also exceptional with Invoker. It's one of the few heroes in the laning stage that has enough stun duration to set up the Sunstreak reliably with both Toss and Ava. And they have ran this combo before. Usually Saxa is playing either Shadow Shaman or Tiny to set up for Invoker Sunstrike spells.
Could also be a Nyx Assassin maybe, but I think why would you Nyx if there is a Tiny?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, okay, you can keep going. You're laning everything. I'm just... No, this is a really good pick with Invoker.
So let's think about Liquid. What are you looking at here? You probably, I mean, either you want to keep it open so Saberlight can play the Sanking somehow. So you pick the Mickey hero plus the Boxy hero perhaps, and then you keep it open for the last pick. Or you can just pick Saberlight plus Boxy, strong dual lane now, and then last pick Mickey. I feel like that's the 2 options that you kind of have to choose from here.
I guess I also have to do the homework. Okay, what heroes does Crystallis have on the 18th pick that could be threatening here?
Yeah.
A niche pick that is here on the 8th pick available for them is the Bloodseeker. We've some come out earlier because there's already a Sanking who's affected by Rupture. So I'm just throwing it out there. If they would pick something like a Pangoli or something, they should not do that against Crystallis in particular.
Sure.
They will obviously not do it because there's also a Pakna and Tundra's lineup.
Seeing that there's this Invoker in the pool, I guess you're not really worried about... They go with the Monkey King. That's also a hero that you're kind of taking away from Remco and you're picking it for yourself, right? Like, that's nice. But...
It's also a flex again, right? It could be Nisha, it could be Mickey, right? Leaving it the Sanking still flexible somewhat.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, now they're gonna pair this up with a Boxy hero or an Insania hero, and basically everything is open.
There's no way that they combo like some Invoker with Faceless Void, right? Like I'm seeing Disruptor, it's kind of difficult, but it's...
I think Tundra has a lot of options. I think they could even go for the Anti-Mage that we saw earlier. I think this hero is rising in popularity. There's the Faceless Void, like you said. There's a lot of stuns and a lot of catch, but the fact that you have the Chronosphere, you have a Invoker, right, with the Cataclysm, and you have a Prognosis to secure the lane, it is definitely an option.
And they kind of play the similar way, right? Like you get the Invoker, you get the Faceless Void, both of them are buying Helm of Dominator. Like you have the early game aggression, and later on down the path you have this unbeatable team fight.
What about 33 though? Like his hero pool is
targeted,
kind of banned out a little bit right now.
A hero that is still in the pool
Darkseer?
is Darkseer. Yes, I was about to mention. I'm not really sure about the interactions in the lane. I mean, you do play against Glimpse, but we also saw in the series before that he actually instantly 9-picked a Darkseer into a Sanking because he values that matchup. You buy the pipe, you buy the auras. So he's definitely looking at it. It's just a question. Okay, I mean, here we go with the Darkseer.
I feel like you mentioned Disruptor, but a lot of players do not care anymore. Like I see this Darkseer being picked into Disruptor anyway, very often. So you have the Tiny, you have the kill potential from level 3, like you said, and the creep skipping is always there.
Yeah, and Darkseer has always looked like a very strong hero if you survive the laning stage. I mean, his weakness are the first 2 levels, and if that is not being punished, I can see huge value coming out of
Another Dominator, by the way.
Yeah. Also, 2 Dominators already on Invoker and Darkseer. High chance coming.
We just saw a Warlock Dominator, so...
No, we saw Monkey King Dominator. I mean, we saw 4 Dominators on P-Vision. I think they would buy it on, I don't know, Pugna.
Liquid has no Dominator heroes right now, at least. Right? Unless you're gonna go for something on Hoodwink or I don't know.
There's no way they play Dom. None of those 4 heroes can play Dominator. I would go crazy.
Well,
does that mean that you want them to go for a different offlaner that can build into that, or are we happy with an offlaner in the Sand King?
They will probably just try to round up the draft nicely. They're not gonna look at the Dom item specifically. But it would be quite funny if you had that as a strong condition in your draft.
Like we need team fight, we need a stun, we need someone that built the Dominator.
So Razor is a hero.
Abaddon.
We might see Abaddon, yeah. It's pretty good here, I think.
You profit off the surge. It's very strong alacrity synergy. You also cannot die to Epicenter. And they ran it before on Crystallis. There's also the Anti-Mage that you mentioned earlier, Lizard.
Yeah.
However, I think that is not the easiest game because every single hero in Liquid does have lockdown. And the static field is always a threat as well.
If they knew that Sand King was offlane, it wouldn't be that terrible, but...
Then it would be quite different, yeah.
But like this, with the flex on Sand King, it's kind of hard to commit into that Anti-Mage. But I do like your Abaddon call. I think that's maybe the easiest one to go for.
I think it's also one of the heroes actually Crystallis has the most success with.
Yes.
So far, when I've seen it.
There's like one thing that he needs to worry about, and that's the break plus silence, because they do have exactly that combo. You have the Hoodwink with the break.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Silence.
They can actually threaten to kill him without his ult popping
So Abaddon can fall against these 4 heroes, even without popping his ulti.
There's also Sven. Sven looks pretty decent here as well.
It will be the Night Stalker that is the final ban coming out from Tundra, and they will be the last one, or they're picking their last hero.
That's a really cool ban, by the way. I need to say that Liquid would play so damn fast with the Night Stalker. You'd be playing into Invoker, into a Pugna, into a Darkseer as well. It's annoying to play against that AoE silence.
Yeah, and I think Saberlight has a lot of Aegis steals with that hero as well in some of the tournaments they won.
I like your Sven call, by the way. I feel like another setup, another stun with Invoker, and overall just looks like a very strong hero. But nope, it's a Bloodseeker.
It's Bloodseeker instead, okay. I mean, obviously here the Rupture is very effective against the Sand King. In some way also against Monkey King, you cannot use your shard to jump out of the fight anymore. It is also very strong alacrity synergy with the Invoker. However, he's not one of those tanky boys like the Abaddon or the Sven. He can also just die to one Epicenter with follow-up.
It's absolutely his full comfort zone, right? Like the only thing that I'm worried about is before when they were playing this Bloodseeker, like I could see an instant reason why. Here, sure, there are some benefits to the Bloodseeker, but I don't think it's nearly
it's less obvious, right?
Yeah, it's not nearly as good of a game like when he was playing versus Pango plus Weaver a few days ago.
They did have Darkseer with it, and I do think that this hero adds something to their overall lineup.
Another Helm of Dawn?
What did he go?
Does he actually go dumb? Nah, he went Maelstrom
right?
BKB.
Maelstrom,
It must
yep.
be. That must be the case because he needs that item to deal damage. He needs the spell lamp synergy.
Underlord.
It's a good Pit of Malice game. The Pit can lock them down with the Surge, with the fast-moving Bloodseeker. It's also very good follow-up when you have the Nisha plus Insania combo running around. You now have some global presence. It rounds up the draft quite nicely.
Yeah, I also think that the Monkey King carry here with the Disruptor against Darkseid has the potential to pop off, right? I think that should be a very good lane for Monkey. And if he has a good game, he can easily rotate to the gate and create chaos. Liquid has a very fast lineup with a lot of slow cooldown spells, a lot of damage early game. So I think Thunder needs to be careful they don't get rolled over here. But at the same time, I think when Thunder gets their core items online, it's not that easy for Liquid to team fight into them.
There's also one core item for Liquid that is very effective in this game in particular, and that is the Nullifier against the Surge, against the Partner Decrepify. And I think this is going to be an item that Mickey is going to pick up very early here, probably third or fourth item.
Yeah, Nullifier early on, maybe some Yule Scepter on someone as well, for sure. I feel like for Team Liquid, this is, again, for Saberlight, a pipe game, right? Like a game in which you need to get all the auras. I'm not sure if he's going to go for a Helm of Dominator or not. I'd like to see auras instead, just to prevent all these early game pickoffs that they will be making with Tiny plus Invoker.
Very interesting drafts.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, can't wait to see how this one plays out.
Oh, it's so diplomatic.
Really? Oh, I think it's pretty even.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty even.
I mean, I will go with the Invoker show a little bit. I don't think the hero has been properly answered enough. I think it's quite a free Invoker game with what he has got going for him. So I'm going to keep going with the BZM show. It's going to be a 4-0.
I didn't doubt it that you would go for the Invoker regardless.
Double down.
Let's see
So far.
who takes game one of this best of 3 with Cap and SVG.
This is the last chance for one of these teams to qualify for the International, which is fitting because back in 2021's TI, 5 players inside of this match were part of that infamous last chance qualifier. Nisha and Chrysalis were on Team Secret. They were teammates then, now they...
I feel nothing. DB, 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 DB.
By God! By God Almighty! They killed him!
Gay bow bow. Well, hey everybody, hop on in. Gay bow bow.
We don't make mistakes.
I'm not toxic. It's cool. Want to share a tango with me? Just kidding.
Guys, I'm so strong right now. Oh, jeez.
Tormentor.
Então é isso. Bora. Começou. Vamos ver o que vamos ter aqui de bets para esse jogo da Liquid. Delícia, né? Amor, apostei 50 na Parivision. Apostei 50 na Parivision numa odd valendo de 2. R$10. Delícia.
The battle begins.
Ainda não. 265.
Well, today anyway.
All things fall.
On the pit, you throw it on the Wukong, Sandstorm around a Roshan, glimpse people into it. You're likely going to win that fight if you are all there together and hit the right target. I think Tundra's a lot higher execution. Maybe the ceiling's a little higher, like with this Invoker dancing on kids, but I can also see this Bloodseeker struggle. Like, this is a game where it's a Crystal especially, but like the panel said, there's no direct counter pick. There's no Pango you're shutting down. There's no mobile hero that you're really rupturing. And the Monkey King matchup can be really rough. Again, if Liquid can just plant their heroes in an area or an objective, drop the Wukong, very difficult sometimes for Bloodseeker to run into that type of setup. And there's not a lot of damage to throw out to enable the thirst in this game. Yeah, that's my big concern. Puts a lot more pressure on the Sansa Tiny and this Invoker.
Liquid trying to get a bit aggressive there. Turn back around, double ion shell, but a whipped vacuum from 33.
You don't see that often.
No, you don't. I think this matchup, lane, is so interesting because last year's Liquid, how often did we say, oh man, the off lane of Liquid, they're killing it, but it's their safe lane that was a liability for them so often. But when TI came around, that safe lane showed up and was a large reason why they were able to claim the Aegis in the first place. A lot of people pointed to Mickey and how good he got within that season as a large reason why Liquid walked away the victors.
I mean, it's just crazy one of these teams is going home here. I don't think anybody would have predicted this.
It's last year's TI winners versus the most successful regular season team, right? Tundra was at 7 different finals this season. They claimed 3 different first places. Like, they were the most successful team. How are they in this elimination spot? Well, Whitemon was certainly a large component of this team's success. And, I mean, even before that, 33 himself said that this is a team that they felt like here by Saberlight and Boxy. Liquid already 2-0 up in the laning phase.
It's such a strong laning phase for them. They have good matchups. The Sand King's just going to push out the mid. They got the counter pick first, the Bloodseeker lane. This Darkseer's against Monkey King, a notoriously difficult matchup, and arguably one of the better Monkey King players in the world. If Liquid can pull this game out, it sets them up really well for the series because, again, you are trying to build hero pools for your players right now. It's one of the strengths of Liquid. The more theory they play, the more they understand how they want to draft, what they want to pick, the better they get. A win with this style of draft that can play fast, can combine quickly around the map, can get stuff going, fights happening. It's the exact style of lineup they want to play. So therefore, if they can find success with it, it's a great way to start the series further.
Aisha's just being super aggro against BZM because he has the Sentry advantage. He's really been pushing that. And
he's going Helma Dom.
Why not?
No, I'm kidding. I got you. You believed it for a second.
I did. I actually fully bit that.
I mean, I'll get somebody at least once every time. You know, you could say any mid hero is going to go Helma Dom.
I mean, it was that 7 Helma Doms or whatever craziness we had in that previous series that really
Radiant
got me
structures are
Well, that's why I
fortified.
was watching that series. Everyone's complaining about the Helma Dom. I'm thinking, we haven't had Tundra play yet today.
Crystal has got a lot of movement speed and such. Was that off the mark there?
A little bit.
Just on the edge. Still, Saberlight and Boxy will walk away pretty worse for wear. Healing salve for Boxy. And the creep wave is pushing into Saberlight, so they'll be okay.
At least you get some thirst going here, but a couple spells off the mark early for Tundra. Maybe, you know, little jitters, got to warm up a little bit.
I think that's concerning to me because, you know, draft aside, you know, what you do in the game is so important, and putting players on comfort heroes in elimination matches, I think is a really good way to start out the series. That is a little sad. And you've got a Crystallis Classic, where they have struggled to find what his hero is for this TI, right? They even picked a Razor, and it didn't work for them.
That's not a Razor meta. We just haven't seen anybody perform.
We've got BZM back on his Invoker, which is kind of his namesake at this point in time, this meta. We've had Invoker players come and go, but I feel like BZM's the best of the current batch.
Oh, it's his best hero right now for sure, and you could first pick it. Definitely sends a message. I don't think Liquid addressed the Invoker too hard either, as the panel said. This is a pretty good Invoker game, especially for first pick Invoker. Like, there's not a lot of counterplay. Your Monkey is maybe the best bet at getting on top of him, but Monkey is also a hero that really suffers against the Invoker control in the fight, that disarms the tornadoes, the ice wall. You can BKB, you can refresh your BKB in the late game to bypass it, but sometimes it can be difficult if those fights get drawn out, and BZM is a master of that. Trying to deny this.
Look at all the heroes coming in. 33 came over with Soxa to secure the power route. That is crazy.
Did not want to give it to the Sand King.
They're still on the as Tundra did bring a lot of heroes, but only one hero at the bottom lane, which was Toby, outnumbered 3-1.
Very slow start in this game for Tundra. Maybe Helmet Dom on the Invoker, you get some more levels on BZM. Start picking up some kills with Sunstrike, it could speed it up, but that top lane was tough for the Darkseer. The Bloodseeker didn't find any of those extra kills bottom. There's not a lot of thirst being built up, chipping these heroes down, and the stacks are being built from Liquid. If Tundra can get in here and steal some of this, that would be a big move.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's the best hero to address the Invoker. Why not the Say you can't follow up with those. That's a lot of initiation reverse that should address. There's a kill. There's a kill on the board. Nice little push in there. They're wrapping around. They can even go triangle now. That's true. They got a nice nice ward to play around here.
I think
the
the Sand
block
King,
the ancient stack.
He is another hero that can jump backliners, but I feel like in some sense, I mean, Sand King's either going to do that to somebody or he's not. Like, he can always use his whole kit, jump somebody and kill them, but I think to reach and find Invoker for Sand King tends to be a little more difficult. If he's a monkey, you can leap on him, you can BKB, and you can just commit, try and bring him down with Nullifier or something in this style of game. It's a little harder for Sand King. Darkseer comes in, gives you some auras.
Misha not going to be able to get it off thanks to the cold snap from BZ and protecting him. Tornado at the same time an avalanche. Not great between Tundra, Saksa, and BZM.
This mid lane is a brawl. This is... I think Liquid feel like they're playing against Game and Gladiators again. It's just tri-lane mid against tri-lane mid.
Yeah, and Mickey thinks he's playing PvE because 33 hasn't even been in the lane. He's been clearing out neutrals half the time. Highest net worth in the game by far, and he's got a ton of denies.
This is the issue. I mean, you can jungle, but it's not nearly as fast as what this Monkey King is getting out of this early game, and that's a big concern for Tundra. Again, you cannot rely on this Bloodseeker to help win this Monkey King matchup. It's just not something you're going to overcome. It's even more pressure on the Invoker in this game.
Which means Chrysalis needs to be careful, right? Because we've seen Mickey, he does like to do the gate rotations. He hasn't done one yet.
I mean, I think he's just having such a good time. Sure. Why risk a perfect game right now? This Monkey King can do whatever he wants.
Why quit a good thing? Nisha, I do think Tundra did a really good job of punishing the first
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The ancient stack is still going to go the way of Nisha. They can get a little bit of it. They got one last hit.
Dire's structures are falling.
This is not too bad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Against a disruptor. Inevitably, somebody is going to be glimpse picked off.
They got one creep out of that camp. XP. He's going to rotate in mid, but not a kill he's going to secure on his own. Maybe with some help.
One grenade, and then as he's done, they make sure to land the push down. Thanks to Toby, a good sacrifice. They put Xenia lower down that one. Got it back up just in time to secure the mid kill.
That's a super nice rotation from Mickey. He's having a free game. Well, it's even freer now. Now he's taking it to the biggest counter, slowing down the
really in trouble though, trying to get the toss on him so they can get the
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well played. He overstepped himself.
That's the one
Dire
combo they
are
have
scanning.
to guarantee, you know, some thirst activation, use this rupture. Doesn't really matter who your rupture target is if you can toss him back. This has been a really slow early game for Saksa, just not finding those little openings he wants. The Darkseer had to go jungle early, so he had to give up that lane pressure.
Gets bursted down by the meteor, and look at the use of the hurricane from BZM. BZM, the master of all elements.
Dire's middle tower has
meteor
fallen.
Drop, little cold snap action, tornado if need be, and a hurricane from the creep.
That was beautiful usage.
No matter where he goes in the river, apparently Liquid will always be there to kill him.
He has had a rough time trying to secure some of these runes and at least some control for BZM.
A gift from the
Overall, though, you look at the net worth, like where this Invoker's sitting, it's not too bad for Tundra.
No, not at all.
Considering how wonky a lot of these rune fights were, and you're going up against Hoodwink Disruptor, pretty strong in these early points with all the levels, especially Insignia having the early level 6. It's been a clunky game for them, but they're in an okay position, barring what Mickey can do with all this early farm. He already has Echo Saber right out. Hold a quick Liquid will kill.
Nice pickup. It's Crystallis who makes
Dyer's
the first
top
run
tower
through the
is
game.
under attack.
Probably trying to find the Monkey King, but instead it runs into Insania.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
Liquid need to
Dyer's
keep
top
finding
tower
little
is under
connections,
attack.
combinations around the map, outnumbering Tundra. That's where their lineup will thrive, especially if you can get the Underlord to gate in on a certain play. around the mid lane.
Dyer's top tower has fallen.
I mean, he's doing all right, but frankly, he's not really looking like himself when it comes to these usually perfect spell casting.
So many stacks going into this man right here. And it's Blink done. See if Liquid make a smoke with this, or if they feel like going into Tundra is too risky with everybody available to respond. They have the connection capability though with this Monkey, and they do instant smoke it.
Where do you want to go with this smoke? Who is the most important person to shut down of these cores?
You want to go on Invoker or Bloodseeker, one of those two. These are the two damage dealers for Tundra. Darkseer's going to play a utility role, slowing him down, not that relevant. He doesn't have great wall targets this game anyway to scale on his own.
Are scanning.
You want to shut down the primary scalers and damage dealers. It's always going to be these two. They are looking for Crystallis down here, but they're a little late. Little late to the party. He finished Maelstrom. He's already out of here. Nice read from him. And this is all time for 33 to recover. Gotta remember, like this Darkseer, he's in the bottom
Radiant's
left of the map.
bottom tower
He
is
has
under attack.
With Ion Shell pushing in that top lane, he's effectively getting a lot of CS off the board right now.
Yeah, as soon as he got that helmet dom, his
Radiant
network is starting to
structures are
recover. He's actually
fortified.
catching back up to Saber.
Radiant's
This is a
bottom
real
tower
dom
is
hero,
under
you know?
attack.
This isn't a fake Dominator. This is a hero that you would normally buy it on in a lot of metas. For this reason, Tundra eyeing up Saberlight bottom.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Como assim, cara? Perdi game do Astine, eu ganhei 50 no game do Astine. Ganhei 65. Game do Astine já pagou o dia já, filho.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Eu queria pegar mais alguma coisa nesse jogo aqui, mas esse jogo aqui tá muito ruim.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
57 kills, pô, muita coisa.
The differential you're trying to make up here. Good fight for Crystallis, though. Finally get that Rupture Toss connection. Again, the Darkseer is going to continue to recover really well here with the wave pulling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And ultimately,
Are
your
scanning.
five-man teamfight as Tundra is not going to be as strong until the Darkseer joins those skirmishes.
Yeah.
And he has some auras to offer. It's a really good pipe game for the Darkseer. I think that's going to be the first choice here for 33. See if he opts for anything else, but, you know, Glimmer Capes as well. Like, if Tundra can get up 1 or 2 Glimmer Capes, Liquid are going to hit this mid-game point where you hit that valley with the Sand King. He's just all magic damage. If you get Pipe, Glimmers, Mage Slayer, whatever the item of the meta is up, you reduce his damage output in the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Mid-game strength is going to be a big problem, but you can kite the Monkey King a little bit in this game. You have Decrep, you have some toss mechanics, you have Surge, you have a really fast Bloodseeker. You have ways to get out of Wukong, even if Mickey hasn't really BKB. You know, he's not going to be able to chase you infinitely. So I think there's a route to winning mid-game fights against Liquid's insane team fight-oriented draft. That said, they will have auras of their own.
On the offensive side of things, right, it may be a bad wall game, but it is a great vacuum game, right? Bloodright, Avalanche, Meteor, the biggest one, I think, from the Invoke. The highest potential combo damage here from Tundra. Liquid got to be really careful in their position in team fights. One good vacuum could just be a team fight.
You do not want to clump. You want to be the ones chasing Tundra down, getting the glimpses, going on the big damage dealer, so that even if the vacuum comes in, the damage is already done, particularly if you have early BKBs.
If Liquid do come, I mean, that's on them, right? They've got heroes that can really spread out in a team fight. Monkey King, Sand King, like highly mobile heroes that like to hit from angles you're not expecting.
They can space it pretty well. They can also throw this break into the Bloodseeker. Really annoying for them in the middle of fights.
Oh, from the Hoodwink?
Yeah. Like, you just get shot from this, you lose a bunch of move speed. It's...
Yeah.
You feel it. That's another tool that they have. Look for this long-range burst damage that can come out, and of course you have that boomerang combo with the Sand King. Like Hoodwink Sand King, amp up all that magic damage. It's just straight
Dire's
nasty.
bottom tower is under attack.
Well, because of the helmet dom, it means pipe first for the Liquid lineup. Saberlight has his.
Radiant are
Liquid are
scanning.
going to four-man smoke with the
Dire's
Underlord ready to
bottom
join
tower
them thanks
is
to
under
his
attack.
global.
Ué, tô de boa. Tamo assistindo o jogo, velho. O que você quer? Tamo comentando. Nossa, pipe, hein?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now Liquid may be set up to get some tower damage, or they just back up and farm.
Awkward fight for Tundra. I mean, Liquid end up clumping on that choke point. The spell usage looks great.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
is
tanks
under
it all
attack.
up. Not enough to punch through this. Really nice aura timing from Liquid. They'll gain a little lead out of this. Continue to snowball that Monkey King. And that was probably the one fight where Tundra had an opportunity to punish Mickey on this item buildup as he pushes towards the BKB because he's going to have it for the rest of the game. That was your one window to put some spell damage into this guy. His game is just so fast here. 502, 150 CS, level 12.
Now we watched Pure's Monkey King go for the early Radiance. This one is a very early game and much more defensive build. Echo Saber into BKB. We want to talk about like the differences mentality-wise between these two builds.
I mean, Pure is going to be a little greedier always.
Sure.
He's going to want to scale. He's going to want to farm, take more of the farm off the map. Mickey's going to play for the fights. He's always going to think about what that 5-man fight looks like because the team is expecting him to always connect to those plays and be there. So he has to hit earlier times. He has to have an item build that comes online and can punch with the team at the 12-minute mark, at the 16-minute mark, at that 20. Like, he can't go some Radiance into whatever and AFK farm for 30 minutes, you know?
I do think that while it fits Liquid's style, I can't help but thinking that Radiance looks so good because they were matched up against Helma Doms, and the way that P-Vision was playing against them just pushed
Sim, cara, sim.
it ended up being just perfect for the game.
É o melhor invoque do mundo, sim, pô. Cansado desse BZM.
The Radiance feels good because you farm up, you disassemble it, you go into this nullifier later. Right, like the natural item progression scale-wise feels amazing because it builds into everything you want and you get the farm rate early. I do think this build looks generally
Patético essa build aqui, cara.
If you go this build and you use it to win fights, it makes your team overall stronger. It puts your team in a better position. That's how Liquid like to play. It's a style choice. Of course, you have to execute.
And a style that 33 is going to be very aware of. Strike. That was just
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
throwing everything. Thanks to the disruptor again. Pickup of the disruptor is doing wonders from you.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting a lot of these extra kills if they don't have the glimpse. I mean, I guess Underlord is also your way to deal with some of this dot pressure. You can deal with the split push threat, still join the fights.
Yeah.
Just soak up the farm. You're seeing all of Liquid's cores continue to climb this chart.
There'll be another source of
O negócio tá muito grande, cara. Vai ser difícil demais o time da Tundra fazer alguma coisa. Deixa eu ver aqui. Em 30 no mapa 1, né?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This is just Tundra routing the map, trying to get to some sort
Radiant's
of item time
top
where they can
tower
fight
is
back,
under
maybe
attack.
around the Bloodseeker BKB. There's the pipe for the Darkseer.
Oh, Toby, he's going to put a lot on the tower and he gets
Dire's
it.
bottom
Nice little
tower
snipe.
has fallen.
That's 20
Radiant's
minute mark,
top
so you gotta think
tower
about the
is under
Tormentor 2
attack.
Liquid just already
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Tormentor tries to snipe it. And not the best shard. They definitely wanted the boomerang over this one.
Ó, eu apostei aqui na Liquid porque ela vai ganhar o mapa 1 e a série. Então a odd tá 1,53. Eu peguei essa bet aqui, hein? Quem tiver aí, se tiver aí o Dominators na Kick. Combo. Só vai lá em combos. Cadê, man? Você falou que hoje tava off, man. Bora comentar o TI aí, cara. O que você tá fazendo? Não, eu já não aguento mais ver Dominators também, cara. Insuportável, patético essa build. Eu me recuso. Me recuso, jamais farei uma coisa dessa aqui.
Radiant are scanning.
I think so much of Thunder's gameplay here revolves around the tiny, like the tosses. Good toss targets.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Boa, boa. Vou no Discord então, bora.
132 gold from player controlled units.
Time I've seen it go straight into Liquid's hands. Quick smoke from Tundra though might not be a move Liquid expect as they were busy killing the Dominators. Is it before the BKB goes on? No.
They can control him though, and he'll just TP away.
Yeah, that is something that can almost always happen in this game. They look at a Blood Seeker or something. No BKB control in this lineup. It is pretty bad.
I do feel like Tundra's weathered through this timing though, not too bad. I mean, it's only a 5,000 net worth lead, and we're getting closer to the BKB. But doesn't actually keep anybody inside of it. Still going for Misha. A strike on the mark. It's not going to be enough damage. Not quite yet. And Essence Ring gives him the extra boost. He's got a burst strike up. He tries to go for the kill, and he got it. And now a toss back.
É o Zika.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
É, boys.
You're able to take the Sand King down with the final punch off the Dark Sword. That was as close as it gets. Look towards Soxa. I mean, he has done this before. This is one of the things that won him his TI ring on that previous Tiny squad. These guys know how to play around the support Tiny so damn well, and this guy is one of the best support Tinys to ever play this game. He will find the toss back for you in the fight, and if you don't shut him down, if you don't commit big ults to bring this Tiny down, he's going to keep doing it over and over and over, and there isn't really a good reply to this style of gameplay that Liquid have, other than they jump Tundra first and they just force the fight in a situation where the Tiny has to go into the massive AoE that they have. If he's chasing you down one by one, Tundra are going to be really happy in that kind of situation.
The wave cutting continues. So Liquid get 5 catching side of Tundra. Chrysalis now has a BKB, so not nearly the same kind of threat. He can play a bit more aggressively out on the map, and obviously he's a much bigger threat. Could catch the boxing. Finds Tony once again. Glimmer King, they have.
Unstoppable. Next time, try not to die.
Perfect game for Mickey continues.
Radiant
6-0.
are scanning.
It just means he's worth a lot of gold when he dies.
Yeah, he really. It does feel like the Monkey King goes down this game. Yeah, it's going to be a big net worth swing with what happens on the map. Nonetheless, Liquid continue to scale up. They have the Underlord Axe. There's the BKB on the Sand King. I mean, they're ready to take the 5-on-5.
He did get quite the reaction out of Liquid, though.
That's Gate plus that BKB Epi.
Fala, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tô no teu hotel. O que rolou hoje já? Eu vi que a Aurora foi pro lixo, né, Aurora, né?
Pois é. Hoje é eliminatória, né?
Acho que ele perdeu também?
É a próxima.
A próxima? Esse é Liquid Tundra, né?
É.
O melhor invoker do mundo do BZM.
Estão falando aqui no chat que é o melhor invoco do mundo. Eu duvido.
Bloodseeker?
Bloodseeker fala dele.
De Dominator ou não?
Não.
Eu gosto desse herói, tá?
Eu gosto também.
Eu acho ele muito versátil. A outra faceta que tirou é melhor, né? A que aumenta o dano mágico dele. Eu concordo 100% que ela continua melhor. Mas você consegue dar uma versatilidade pra ele agora com a outra, caso precise. Fazendo a Ganin e Char. E eu comentava isso, né? Eu falava isso toda hora. Eu falava, cara, eu não sei por qual motivo o Bloodseeker tá tão esquecido no meta onde todos os heróis do jogo tem 3k de vida. Todos os cores do jogo tem 3k de vida em meia hora.
Caralho, a odd tá 3,10 pro mapa 1, mano. Pra Liquid agora. Merda, hein?
Tem jogo aí pra... Tu acha que tem jogo pra Liquid aqui? Eu comecei a ver agora, né? Não...
Ai, cara. Tava na mão deles, né? Aí eles deram uma entregada. O relógio tava enorme.
A Ganin Pipe, né?
Achei que não ia morrer ninguém. Aí, ó.
A Ganin do Blood é muito boa contra o Delord.
Ganin de quem que você falou?
Do Blood. O Mickey tem que construir SCAD, mano. Urgente. Tá fazendo Radiance. Fazendo Radiance ele, mas ele tem que construir o SCAD o mais rápido possível para dar com o Bloodseeker, senão o Hero só não vai morrer. Ele vai bater 3% do dano dele pra dano puro e ele vai curar 35% desse dano causado. O Underlord tem 3k de vida, mano. Tipo, ele bate uns 150 só dano puro no Underlord, tá ligado? Fora a cura que ele vai ter, né? Dos 35% da cura do puro.
É, tá fácil não.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aí tipo, deixa eu pegar um negócio ali. Aí tipo, é 150 de dano extra, aí ele ganha 60 de dano, ou 60, 50 de regen por hit que ele dá no cara. É muito broken, mano. Olha lá, a Ganin.
I'm not sure it would have affected the fight if he had gotten it because it was near the end, but that's your nullifier timing.
Cara, a Liquid tá sem ninguém de Dominator, que isso? Ah, PPA.
Por isso, né?
Tá explicado então, pô. Não tem Dominator no time dos caras, pô. GG. Reporta aí o post da Liquid.
It's so scary to show all these helmet doms because you start killing one of these random helmet dominators. If a smoke's coming through, the Sox is in the area, he's gonna combo toss you into the team you're just dead. So some of these creeps are pretty scary to go out and kill, and I think they had Alpha Wolf Aura in that fight
Dire's
as well.
middle tower is under attack.
Bloodseeker as he goes in. It just feels like Crystallis has way more punch behind him than Mickey has right now.
Vão achar, hein? Vão achar, hein? Nossa, esse tornado, cara. Tá bom, mataram um, pelo menos.
Tu pegou Liquid?
Peguei Liquid, né?
Tô percebendo a torcida aí.
É.
Percebi uma torcida.
Não, eu queria pegar mais, né? Eu queria pegar mais. Que tá 3,75 pra Liquid agora. Querendo pegar Liquid agora.
Ah, eu não vou pegar nada, não. Não tenho coragem, não. Kills tem a coisa aberta ainda? Não, o time de jogo muito alto já. Ah, muito alto o time de jogo.
Tinha 55 kills, pô. Não quis pegar, não.
55?
Tava 55, filho.
Aí, Valve. E aí, Valve não. E aí, Betano. Vamos diminuir essa linha aí, pô, pra nós ficar felizes.
Dire are scanning.
You're looking at the damage rate right now. It's a problem. A lot of defensive items coming out for Liquid. You know,
Radiant's
you have
bottom tower is under attack.
Damage, but it's little utility. You get a BKB for the Underlord, BKB for the Sand King. But where's the damage gonna come from?
Tá bom, matamos Daxi, né?
3,45 ali nesse momento, hein?
Pois é. Não vale a pena 10zinho aí pra triplicar o 10zinho?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
O Mickey desistiu da Radiance.
Eu percebi, achei que tava no galo dele.
Ah, tô sendo mandou.
É bom contra Pugna, né?
Contra Pugna, contra Daxi, né? Tem Carmesim no Daxi.
Eu acho que não era, Had, não.
Eu não vi a progressão dele, eu não vi se ele trouxe essa Soraka de cedo. Não sei se trouxe isso agora. Eu acho que a escada do Mickey é o que ele precisa pra ganhar esse Dota. Se o jogo não endoidar até lá, eu pego. Se eu ver a escada no Mickey, eu jogo assim, eu entro na liga. Cabe a Tundra acelerar, né? Ó, perdendo o time do Aegis todinho, não fizeram nada com isso. TP, pegaram o quê?
É bom não, isso daí. Nossa, o Força tá salvando, viu?
Bastante.
Ih! Man! Não mata!
Tu tá atrasado.
Ganhamos.
Tá?
Ganhamos. Quem pegou o 3 aí já era, filho. Tá gigante.
Tu tá atrasado, não tá? Conta aí pra mim.
51, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tá, vai continuando.
8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
10, 11, 12.
Não. 12, 13, 14, 15.
Aí, beleza. Mano, eu tava só 20 segundos na tua frente, contando porra. Aí eu uso.
E é por isso que eu vi as odds descendo aqui muito rápido, né? Então eu acho bom eu sair e conectar de novo. Foda-se. Com mais delay na odd aí, eu uso. 8, 9, 0, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Não, o Mickey tá perto da escada.
Fechou o SCAD aqui.
Pegaram lá em cima.
Tem Chivas no Sand King também.
Pegaram lá em cima.
Pegaram lá em cima? Você tá que minuto aí, man?
Ah, 16, 17.
Não, que minuto?
33.
Não, tô no 35, cara.
Ah, peraí, tu tava muito atrasado, né? E eu atrasei tudo aqui.
Mataram o Invoker. Ganhamos, man.
Buyback.
Ganhamos. Chivas e Scad aqui, pô. 3 buyback. 3 buyback. Nossa, o Bloodseeker tá macetando ali o Underlord.
Tá de boa. Saiu vivo aqui. Não, vai lá. 3 buyback. Conta aí. Minuto 56.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
16. Ótimo. Agora sim.
É, boys. Quem pegou o 3,60 da Liquid aí tá grandão, hein?
É. Estávamos atrasados, pegamos de bomba, né? Tipo, a escada aí, ó. A escada era o sinal, mano.
Não, e as Chivas também, pô. As Chivas também.
Chivas mais escada é o sinal. Como é que anda no comando com Chivas, Scad, Stun, Disruptor, tem a Ganin e Dagger? Tá difícil agora o jogo pra Tunda. A Tunda não acelerou quando ela podia, né? Ela tinha que ter acelerado no Aegis do DZM ou do Crystallis, tentar fazer mais coisas no mapa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Três buybacks. Se perder essa TF, acaba.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
E Roshan, né? Liquid podia fazer esse Roshan aí e fica de boa.
A TF do Roche.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Soxa doesn't have enough information to get the jump. That's a big factor that has changed this game in the last 10 minutes. Liquid have limited Tundra's information going into the team fights. They're not giving up.
Vão dar a volta. E o Toby botou uma ward na cara ali, ó. Na volta deles. Ó o Toby vai spotar. O Toby vai spotar. O Toby spotou. Vazou, mano. Todo mundo, velho.
Que isso. Onde usurpou, Locão? Sand King entrou. Sim. Conseguiu ligar a BKB. Que merda, hein?
Esse boneco aí de Agania dura muito. Vai matar.
O MK não tá conseguindo bater. Morreu.
Vai back do Blood, vai head to Roche. É, o Blood entendeu ali, ó. Ele mudou a build, inclusive. Ele tava marcando uma dagger e ele marcou refresh agora. É que ele precisa, na real. Ele precisa ter 2 BKB. É o suficiente pra ele fazer festa. Ele cura muito. Se ele bate livre, ele cura muito.
É,
engraçado,
boys.
a galera tem jogado com esse invoker de quad, né? E eles não compram shard no PPA.
Pois é. Eles não compram shard. Comprou agora aí, ó. Comprou agora.
Pô, me escutou o BZM.
Tá te ouvindo aí.
Cara, é insano, mano. Você faz pega Dominator, anda de shard pelo mapa com a Dominator e tal.
Talento do 10.
Talento do 10, tá ligado?
Já era.
Insano, mano. É, eu não sei. Os caras não têm abusado muito disso. Talvez o nível é muito alto, né? Os caras, tipo, não vou ficar dando vacilo inv pelo mapa, vai me spotar, não sei.
É porque a galera não tá maximizando o X, tá? Tô percebendo isso. É um ponto só no X.
É um ponto só no X, é.
E aí você não ganha move speed, né? Você fica invisível, você fica muito lento.
É, pode ser então. Pode ser o motivo esse. Véi, 4 unidades, né, velho? Donzelice do caramba isso aí, filho. Vai, ó. 4 unidades avançando o Rota. Vai tomando.
So that's what finished up that site. That's why it came out so fast. Because he had the buyback earlier, hurt his economy. Well, guess what? Here's an 11-0 Monkey King to push you right back up. Sands in production here. Like, that's probably the hero you would want it on if you're Tundra.
Rippling crossbow. That's pretty interesting.
Blood right.
Two blood right.
And the timeless. I mean, of course, man.
Ó, o item que o Sand King pegou aí.
Radiant are scanning.
Aqui é o item, tá? Você viu aí?
Capa pica?
Não. Melhor ainda.
Ah, ritual, né? Ritual, insano.
Não, e olha o fragmento que ele pegou. Encantamento.
Muito bom.
Mas tem capa pica no Bloodseeker. O Mickey não pegou o item da jungle ainda.
I mean, 2 rupture charges is also worth mentioning. Yeah. Because that is an incredibly powerful talent. I just think the other ones change the fight dynamic a little more. It could absolutely win Tundra a fight if you can get 2 off on like big core targets. Just the damage pump alone.
The other 2 are instantly impactful. Charges are usually not having immediate impact. Right.
I'd say it's close. I think the monkey ring changes the dynamic of fights a lot, particularly if you're around Roche, you just plan it. I think the Sand King talent also, just the damage of that is insane. It's not really comparable.
Dire are scanning.
Which is kind of the MO of modern era Dota. Which refreshers do you think are the strongest? Because if you get 2 rupture charges, you get a refresher on top of that. Yep, you're rupturing the entire team.
It's definitely good. Just double
Pegar no nível 25 esse cara.
Super powerful. Crystallis refresher, amazing in this game.
E 25 nesse capa vai ser game changer.
Verdade.
Eventually gets it here will also be amazing. Those are the 3 big ones for me. And of course there is a poker.
As odds são equiparadas. O BZM trouxe um dos leões.
É, e tem uma odd 2 na Liquid pro mapa 1 aí, cara.
São equiparadas as odds, ó.
Existe um mundo, não?
Existe. Vai sair refresh da MK, parece? Não sei se você vai abandonar o Bebeck e não vai abandonar o Bebeck.
Esse level 25 do Sand King aí é o game change, né?
É 25 da, tem 25 da MK. Ah, é porque é bronca, né, velho? O cara abandonar o Bebeck é complicado. Muito complicado. Mas ele toma perma controle aqui? Ele não toma perma controle. Ah, tem Vise não. Tem Vise no BZM. Ele toma perma controle sim. Eu já ia falar, vende esse álbum corrosivo, traz a refresh e vem pro Dream. Mas aí vai tomar perma.
I mean, at this point, you're not tempoing out this game, right? We're long past the point where that's happening. You have to think about buybacks, you have to think about Roshan, and setting up the fight properly. Like, you're not in a rush.
É muito difícil trabalhar... Cara, é muito difícil a Liquid trabalhar a rota, mano.
Tô percebendo.
Tipo, tem um BZM, cara, o BZM tem creep nos dois lados, nas 2 rotas, pô. No mid e no boot, velho.
They're just building BKBs and A on this. Like that seems to be the go-to.
Muito difícil, tipo, a rota tá sempre depois do heal dos caras, pô. Porque quem que faz trabalhar a rota lá? O Nisha. Mas, tipo, o Nisha ele não pode ficar se expondo. A Roadwink não consegue trabalhar a rota como fazia antes. Pegaram o Saxa. Pegaram não, BKB usada. BKB, Put e do Underlord. Qual volta mais primeiro? Os 2 voltam na mesma hora. Tome. Refresh no Underlord também, ó, marcando.
Refresh na MK comprou já, viu? É isso que tu falou.
Ah. Tá sem buy. Tem que estourar a briga, mano. Tipo, é porque
agora, ó, smoke. Agora, é agora. 50 kills, né? 49 kills.
BZM puxou o disco de leões. Pra cima. É, tão indo pro top.
10 man smoke.
Vamos pegar portal, hein? Olha.
Será?
Audácia. Vai acabar a smoke, mano. Pô. Acho que não vai dar tempo não de fazer essa play não, velho.
Vão achar ali, vão achar.
are
Very smart.
scanning.
Just throws forward spirits, gives it a little bit of extra buff with the alacrity.
Liquid's no Tundra are here though. Is enough information to go off.
Acharam Sabelite.
But I mean, you know they're up there, and I think Tundra now know you're down here. Look at 33. He's positioned right up.
O 33 quer.
Situation to break the smoke and maybe get a really
Não quer não.
vacuum wall.
Tundra can send units down mid.
É, o problema é essa rota. Olha a rota do mid onde é que tá, PPA. É difícil, mano. Difícil ali que ele conseguir trabalhar. Aí o que vai ter que acontecer? Alguém vai voltar. Vou ter que espalhar o mapa. E ó, o 33 onde é que tá. Aí tipo, eles não conseguem puxar o wave do boot, eles não conseguem. O mid vai cair. Olha lá o mid. Aí, de graça. De graça.
Que merda, hein?
Cara, cara, mano. Bicho, é muito difícil trabalhar contra 2 Dominator, mano. Aí você tem 2 Dominator, tem um Invoker e o saco. Cristales de BKB.
Nossa, que ult linda.
Aqui bateu, refresh.
Caralho, o Saxa não morre, mano. 2 buybacks. O Decisive vai cair também. Nossa, o Underlord se matou no dieback, mano.
Dieback. O Bloodseeker só usou uma BKB nessa briga. Ele não usou a segunda. Cara, o Bloodseeker de refresh é muito broken, mano. Tipo, ele tem 2 BKB e ele tem 4 ultimate, mano. Tem noção disso? Que ele pode lutar 4 heróis dos caras lá. Deixar 4 heróis ruptura na cabeça. A briga da Liquid tem que ser, tipo... Ela tem que pular no Cristales e ela tem que estourar o Cristales. É isso, porque senão é difícil, mano. Do mesmo jeito que a briga da Tundra não pode ficar dentro do comando e o Kong, né? Eles têm que, tipo, abrir o comando e eles viram que eles pararam, né? Eles pararam na hora, instantaneamente.
É, mas tem a ult do Disruptor também, né? E de Sand King, é muito dano, não é só o comando que é o problema, não.
Mas o Kong é o limite, tá ligado? É tipo, eu não posso pisar ali.
Pisa dentro da ult do Disruptor pra tu ver também o que acontece.
Não, dá pra sair vivo, não tem dano não, pô.
Ah, não.
O dano vem do desse cara, e do MK, tá ligado? Se cair só na ult, se cair no comando, tipo, se cair só no comando, o cara morre, tá ligado? Essa conta. A ult do Disruptor tem que falar, ó, a ult do MK não. A ult do MK ele pegou, stunou, bateu. Acho que esse cara morrer é bem alto. Vamos esperar o Codado refresh, né? O Decisive já tá esperando o Codado refresh ali. O Nisha pegou 25? Pegou 25. Tem refresh. Não tem bota. Mickey vendeu a Echo e trouxe Dédalo, tá sem buyback. Mickey tá jogando sem buyback, dane-se. Mickey tá nem aí pra nada.
It can't be a I'm chasing this guy down scenario, right? You gotta lock him in there. Much hard. The thing is, Tundra are, if they're smart about this game, they should not be clumping to go in on the first target they see, right? Throw out the Rupture, throw some spells into him, drop a Meteor, throw out a Tornado, put Forward Spirits on the guy, do not clump yourself, and then look for that opening off of the Tiny. If you get the Vacuum like we saw, sure, you take that. But it's most likely this toss that's going to break the formation.
Again, Saberlight is so somewhere. No buyback. But it's not a place that Tundra is willing to venture into.
The thing is, somebody is going to likely have to show for Liquid unless they get a crazy smoke wrap.
Yeah.
And the only person you want getting jumped in this game is that Underlord.
Is it that acceptable though when he doesn't have buyback?
It's tough.
Zeros do.
It's tough. You can maybe bail him out quickly, but you cannot show the other 2 cores. bear all of your damage in the fight. You need maximum potential out of the Sand King Monkey King, so they just cannot get jumped. Now you can jump first. Let's move forward.
Nice start, hein? Cadê o disruptor? Ah, que demora, mano. Deixou o cara ligar BKB, velho. Que pariu, mano. Que ult merda. Nossa, o Mickey não consegue bater, mano. A ult do Sand King foi boa. Talvez morra o BZM. Vai embora.
Porque pagou. Ia voltar e desistiu. Tem Roshan. Você briga do Roshan, tá todo mundo vivo. Mas não tem BKBs. Não tem refreshes.
Quê?
Todo mundo usou tudo. Ah, o SK tem refresh. Ó, onde é logo? Onde é logo?
Vai, vida.
Vai ter outro disruptor.
É hoje, não? Não, mas amanhã é o quê? O disruptor morreu sem ultar, cara.
Morreu sem ultar, foi pego. Aí é F. Essa morte do disruptor aí é F.
F demais.
Voltou o ultimate do BC.
Ele jogou muito mal, mano.
Quem é o disruptor?
Aham.
Ele tava longe. Ele tava longe. Talvez o cara não devesse ter startado ali. Devia ter esperado ele chegar próximo.
Eu não acho que ele tava longe não, velho. Eu não acho que tava longe não. Deixa eu voltar aqui pra ver. Ó.
É, o MK vai pular ali. Eu tô lá.
Ah lá, aqui. Era só ter ultado, pô. Demorou muito pra ultar no... Olha lá, ó. Olha ele. Aqui, ó, tá aqui, ó. Aí vamos pegar o invoco. Pegou o invoco. Aqui, ó. Cadê a ult dele aqui? Cadê a ult dele? Por que ele não ultou? Aí, tipo, deixou o invoco soltar as skills tudo. Deixou o invoco voltar.
Eu acho que ficou na berlinda do ult ali, mano. Eu acho que não tinha noção que pegava na beiradinha.
GG, velho. Mas nada, viu?
1x0, né?
1x0.
Calma, BPA. Tô aqui agora.
Tá no cu, velho.
Tô aqui agora, pô.
Os mais naras.
Ele escorregando, mano.
think one of the reasons why it became a bit easier for Tundra to play this game is the ghost push of Tundra, right? The Darkseer shells, the Dominator creeps, constantly shoving waves, the Invoker, right, with travels, being able to be across the map. I think Liquid had a little bit of a wave problem this game. That team fight was actually fine. It was actually strong, right? You have Refresher, Monkey King, Sand King, Underlord, and so on. But just the fact that you never really get the proper initiation in the fight was a big problem for them.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you mentioned that. I wish we could like see a stat of like how many creeps died to Iron Shell and how many creeps died to Force Spirit.
Yeah.
Because if you look at Liquid's lineup, like they have the good wave jump, right? They have the Monkey King who can set you up. They have the Sand King with the epicenter and the double subs who can follow it up. But as you mentioned, Shadow Push in this game or in this meta currently plays a huge role. We've seen this play a huge role in other major tournaments as well. We've heard great people like talk about it like in dozens of documentaries. So here it again comes to shine.
Strategically as well, like you are pushing the waves with Forge, sure, with your Helm of Dominator, but I feel like one of the more important ones, of course, was Alexia and the Carti, right? When they were pushing high ground, because Carti could not be stopped, not by the Underlord at least.
He could not be stopped.
He's just looking at it from distance, and he needed to approach it, and because of him going into melee range, he gets tossed out by Tiny. Right? Like it was such a simple play, but very effective.
Yeah, the alacrity on the catapult.
Yep.
Just to clarify that.
Yep. No, Carti.
Carti.
Yeah.
The one Carti. No, and we have the standout player, of course, being Crystallis on his Bloodseeker. That has been one of his signature heroes from the very start of his career, so it's not that much of a surprise that we see it in action. But we did say during the draft, because we've seen them pull it up before, but when we saw it first, it was like, okay, it's against a Pango. It makes sense against all these moving heroes. This was, I mean, as you say, Stormstormer, maybe the combination with Invoker was enough to pick it, but this game in particular, I kind of feel Misery. Maybe it's worth it to keep it on the radar a little bit earlier.
I mean, you think of this hero as being good against Weaver, perhaps, Pangolier, like we mentioned, but maybe it's just a legit hero overall. It doesn't look bad at all, right? You have a pretty clear item build, Mjolnir and BKB, and now this Aghanims as well with the shard. It actually looks strong. You get a lot of healing. You can even get the barrier with the plus healing. So maybe this hero is just viable.
I think
like, altogether.
I think it is all just hands down. Together with Monkey King, Crystallis best hero. Like he is exceptional this year, and he even himself after the other series against Falcons where they played the Bloodseeker. It was Falcons, right? But
yeah,
the Bloodseeker, I think. Yeah. I think after that, he even himself might have gained more confidence in the hero. Was like, man, I owned that game. Let's pick it more.
Well, of course, also Crystallis is. I mean, this is his second time having reached the international road to the international, and first time he came second, so this is a team or a player rather that does level up when he needs to, and it is showing for sure. And speaking of items that we've seen on a lot of players, I think it's time to relive a little bit of that game.
Você bota fé que a Liquid vira
Start this road in this game one with that. Looking at the items
Attack.
of Saberlight's Underlord.
This was so long ago when I requested it, but
Okay, macho.
all of these games are very long. I really requested
Você bota fé
this timing because
que a Liquid vira.
he has a pipe, right? Like he rushed it.
Tem
This is
Dota,
something
né?
that you come to
Tem
expect
Dota pra
from
virar em
Underlord.
cima da Tundra.
But the way Liquid plays around it is
Tem
fantastic.
que ver esse
because
pique
the
aí no próximo
moment
jogo
he
aí.
gets that
Ele
pipe,
tá na
they
noção
move
básica.
out on the map with the smoke. And that's exactly what they did in one of the
Mas Dota
clips that
tem, não tem?
we, watched
Dota
earlier.
tem.
They moved on to the mid lane, right? And they do know that they have this pipe ready and available. Of course, Underlord, he doesn't need to be here. He just connects with his ulti. And
Esse nível das duas equipes aí, o detalhe do pique, o detalhe da execução ali e tal, vai fazer toda a diferença, pô, porque é muito próximo as duas.
Died here while they gained a massive advantage. Of course, they didn't. That didn't.
O Crystallis deu 54k de dano, mano.
These kind of
54k de dano.
Vai rolar um overthrow aí da alegria? Ou o draft já vai começar?
É muito dano, pô.
Manda um farm TD.
Sinking kill, very important here, and I feel like this is just a very good move by Chandra overall, sniffing out that they actually cannot fight without the Monkey BKB getting the initiation on the Sand King. So I think this was part of the reason why Tundra actually managed to get ahead and have a game, because before this happened, it looked like Liquid were actually getting ahead and getting to their timings cleanly.
And this is also in the end what defines good Dota, right? Both drafts, both teams know when their drafts come online, basically. And here also, I think the trigger why they even like went for this Bloodseeker was, this Monkey King, sorry, is that they got their own BKB finish in Bloodseeker. They're saying it's our time to go, and they just played really, really fast. Even though Liquid before that kept dominating the map, they were opening mid, they got the Tormentor. But the really good teams, they don't get afraid of that, basically. They still know when it's their time to strike.
Fight me. Thus, I invoke myself.
Four of the Tundra members are still up and actually understands Icon versus Bloodseeker down. I don't know where the Invoker was in this current situation. He might have gotten mana or something, but I felt like this was a small moment that some people might have missed. But Mickey actually, with that jump on Bloodseeker, kept the game alive.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight this guy after the same fight because, of course, he had Axe. That didn't really come into play that much. The Glimpse did. And this is a hero that got first phase, right? Like first pick. Yeah. He still found so much use throughout the game, almost winning them a couple of those crucial team fights. But it's kind of cool to see the structure. Like we were talking about his laning stage and how strong he is there and how strong he is versus Spirits. It feels like you can always find use for Glimpse, right? Like it doesn't really matter what you're playing into.
Yeah, and when you guys mentioned, like, we saw all the circles, there were so many circles in this game, and with like so many team fights. We also saw the Zoom Blood Rights coming out from Liquid, of course, making the circles even bigger. But this game one, I'm looking forward to game number 2, Misery, because the amount of team fights that we saw in this game, and it was team fight after team fight, because everybody showed up to these fights. Are you gonna try to get more team fight in game number 2? Like, what's gonna be the progression here?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what Liquid is gonna take away from this game, actually. It's kind of hard to say. I think maybe the Invoker was annoying. I think maybe the fact that they don't have enough lane push. Yeah. I think it's going to be a topic that they're going to talk about. They will for sure have more team fight. As you can't win Dota without winning team fights, so that's important. But I also want to highlight this game in particular, how explosive of a game it was. There was a lot of fighting, but it wasn't like a 60-minute, 70-minute game like we've seen in the past, right? It was very explosive, a lot of buybacks, try to seal the win right now, right? Use the timings we have right now to try to close it out. So kind of a different style of game than what we have seen the last few days.
Yeah, with that actually, if you want to have more ghost pushing lane shove. Helm of the Dominator. Were there any on the side of Team Liquid? Is that what's missing?
I think there weren't, right? Like Underlord went for Pipe into Aghanims. They didn't have really space to buy Helm of Dominator immediately. But I really like your point. This game was so chaotic. Also partly because of the kind of a draft and kind of a position ones that they've got. Like on one side you've got this Bloodseeker. Moment he gets Maelstrom Mjolnir BKB, he wants to go, he wants to fight. And when you look at Monkey King and what his build was, it was no Battle Fury, nothing like that, no farming stuff, just full head-on aggression and team fights. So it's kind of cool. Their approach to the game is so far different from what we've seen like yesterday between Tidebound, Extreme Gaming, and Falcons.
I would say it also goes a bit hand in hand with the spot that they are in right now, because I will still say in some way that it's a little bit crazy in some moments. They do leave openings to the enemies, they do overextend occasionally, and this is what we did not see from the top teams, like I'm naming Extreme Gaming, Tidebound, Falcons. So that's why also these games are more explosive and honestly a bit more fun to watch, because like more circles are gonna be put on the ground. And I also agree with what Misery said. I think, to me, Liquid has also been in the previous documentary about ES1 Bangkok, I think. They also had a final against P-Vision, and they had discussions about, hey, how do we deal with the shadow push? This has been a topic that they've been discussing about. Do we actually need more objective damage? Do we need the shadow push? And this is probably the second time they're meeting this. In this game, maybe not as prominent. They could have won this game quite confidently, I think. But it might be a topic they want to address.
I mean, just on the topic of the shadow push, I mean, Liquid's lineup wants to fight pretty early on, right? They have the pipe, they have the glimpse to get kills, they have Monkey King carry, they have a Sand King with Blink Dagger. They want to fight these fights, fight these pickoffs all over the map all the time, but you can't when the waves are in your face. All your moves are going to be obvious, right? The Dominator creep by 33. I actually asked for that to be highlighted, but his creep is always on a wave. It's never next to the Darkseer. It's always pushing out the waves. The Invoker is doing the same thing. So it's so hard to find these openings in the early mid game. Eventually there's just 5-man clashes, but just the first 20 minutes, it's not that easy for Liquid to find these fights.
Yeah, because then at some point you're going to go to a point in the game where Tundra is going to have the same amount of team fight, and then you have team fight versus team fight, but one team still has all those creeps pushing all the waves everywhere. So then you're gonna not do very well later on.
I would say that's exactly how they won the game. If you remember when they were camping the triangle, when the Carty was pushing in, Liquid, they were smoked out and they tried to find an angle how to fight, right? Like they tried to get from behind, but they couldn't reach the high ground of their own triangle. Meanwhile, Invoker was just sending Fort Spirits and using Electricity on the catapult mid lane.
I do want to highlight the very first thing that we said when we came back. I think we said it anyway. That a lot of this win also was on the back of Saxa. I mean, getting those tossbacks, those little moments where he created an opening for his team. We talked about the Tiny during the draft already. Misery, that surely should be on the banning side of things. Like, because the first thing that we're going to head towards, obviously, is the draft of game number 2. Is there anything that you'd say, okay, that has to change? And would Tiny be one of them?
Well, I mean, it's always like that. It's like if you're gonna ban Tiny somewhere in first phase or whatever, then you're gonna have to leave something else, right? But it was the same thing last time we watched Tundra covered them here on the stream.
Vazando aí, man.
Saxa and his Tiny, you know, it is his most played hero here, the most successful hero. He always makes high impact when he's playing this. It is worth considering. Maybe you can pull a Tidebound and just snatch that Tiny for Boxy early on if you don't have the bans, right? Try to steal some of the heroes away. I'm not sure, but I think the Ghost push and perhaps some individual hero-player combination is what we need to change.
Yeah, I would ask the same question regarding the Invoker. That was the biggest way that we saw other teams deal with Tundra. Just they banned the Lycan, they banned the Invoker. And those were the first 2 bans against this team, time and time again. Stormstormer, I mean, I know you're a little Invoker biased, but he just makes it look very effortless.
I mean, I must say that I criticized the answer to the Invoker in the Disruptor a little bit, because we could even read due to previous drafts what he does not like to play against an Invoker. The first game that he played, he banned Ember into picking Invoker and the puck was already out. These 2 heroes are the ones that he would like to have been removed from the pool. And here it happened that they picked Disruptor, and then Tundra got the chance to ban the Ember afterward. And to me, actually, Liquid is one of the best Ember splits teams out there. They have played it over multiple years now. Basically, since Nisha joined Liquid, I think it has been their bread and butter. So I was personally very surprised that they didn't pick it up on that 9 pick. So I can see them basically going that route and trying to play with that hero as well. Even though it's a risky task, you're one match away from being eliminated, and this Invoker has a 4-0 score for Tundra right now. So I guess they're going to have the tendency to either have a different drafting order or just simply ban it.
It feels a little bit like you had the chance to go for that Ember there, punish the Invoker. Maybe now it's like going for it now feels almost, it feels like a mistake to go for it again and giving that Invoker, right? I think you should have just taken that chance when you had it in the first game.
It's out.
It's out.
Just a sideline story, like I think maybe a year and a half ago, I was talking something with the Liquid boys, and they were inspired by your Ember, Stormstormer. Like they were talking about Ember, they weren't playing it. Ember wasn't really in the meta, but you were playing it. Like you were one of the only mid laners that were playing it at that moment.
Really?
I'm serious. Yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
I mean, so I really like the situation where all the everything is kind of revolving around the Invoker and Ember matchup in this current series.
Well, we do have our answer, because the Invoker Ember matchup, gone. Or rather, the Invoker is gone, which kind of maybe makes the Ember also a little bit lower priority. That does mean that, of course, we're going to see some heroes make it through that didn't make it through previously. Because we do also see the Naga Siren in the first phase ban, and that hero was completely ignored in game number 1. So, that's not true. They also first phase banned at that time.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
My bad.
Sus.
No, it was also banned. Okay, but there's still going to be a hero banned that... Or not banned, and that's the Marcy.
Oh, the Marcy. Saberland has had pretty good success, I think. I mean, it's 1-1, but I remember him having good games on this Marcy.
It does give the sacking away, though, to Tundra. And with Shaker, Invoker, and Beastmaster being banned out, that is probably just, honestly, if you go through the BZM list, the next one up there. So it's a quite of a gamble. I would have liked to see also Liquid just to pick up the sacking here, but they must have had this on their radar, I think.
But it does leave the room for Nisha to potentially play some of his more signature heroes, perhaps, like the Queen of Pain, could be Leshrac, right? I think these heroes are heroes that Liquid perhaps excel a little bit more at when Nisha has a more dominant role compared to like a Sand King, which is more like playmake, teamfight. I think Nisha being this semi-carry that you can play around is maybe a bit better. We might also see Shadow Fiend, like Lizard mentioned last game. Something like that I would like to see from Nisha this game.
Monkey also still left in the pool. It's a Liquid classic that they both play.
I mean, if we're talking about circles, there's plenty of circles to find still in the pool, but the tiny that we saw in the previous game, Saxa, is out. So the progression is there.
And the respect on the Disruptor as well.
Did I see that right? Does Nietzsche have 100% win rate on Puck on 3 games?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Kiss Puck is...
I think that's a combination with them first picking that hero as well.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm also very curious why it didn't... Or did it get first stage?
It
got banned. It got first stage banned by Tundra. Okay, very clever. He's pick Puck, holy.
This little hero we don't really... Like, we kinda glance over her very often, but Hoodwink right now for me feels like in a good spot. I know it's not...
Really?
I think it's not showcasing it at the moment. I feel like maybe it's not played in the right compositions and stuff. But Go Nuts kinda... The facet, it gives a lot of range. The item build is only maybe a problem, but your level 10 talent is also really nice. It's really difficult to take down, and it gives you the break, which kinda is needed in a lot of games as well, and a lot of burst damage.
I feel like it's good on paper, but I rarely see the impact.
The
that
real
makes
impact.
me think,
I know exactly.
Wow, this hero is really strong right now. But it has, anyways, 21 games as we saw.
I think it's just like really stable, and sometimes you get caught off guard just how big the range is from your facet.
That's a really high win rate. Shadow Demon, 11 picks, 72% win rate. One of those wins is in the hands of Insania, from what I just saw.
I like this pickup from Liquid with the Shadow Demon as well, because you can see Tundra already has Thanking Hoodwink, those 2 heroes. If they would jump somebody, that target would surely die. But now, with the Shadow Demon Disruption, they can basically play in a way that somebody shows in front, baits the jump, and they have the Shadow Demon Disruption to back it up.
Yeah, just a lot of magic damage as well, right? Like into the SD, into the Hoodwink. It's kind of hard to just chill around these fights. Besides the obvious saves that you get from the SD.
Okay, I see Snapfire now. I have to think back to Tundra, how Crit just gobbled up heroes with like 800 range or something off the screen because it was a 17-minute game.
Is this some
Boxy got inspired.
Unleash Marcy flying at ya?
So what do we need for Tundra now, actually? We need some way to respond to this Marcy, right? We've seen a lot of Troll in this tournament. But it might be... I don't know if you want to pick it that right now. There's also a Shadow Demon, which is very good against kiting Troll.
It's also not really a Crystallis hero, I would say.
You know, now that you made me think like this, Shadow Demon is so good with Marcy as well, because most of the answers are exactly like that. Troll and Bane, right? Like a lot of Bane picks have been utilized against her. So this save comes...
I mean, it's the Shadow Demon hero is very annoying to draft against, because he is very good against a lot of stuff. Heroes that are good against him are kind of like Weaver, like these type of heroes that don't care about getting purged, they don't care about getting disrupted that much. So, but he's good against a lot of carries, because the illusions can really be a problem, and the purge can really make it hard for a lot of carries to play the game. And then you're also staring down this Marcy offlane, which is one of the strongest heroes of the patch. So I think it's these two picks are not that easy for Thunder right now.
There's one here that they... Never mind, because I thought I was about to mention Monkey King, but they're just taking the Faceless Void here.
Okay.
The next Helm of the Dominator hero.
I think I think this is a pretty good pick. I'll need to find a hero for Toby. He's played Warlock, I think, quite a bit.
Pugna's out.
Pugna's out, yeah.
Played some Silencer as well.
Play some
They still go
Bane.
with the Bane.
Wow.
I mean, this has been the answer to Marcy in a lot of games. However, like we talked about this, like you do have the disruption of Shadow Demon.
You do have double save already. I mean, Snapfires these days, at some point, they will get the Aghanims, and this can be a save for both the Chronosphere and Bane, so...
Yeah, if he gets the 800 range, like he can save it on the other side of the Chrono.
Well, we did see the average game and win times for Tundra. They are on average a lot lower than anyone else, and the difference between them and Liquid and that is 10 minutes, so they hope to not get to the point where the Snapfire is able to get that range.
Is there some offlane they could pick that could be very good here against Bane and Void and make the Marcy go +1? Because I'm sure Mika is ready to play it. He's ready to play anything.
You pick Doom here, maybe?
What do we need from an offlaner on the side
Underlord,
of
Doom, both
Liquid
sounds-
if they put the Marcy on Mickey?
It also needs to consider their players, I guess, right? Because Saberlight, I think he's the one who's mostly played the Marcy. But
he's smiling. He's cooking something. Enigma.
Oh, the Enigma, Saberlight.
There we go. I mean, this is a very good pick, no? I mean, both Bane and Void don't really interact with the Eidolons in the laning stage.
But yeah, it is a good pick in theory, but what we saw actually Wildcard do earlier against the Enigma is that they put the offlaner in the safe lane. So that's something that Thunder could consider doing here. Throw the Void on Crystallis into the offlane and then pick another hero or put the Sand King against the Enigma. And then suddenly you don't have the biggest issue. The Void in the offlane should be pretty happy against the Marcy carry with any of the two supports, right? So that is a way you can sort of play around with that, at least the laning phase part.
The black hole part is not really an issue, right?
But of course, we don't see it that often. It does require a little bit of, what would you say, adaptation from Thunder, maybe a little bit of risk willingness, because it is something that, yeah, you don't really have much experience in doing.
They definitely have to come up with some solution, because I think if it's just going to be a casual 2v2 lane, like Snap plus Enigma against Bane and Void,
yeah,
I do think it will go quite out of control. Maybe they're going to start the lane with the Hoodwink on top. Maybe they're going to switch supports first of all, but as you mentioned, are they ready to do that, especially with a stand-in on their side?
I mean, I imagine 33 should be able to come up with something like that. Or could he play like a Tide Hunter in a safe lane and just not care about this Enigma at all? Like, could we see something like that? He played Brood the other day. Maybe that's something we could play some Brood in the safe lane. He's very creative, at least, coming up with ideas.
Oh, and I also want to highlight, Liquid has the next pick coming, but they're also banning mid. So the mid pick is not getting easier here. And Sand King already picked him on Tundra. I'm honestly a bit surprised by this ban. I mean, it is true that the Liquid draft does not have too much lockdown, but you're also banning your own potential heroes here.
That means they have something in mind, I would imagine so.
But what Liquid needs some kind of more damage, I think. The supports, Snap deals damage when he has the ultimate up. Enigma also deals damage with the black hole, but apart from that, it's kind of only Marcy that deals that. So Nisha needs to be a damage dealer out of mid, I think.
You mentioned it earlier, Leshrac is still in the pool.
Yeah.
A lot of uncontrollable damage, right? Like maybe you'd like to have some extra control besides the black hole as well. Something that can jump the backlines like an Ember or Void Spirit or something like that.
Ember now banned.
I'm surprised that the Storm Spirit is out, because I resonate with what you are saying. I think they need more damage and also a little bit more lockdown. Snapfire ultimate setup or something like that, and now that all these heroes are out, I mean, what is even left? You mentioned the Void Spirit.
I don't like it that much.
Pickable, but
they might pick
not exceptional.
But it's also not that easy pop game, right? It's a lot of stuns.
I think out of all suggestions you made, the Leshrac makes the most sense to me, because you deal damage even if you get Chronosphere. You have the Shadow Demon to back you up. Generally speaking, Leshrac Shadow Demon is also a strong combo. You have the Disruption setup for the Split Earth. Might be the best pick that is left in the pool here.
They ban out the Queen of Pain themselves.
That would be a potential Leshrac counter. Indicates the coming Leshrac pick makes.
I'd love the Lesh. I still feel that he's missing a little bit of that backline catch.
Pangolier maybe? I feel like they need another hero to go in and start the fight as well.
It's very hard to play against the Chrono and the Bane group, though.
It is not the best Pangolin game for sure.
It would, you would definitely sacrifice your own game right there if you pick that hero.
I kind of feel like there's a lot of pressure right now.
It's definitely not an easy pick.
Whichever hero he'll play.
Tá faltando uma estrutura na equipe da Tundra.
I forgot this hero.
O DPS também é pesado, só tem skill de... Só tem um teammate pesado.
It's like the better Pangolin.
Outro cara que consegue jogar o Dota ali, consegue fazer ações no
Monkey
mapa.
King in the pool for Tundra. If they want to pick that, it's still one of those cheesy mid heroes. Obviously, BZ to play it if they want to try to slow down the Primal Beast game here a little bit.
Ali que deu na cara que a massa é core, né?
Would
A massa deve ser
be
HC.
rotate to the offlane, which surely 33 is ready to do.
Yeah, he's done it once so far. This road to TI did not come out on top, but I'm sure he's comfortable with
And
it.
there's another hero they didn't really come out on top as the Tinker that they played before. If they want to take this game late, and if they think that they can surpass that mid-game with him, I feel like later on down the path he is exceptionally strong.
It's already a bit pre-counted by the Shadow Demon.
There's also a world where they pick a 33 hero, right? And put the same.
Also, yes, the second could just simply go mid, where it's like looking the strongest, to be honest.
Que
If there's, like, a
sobrou
good
ali na
offlaner, like,
Tundra?
what, the casual Darks here? Axe, yeah.
Darks used to, a lot of his favorites are still out there. Definitely a lot of flex room for Tundra. They can pick what they want, and it will be that Monkey King that you guys were talking about. So we're gonna see that coming out from the mid lane.
Just makes a lot of sense. We get one more circle. We were counting circles last game. Now we got Wukong, we got Chronosphere, we got Epicenter. Ooh, I really like this pick.
There's one team with way more circles, Stormstormer. Is that
What,
a bad
Liquid?
sign for Liquid? No, the most circles.
Tundra has more
surely
circles,
on
right?
Tundra.
Yeah.
You have Sandstorm, Chronosphere, Wukong. Yeah.
And the other one, what? Black
Versus
hole.
maybe
That's
one
it.
circle. Yeah.
Pessoal, man.
MK, começou. MK, eles vão colocar o quê? SK off e o MK mid, é isso?
De novo, SK e MK?
We got Chronosphere, we got
You may
Epicenter.
now select
MK mid dessa vez.
I really like this pick.
Isso aqui é pela equipe da Tundra.
Stormstormer. No, the most circles.
Caralho, pode.
And the other one, what? Black hole.
Isso aqui é pela equipe da Tundra agora.
I love this pick
SK
personally.
MK.
I mean, the Shadow Demon Destruction does
Invertido, né?
against
SK off,
Wukong, because obviously
MK
Wukong
mid
persists and kills him even
contra o
after they come
Nisha.
out.
Bom,
And to
é um
me,
matchup
this
ok
is
pro
one of
MK.
those people from Tundra.
Consegue
To me,
lidar.
it's gonna be
Fora
a
também
question
consegue
whether
lidar com o MK.
basically Nisha can pull off things that I would call Malrine gameplay against.
Gostei mais
E a
do
massa-
draft da Tundra aqui, que essa marcha HC aí é patética.
Da massa HC, né, velho? Isso treme em base, mano. Mas o que eu tava falando da Tundra é que tava faltando um herói pra brigar, né? Pra fazer construção de TF, etc. Porque você só briga com ultimate, né? E a Tundra escolheu trazer um herói que pode movimentar o jogo, né? No mid-game. Como mid, né? Então é uma boa, foi justo. E a Liquid tinha... Cara... O Enigma ele tem tudo pra espancar além dele, né? É dois heróis que não lidam com o Indolon. Se o Enigma conseguir fazer esse espancamento de rota, acho que o jogo vai ser muito simples para Liquid trabalhar. Kishi mamamau.
Su lechita y a dormir.
That would be quite a surprise. I think there'd be a lot of predictions that are absolutely decimated by that result, but there's maybe going to be some predictions decimated either way. I think both these teams people would have put in the top 3, 4,
Ordem que o MK
6,
botou, pô.
you know, stand-ins, whatever.
I think many people
MK
may
de
have
volta.
had Tundra doing better at TI, especially midway through the season, where Tundra was just killing it. But they did seem to fall off.
Aí não é coisa que você vê todo dia não,
for
cara.
this
Hã?
tournament.
Aí não é coisa que você vê todo dia não.
O quê?
O MK de volta, 2 galhos de ferro e botando a ward em cima da runa ali.
Mid?
Da runa do top. Mid, aham. E botando a ward em cima da runa do top em vez de botar no mid.
Eu acho que ele tá de bota por causa da fera, pô. Você não tá ligado o que fera faz no mid contra MK, não?
Ganha?
Corta o wave atrás da torre.
Pode ser, né? Essa é a hipótese. Eu tô só uma bota, dane-se. Fera também, ó.
É por causa do fera, pô. É por causa do fera. Ela ele vai cortar o wave atrás da torre.
Eles espelharam, mano, a mesma... Cara, a mesma itemização, mano.
Истинный мастер не ищет сражений.
Que essa ward aqui.
Essa ordem aí na runa de recompensa aí. Me pegou bastante.
Ah, olha ali de baixo ali também. No negócio deles.
Sim. Missão, né? Exemplo, já garantiu o mago. Não tem mais trilhos em Kingo.
Ó.
Disruption. We're going to see Soxa try and help himself here with Bushwhack, but of course there's still two So, Liquid still walking away with first blood. This one goes to Insania, 33, who opted not to show in lane because he knew something like this was possible.
Has been killed.
I thought he was going to grab the creep wave from behind the tower, but his courier.
O dano fez do SK é muito pateta, né, velho? Por que esse era mid? É mid, né?
I think was already going to be a little bit.
Por que não faz esse herói off? Qual o motivo pra não fazer esse herói off?
Bushwhack misses there. Tundra with some really good stuff there abilities though.
Olha como tô apanhando lá embaixo.
Tô vendo.
Ali, tá massa. Opa! ZK? O meu Mickey, mas depois que matou o SK, tá maravilhoso. Free rota, a rota vai chegar na torre ali, facilmente.
So, trading out cores in the bottom lane is certainly going to be a lot of battling. Also a question of, talking about lane shenanigans, what about the shenanigans in mid lane? Because we have the Monkey King, the counter pick here, against Nisha's Primal Beast. Is Nisha his best Marine impression? Wave lane early, start back laning? What do you do? He did go the early boots, but he is just getting destroyed in this one-on-one. You're seeing the reaction here. This is not the start he wanted. He's gonna have to do some back.
Olha lá ele querendo cortar o wave agora, ó.
Frankly, I think Nisha is just not comfortable with that kind of play. No, it's not his style. He likes laning straight up. He does not like having to do cheesy stuff.
Oxe, não pegou o clip de cima? Não sei quem pegou o clip de cima.
His exact strengths as a player, right?
Muito bom corte, né? Ele corta a wave e vai pro rio.
Second go around. Insania trying to cut through the trees, will not be able to juke out Soxa. His aim is true and finds a second kill for Tundra. No trade out this time. Liquid had that first blood, but Tundra are getting the better of Liquid in this laning phase in Game 2. I mean, this is going to be an absolute free farm mid Monkey King. The Void surviving top for now, that's the lane that will go bad for Tundra over time. But if these other two go well enough to make up for it, that's a lane phase win. Tower did not quite get in range of the tower. They gotta be careful. All these Eidolons. One stop is one case. Crystal's hoping that he gets enough to trade off the kill. It's just clearly not gonna happen. This is the one lane that will go very well for the Enigmas. And at the start, there's just simply no way for them to win. Yeah, no shot. You're looking to get as much as you can before you have to abandon. Eidolons are going to be strong in this game. Eventually you can rotate some other heroes into this thing, maybe gank him or deal with him, but... Well, that's also the danger for Tundra's offlane, right? If Saberlight is having good enough time, Boxy can leave him alone and go to that safe lane. I mean, you can rotate Boxy to gank other lanes, and you can also rotate heroes into this Enigma lane if it starts to push in, especially around the
farm tá começando a ficar pesado, não?
And just destroy who's ever lingering there.
O alto farmzinho do BZM no pobre do Nisha.
É.
24-12 contra 9-0. Tá uma pegada. Tá vendo fazer o corte?
And this is a mid hero in this monkey that he can go top and kill Enigma, right? He can go bottom and skew that lane. He has options to use this advantage.
O Zeme não vai deixar esse cara falar na
Deu o bloco que o Saberlight fez ali no Benny com o Eidolon.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Primal is a hero that can function from a sacrificial
Atrapalha bastante o
position.
Zeme.
Powerful, you can always make up for it in team fights. But he does have a lot of stuns to go into, and is generally not the kind of lineup Primal has fun playing into without a BKB. Even BKB this game, you're up against Grip and Chrono.
Radiant structures are fortified.
O BZM fez o dever de casa, né?
pick pra ele pra ganhar a rota e ele tá fazendo isso. Ah, vai o Void fazendo Dominator. Agora estranho. A lane embaixo eu achei que ia ser mais fácil. Tá começando a ficar mais difícil. Em cima, o que eu achei que ia ser um estouro. Muito difícil do Void e um Bane lidar com essa lane aqui. Não tá tanto não. Tá justo. Tipo, o Void tem 18, o Enigma tem 27.
Não sei não, hein, esse jogo aqui.
Tem que matar o Void. Matar o Void não vai matar. O Enigma tá começando a fazer aquela pressão, né? E quem tá fazendo o Dominator dele?
Quanto Dominator vai ter esse Dota agora?
Tem só do Mickey, a do Cristales, a do Enigma também, provavelmente. É isso. Vai ter mais Dominator do lado da Liquid agora, né? O D3 não tá fazendo Dominator, tá fazendo Threads. Esse cara de Threads.
Sand King faz trades agora. Você não sabe do truque novo que eles estão fazendo aí?
Pra bater na areia?
Exatamente.
Mas a cegueira dura bastante, pô. Dura 5 segundos.
Não, você não tá entendendo. A farmar sem os creep ficar correndo de você, spamando trades, que você sempre aparece.
Entendi.
It's usually the MO of these Monkey Kings to just try and Wukong's Insania tries to sneak it because their own wisdom strikes they had to make a play somewhere.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Esse cara virou a bundinha ali, tudo certo.
It's just going to be shut out of this laning.
Tem muito stack ali, ó. Muito não, né? Um só.
Um stack só de cada lado.
Play for a lot of teams. Maybe Tundra doesn't always play that tempo style, but there's also a possibility he felt if he goes up there, he's going to get because his safe lane is the weakest lane in the game right now. Like the Void Bane cannot help you fight that Wisdom Shrine at all. So it's just him versus Enigma Eidolon plus Snap, maybe a TP in, and then if you die there, you throw all this momentum.
And you're not guaranteed to get into that position in the first place, right? It's because Monkey King can retreat across the map, right, that he gets there in the first place, but if you're spotted and you get like cookie, maybe, we know Saberlight doesn't have it, maybe he has Midnight Pulse,
later on in the game,
problem to
there's some tree cuts. I kind of like that decision, the more I think about it. I think it was the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can stop him there. He gets caught, he dies. It's pretty far outside of any sort of TP area. Meanwhile, with the help of his helmet, Dom creep almost gets the kill on 33. May still get
Nossa, Deus, pegou a kill com creep, né, mano?
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Tipo de coisa que não aconteceria se o cara não tivesse uma Dominator, né, cara?
Dyer's middle tower is under
range creep to get 6, and that would set up the black hole. Nisha almost dies to the duo of BZM and Toby, but he does manage to get away ever so barely. Once again, BZM, this primal beast, is an endangered species out here. He's just being hunted down non-stop.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Olha isso que eu dei 3 pro BZM tem mais que eu disse.
Nisha gets to continue to farm. This is a very good sequence for Liquid. This is going to start to build the lead out of this laning phase. Not much Tundra can do about it.
47
Kill. 56 kills, cara. Você quer 56 kills?
Quero não, obrigado.
E 60.
Eu tô falando do BZM, tem mais que o Nisha.
Eu sei, pô, eu sei. Olha lá o Sand King spamando trees, farmando stack. Tá vendo?
tower is under attack.
They'll get the kill and get the tower.
I'm surprised Thunder are lingering up here at all. They plan to double ward up here as well, as if they're trying to fight or protect
Dyer's
this
top
lane.
tower has
It is
fallen.
them fighting or protecting this lane. Summons are way too good against their lineup early until Sand King and the Monkey can clear them out later on. Kinda have to just respect the strength of the Enigma here and not be too much away to Saberlight this early game. Bend but don't break right now as Liquid ramp up the pressure.
Yeah, you're not
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
On one side, Toby on the other. It's a regen rune for BC. And you really have to be careful about showing it.
Very high chance that Liquid make a smoke move or try and collapse on this lane with the Enigma backstab. They're gonna try and smoke into it and catch Saberlight before that
O
happens.
Patrimonio já tá enrolado, né? O BCM ficou um pouquinho pra trás.
Pathway here.
Yeah, well, he was. Now Saberlight's
Zé
on the
tá
low
com
ground.
um
This whole
sulfuro,
place on either
né?
side of the Wilcox's command. Still, though, Enigma is literally he will not be able to escape.
That was the Croaker.
The Croaker?
Yeah, Croaker ran over and tendrilled him.
That's funny.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not just about getting Monkey King that kill, it's slowing the strongest hero on the map down.
Gabriel, vou
Looking for that backstab move around that tier 1.
Pela ciência, cara.
Primeiras 20 kills da turma nesse jogo aí.
Maybe even a little bit more here on the map to keep farming up.
É ciência mesmo.
Your other cores a lot of time. Liquid not happy about giving that up. Still in a good spot out of this laning phase, but they are looking to take that snowball more straight back into it. Not to turn it all.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Tem coragem, não.
Dyer's middle tower has
Especially with the
fallen.
Monkey King. After that situation in TP bottom.
Tô na dúvida se a turma de posição ganha essa aqui. Mas acho que.
Right now is around that Monkey King. Around his command.
It's just such a
Acho que
fast lineup.
essa outra leva 6 agora, o Benda. Melhor pegar 6
We don't
agora.
want to be stuck in some late game ultra greed fest with late game refreshers and all this nonsense. We're just gonna win
Radiant's
lanes,
bottom tower is
8
under
towers,
attack.
tempo you out of the map,
Difusa
have a really fast carry that is gonna come
Dizer,
on faster
Dyer's
than the
bottom
Queen
tower
Tower.
has
There's your
fallen.
third tier 1 down before
SK
the middle mid
muito
bar.
próximo
And
da
we're going to
Dagger.
use Helmadons the way Gaben intended.
Ah,
To
yes.
push
Querendo, ó,
towers.
usando nicho.
Radiant's middle tower is
Ah,
under
não,
attack.
caras.
Limit the epicenter damage. Crystallis?
Que hesitação foi essa, mano?
Okay, no mind. Sox is on the other side. Once again, Sox makes the difference. You do not have to expend Chronosphere.
For this hoodwink, I mean, he is doing work to keep this early game together for Tundra right now. They do not
Dyer's
have
bottom
the
tower
playmaking or
is
damage
under
without
attack.
Mo.
Dire are scanning.
Vida.
Getting all those tier 1s down. I mean, they scam that triangle. It hits. What are you going to do about it? Are you actually going to run heroes in here and
Radiant's
try and
top
contest
tower
this?
is under
No way.
attack.
Na verdade, tá matando o pipe. Ou seja, essa daga do Enigma aí, sei lá, no minuto 3000, que vai mais fazer pipe, fazer BKB. Nem sei se a BKB vale a pena, vai ter que fazer link. Nossa.
Duo that I'm not sure if I've seen at this road to TI, but
Revelou a daga,
it's
o
been kind
bicho.
of a mainstay ever since Primal Beast was brought into the game.
It's strong. All the abilities synergize really well. And that's a 3x streak. Got that squirrel off the map. That's true. Nice little bonus goal.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
That situation, who was
A Link teve que pisar a Arapuca.
That shattered 4 points in Disseminate. Maybe not expecting that
Pisar a
kill,
Puka.
but it chunked him.
And now it's the Wisdom Shrine, perhaps being taken
Dyer's
by Liquid.
bottom
Look at
tower
Crystallis,
is under
though.
attack.
To take it and do something with this position. I'm not sure what, though.
I mean, he doesn't do any damage here, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chronosphere into what? Xenia will take the Wisdom Shrine. He will be run down at the same time. Is it next support to take the Wisdom Shrine?
14-minute one?
Or when does it no longer become one?
Probably around that 20.
Dyer's middle
I
tower
think
is
first and
under
second
attack.
are word. Third is iffy. Fourth, You know, then you're in these mid-late games, like you give up a hero, you're maybe losing Roche, it's not worth it.
Yeah, you're losing a lot of time on the map.
That one's worth it though. He's only dead for like 20 seconds here. Creates a nice XP differential. You can continue to hunt these supports. This is still a level 6 Bane, right? Like, Toby is not getting experience in this game unless he can start finding some kills.
I usually like my trees to myself.
Unlikely you're going to be able to do this when you've lost a lot of your tier 1s early. And your core heroes just need time to get damage online.
Two of dog creeps pushing the bottom lane. The hunt down Saberlights. That was the one that is more of a threat to these towers. Some of the skeletons. A rally.
Radiant are scanning.
TM can keep looking for kills, but it's just so hard to find them with the lack of information.
It's also not just the helmets.
Mas a TV
It
fica
is
de
the
ouro
aura
sem
advantage. This time,
muito fato.
Liquid are going to have
Só
the
falando
aura
dele.
advantage over
É isso.
Tundra. I think a
Parabéns,
rare
mano.
thing to say.
That's true. 33 is not going to go utility here. He's trying to scale. Love for Liquid to
Radiant's
overextend
bottom tower
now.
is under attack.
That's how they get a good fight. Liquid are just not biting the bait.
33.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Soon gonna show. Cannot afford another death. He really needs that BKB.
Dyer are scanning.
There's nowhere to smoke to.
He backs out, but the map is getting suffocated here. Not too many places for Tundra to go.
That's really awkward for them. Their vision is all bottom right, but that tier 1 tower is still up. And it doesn't really see that much of Liquid's jungle or where they're farming their own jungle dark. Having trouble getting the lanes in. Only the Monkey King really wants to show aggressively, and at this point he doesn't want to show anymore with Primal off the map.
Liquid does take a step back here to finish
Dyer
their first
are
BKB.
scanning.
That's going to be Marcy completing hers. The Primal is still a ways away, which means that Toby's positioning is going to be so important because Mickey does a ton of damage, but he does have the counter to the BKB. He can stop this rampaging carry.
Just a standoff on this top lane. Nobody wants to show and get jumped.
Confused why
Dyer's
Liquid is
middle
so
tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Trying to wait for this pipe on Saberlight. I feel like they can't wait forever.
I agree. I feel like this is way too much time you're giving to Tundra. They pushed
that
out
was
the map a lot. They pushed out top. BZM has been pushing out bottom. Chrysalis is getting farm in the jungle. They're going to give up
Radiant's
a tower
bottom
here.
tower is under attack.
This move really needs to work.
Radiant are
They are
scanning.
giving up a lot. They're just losing this tier 1 for free bottom.
And Tundra is even aware of what could be coming their way. They have a scan on the gate, but the scan might expire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And it's Liquid come through. But they do have a ward that's
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they saw the channeling on the gate. Soxa puts himself in a position to break the smoke. And yeah, Tundra, they say, all right, this was a ton of space that we just got for ourselves. 33 is going to get greedy with it, though. He's going to try and stay on Liquid side of the map, and Nisha's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
doesn't have as long as Nisha can still track him. The kisses, it's just 33 once. He's going to go sit but he gets grab on the deal. Gets the AMP slam to stop the teleport.
10-head play right there. I was looking at him. He had no detection for that entire sequence. Able to find him anyway. His onslaught to keep up.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Tower still dies, but at the hands of Mickey.
That was still a pretty big outmaneuver sequence.
Oh, there goes your TP. Zox just being a nuisance. If you can't get kills, he'll stop TPs.
I mean, that must have been a 2-minute smoke play effectively from Liquid.
Yeah.
They ran from mid to top through the gate, all the way to bottom left of the map to then chase his thing.
Dyer's middle tower is under
to get
attack.
that one kill. That is time for Crystals to hit the jungle. Time for Monkey King to push some waves. Even the Blue Link gets a little bit.
Hey, frankly, it looked like Liquid was kind of playing like their real selves until that moment. Yeah, I've just slowed down so much.
The fight, the BKB Marcy, time to force the objectives. Pick up the game pace here. This is going to give you your primal BKB as well. Very close to it for Nisha. And then it's green light. You need to take fights this game. You should be trying to find as many of them as you can get. ultralight, I do favor Tundra. I mean, their Tricore is just terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Interesting scale though. Like Shadow Demon is a pretty big factor in almost any late game scenario.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't think
attack.
Black Hole is going to be relevant, frankly.
It's a mixed bag.
Way too many cancels.
Mixed bag, but in situations
Dyer's
where you
top
jump
tower
in Black
is
Hole
under
faces
attack.
+1 or something,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
you don't need a lot of control.
First of the game and first Roshan of the game. Both go Liquid's way. Shard for
Radiant's
Decisive.
bottom tower is under attack.
Cleanse a little time dilation on somebody.
Yeah.
Not insignificant. Bonus heal.
Definitely out the Primal Beast when he charges in.
It's very nice. But time to pick up the pace. Time to start getting these lanes in, hunting heroes, pressuring some towers with your stuff, making someone show. Kill that
Radiant's
hero when they
middle
show.
tower
This
is
type of
under
sequencing
attack.
would feel really good for Liquid right now because, man, it's just so hard to stop Tundra from finding farm on the map. Like, I don't think you're ever going to build a net worth lead against this team if nothing's happening. You just can't. They're too efficient. Maybe Falcons would disagree with that, but
I was going to say that's the other team that comes to mind.
But they build too much of a lead.
Apparently.
They're at the other end of that spectrum.
Dyer's middle tower is under
smoke up,
attack.
But,
J-Strewn as well.
Tundra seems pretty rare. I mean, there's nobody
Dire
showing on the
are
map.
scanning.
They've got so many slippery heroes between the Monkey King, the Sand King, and the Hoodwink that can play out on the map. It makes it pretty obvious when Liquid go all the way back to their tier 3s to smoke and then run out on the map.
I'm not. I mean, I get the idea, like, you just want to get the fight right now, but I think smoking with the entirety of the team is not the way to get that fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Catch Zox Toby is going to see, okay, well, if they're over there, maybe I could take their Wisdom Shrine, and he is right about that. He offers them a high five as he takes it and TPs away.
You know, it's a kill Liquid connect on, but I don't think it's one they're happy about. Just doesn't feel
Dyer's
efficient.
bottom tower
These
is
Dom
under
creeps
attack.
keep pushing in the waves
Dyer's
against
structures
them.
are
I think
fortified.
the Helmet Dom creeps are being used more efficiently by Tundra.
It does feel that way
when it comes to ratting the map.
Oh, for sure, for when ratting. Liquid's gotten a lot more value out of objectives.
Sempre
He still does tier 1
Huh?
standing for Liquid. That's a pretty big
O jogo tá morto, mano.
I mean, I'm
What's
also
that?
adding in the fact that, like,
Paradaço.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Parece que eu tô vendo a Extreme Game contra Tideball. Esquina total aqui esse jogo.
Well, the Marcy has to play with hers to farm. True. Enigma's been keeping his with the idol on.
Aí, ó. Você pediu, então toma.
Só pra falar.
Gifted to him out of nowhere. Here's a two-man farm.
Não usaram o ult desse cara, não usaram o ult do Void. Tô achando que tá estranho, hein?
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
E eles mitigaram o early game. Eu não sei, eu acho que a Liga ficou com medo de jogar. Tipo, tá 1-0, né? Então eles estão com medo de errar, talvez. Mas eu acho que é um erro não deixar um Void free. Sem contestação alguma, vou editar o jogo todo.
Have this ward on the high ground. They know you're up here.
You know, one of the factors as we're watching this game, think about Liquid's traps. Their catch pretty limited. The Primal didn't have a really good game. That's true. Like, he's the majority of the long-range catch in this lineup. Even here, you could shoot some long-range spells, but who is actually getting on top of these heroes?
He's getting into the trees, and once he's in the trees, he's gone.
Yeah, this just feels so bad, right? It's really only the Primal who is designed to set these kind of plays for ganks up. And because he had the worst laning phase, it took longer for Nisha to get online, and by the time he does, you're getting ratted by the top. 33 is doing 33 things. There's a Hoodwink killing waves from the tree line. It's like, I've seen this stupid troll summoner go to Liquid's off lane at least 10 times this game, summon his Skelly boys, and laugh in their face, and nobody wants to go back and clean this up.
And the funny part is that Liquid did a good job of killing the Helmet Dom creeps over and over and over again, and it still did its job.
It's just so effective this game because if the Primal goes back, you lose that gank. Offensive presence.
Radiant
and the
are
Enigma's
scanning.
a pretty slow hero around the map. Like, he's not going back to kill a Dom creep, right? It's just not happening.
And the supports can't kill them usually, right? So
he gets the courier. Nope, he doesn't. I don't know if he would have gotten it there anyway, but summon some more boys.
Tundra saying mission accomplished. Oh, and maybe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is the same area as the shame even Primal Beats
Caraca. Mano, o Cristales, mano, ele não para de não lutar, velho. Já é a segunda vez que ele não quer ultar o pica dos caras, mano.
Economizando pro próximo jogo. É o jogo 3 ainda, né?
É assim, mano, é a segunda vez que ele não aperta R, mano. Não sei como. Ele não usou ult, ele usou ult, eu não fui.
Dire scanning.
Crystal's just realized, whoops. I mean, he's probably like,
Já
why is
segunda
not already
vez,
dead?
mano.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think heals up on it. So.
He's gonna pull the wave, and that means there is no creep wave.
This is just so annoying.
Under tower.
So annoying for Liquid. They don't want to be in games like this.
Radiant's
Where
top
the map's
tower
getting
has
manipulated and
fallen.
they just can't set up their quick plays and get the connections.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So uncomfortable. Can still win the team fights though. I mean, we should not underestimate
Dire's
that.
middle tower is under attack.
Nice room for Nisha. Another aura for Saberlight. I don't think I've seen him pop the pipe once.
Yeah, no, he has.
Is a pipe for the future.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to consider, right? Like if you go the scaling Enigma build, you didn't get the fights out of the auras.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Would you feel better about your potential to win this game going late?
Yeah, I think it's a situation where Liquid, they did not want to. They did not want to be in that position. They did not want to be going late, but you have to consider it at this point. Tundra is, they're beating you on the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This has come from this single troll in this lane. It's gotta be at least like 3,000 or so at this point. It's ridiculous.
Something absurd, yeah.
Just nobody wants to clear this, and I feel for them. It's not how their lineup wants to play it.
No, they
Eles tinham que colocar um nerf nesse alto desse carro. Quando você tá em forma etérea, você não dá dano afirmado.
I mean, honestly, this is the type of game where like 5 boots of travel on the snap.
This is like, fine, you're gonna go to the off lane, I'll cut the mid lane.
Não faz sentido você estar etéreo e dar dano difícil.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illegal. What is happening?
Jogo da porra. Já desanimei nessa lista de Japa. Quero ver Team Spirit agora perdendo pra pau.
E tinha 59 kills, tá? Eu vou pegar lá, 58,5, né? Naquela hora.
This void is about to be ahead of your Marcy.
58,5. Quem pegou 58,5 tá agora batendo de cabeça, né?
Can be okay if you burst it, but
pegou mais de 58,5, deu dano mesmo.
This creep for the last 10 minutes, and
you know this is like a great example of why I would want 30-0 on my team.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have to play against, you know, whatever nonsense his team is doing.
Yeah.
Like make other people. Okay, they got it. They got it. Round of applause in the chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The troll has been slain. Liquid will get to play Dota now.
Até mais 20 tá tenso. Tem 20 kills na Tundra.
Pois é.
20 primeiros, né, cara? Esse é 10, não anda. Vai pra lançar de cima. Só pick-off rolando no mapa.
Troll 2 has been slain.
Mas tá com cheirinho que vai ser meu segundo logo. A Tundra não quer jogar, a Liquid não quer, a Liquid também não quer. E o suporte da Tundra tomou mais pick-off, porque tomou mais espalhados. O Insania e o Box mal defendem o suporte da Tundra.
Unlikely to stop him here unless he's really surprised by the Primal Beast of the Enigma. He's got BKB.
Você deixou no cara. É, pick-off. E aí o Decisive tá se falando.
Oh. Nossa, olha as auras. Mickey vai morrer. É o entregas. Tá bom. 2x2, né?
Não mudou nada. Aliás, mudou, né? Como é que o Boy consegue skill assim?
Mickey, but as soon as he sees the Enigma, he makes a run
De
for it,
grátis.
and then it's the Sand King's turn to jump in.
And you gotta remember, that's a fight Liquid want to take because they killed the Monkey King on that corner of the map.
Não era ele, não era Sérgio, depois subiu o Sam, agora eu tenho que ficar no
With the
turno.
Refresher Primal, they're super strong right now in the fight.
And instead, all you end up with is a
Tá,
2
mas
for
se for
2.
esse ritmo aqui,
That
esse jogo
fight
tá cada uma hora,
specifically, it was a 1 for 2.
I mean, it's an okay outcome.
cheirinho de uma hora.
Some good gold for Nishon to get that face off the kill, and you're gonna be able to shoot. No chrono available, no epicenter available. Pretty impossible contest from Tundra, so this will be an Aegis for Mickey. Big deal, playing into all these big ults.
They need more Blink Dagger, they need more initiation, more catch for these heroes. The roar goes off. Look at Tundra.
Liquid
Don't know
Wildcard.
it, but Tundra said, yeah, it's all yours. You can have it. We're farming the map.
Not sure why Liquid should just force it, because
Esse novo logo da Liquid aí. Tiraram o charme dos caras. Vou perder mesmo. Mickey tá chegando. Vai chegar pra entregar. Não entregas. Não é possível, man.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
32 kills.
Radiant's middle tower has
Vai
fallen.
ver a corrida, né?
Radiant's top tower is under
Chega na
attack.
frente, mas pô. E tem a Ashe, né? Então, capaz.
I don't even know then. Like, he just doesn't take that much damage here from everything, right? You chain it, sure, but
Esperança última que
there's
morre.
chrono coming off cooldown. Maybe they were
Radiant's
pressured to
top
force the
tower
spells
is under
because
attack.
right there, right? It was about 5 seconds.
Yeah, they felt like they had to burst him immediately.
I just think this is an awkward fight with Mickey running across the whole map. Agreed. Like, you just get sucked into a bad engagement.
Todo mundo fazendo Dominator.
It's the right idea. You just had to be a little more patient there.
Tem vários motivos aí, cara.
Big price, 4 heroes plus that gem. And Mickey sitting here with 2 lives going, what do I do?
Eu tava falando com o Hannah tava me lembrando o meta do sei lá, 2014, Dota 1.
Necronomicon.
Não, que você fazia Dominator pra Giro, pra Luna, mas a Dominator na época dava left stick.
Eu lembro.
Fazia Satanic. E você fazia seu próprio stack.
Aham, eu lembro.
Play off your strengths. Just burst damage from the Marcy and a Black Hole, which can land on some big targets. I like the Daedalus purchase for Mickey. That's going to ramp up his damage a lot. And it makes all these disabled, the Polarized, the Black Hole, Demonic Purge, whatever it is, makes them a lot more deadlier. Particularly for Crystallis on this Face's Void.
E era muito broken aquele Dominator, que se não me engano ele dava 20 de dano e 19 era 20% na steal, coisa assim. Era muito broken, mano. Tipo, era 2 contra o item, dava um creep, dava 20 de dano, 20% na steal e fazia satânico. Era, sei lá, mano, era tipo bizarro.
Dyer's top tower is
Wait. Será que você tá me trollando?
I mean, I don't think they could go high ground, right? That's the other way to force things.
I think you want to go high ground.
Yeah.
This is the point in the game you do want to go high ground with this lineup. You want to force Tundra to fight you with your auras, with your Daedalus timing on the Marcy.
3.
Think about it.
Pull the trigger on this one. They had so much vision from that board place. The banner, it's going to cause an issue though.
Então, cara, basicamente você pode farmar um creep, ganhar o gold e a XP dele sem precisar perder tempo. E você ganha o gold e a XP do creep que tu usa. 45 segundos de cooldown, não tem custo de mana. Você pode usar o creep para poder empurrar o wave, para tancar, o anciente para tu farmar, para fazer stack. Você pode quebrar smoke. É muita coisa. É praticamente um segundo herói que tu tem, pô. Isso aí, man.
Cara, eu queria, mano.
Um buyback. Tá zoando o BZM, né? Nossa.
PPA.
Que?
Sonho PPA.
Um sonho. Você ganhou. Ganhou, bateu. A ciência dele, cara. Olha a ciência desse cara, mano.
Cara, vem comigo, cara. Vem comigo. É um loja para 6 wins já, eu acho. 7 entradas de cabelo, eu acho. Vem, cara.
Que isso, sabe muito.
Mano, a Tunda é muito retraída. Meu medo era... Cara, foi o que eu falei, né? Que eu peguei. Meu medo era os pick-off que o Sport ia tomar. Mas o jogo da Tunda todo retraído assim, velho. Cara, difícil da Liquid ele conseguir impor. E quando a Tunda quisesse impor, se impunha. Se impunha, né?
Se impunha.
Vai meio esquisito. Se impunha. Mas é boa pra Liquid agora, né?
Ela pegou, velho.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has been
É o pique de Marcy, né?
Ah, tem um time, né, pra jogar. E o time foi totalmente mitigado, tudo conseguiu fazer esse trabalho. De novo, né, a sensação que me passou dos dois jogos, não considerando que isso acabou, porque eu acho que isso acabou, mas... Não sei o que. Mais nada, né? Não tô em invasão. A sensação que aconteceu, a sensação que me passou os dois jogos é que a Liquid não consegue trabalhar a rota tão bem quanto a Tundra. Isso está dificultando todas as ações dele no mapa.
Respect the damage. That was a close call. With no BKB, I think Mickey might have died there.
I mean, it's crazy that Tundra are lingering around here looking for stuff.
O 33, o BZM. O Mickey é menos, o Mickey é muito menos. O Mickey nem trabalha a rota, mas o 33 e o BZM faz um trabalho muito gigante em rota, mano. Isso aí faz com que o jogo fique muito tranquilo.
Radiant are scanning.
Vamos forçar o buyback do void.
Amor, deixa alguma coisa lá no fogo?
go out easy. Yeah,
And
they're
Dire's courier has been killed.
Even if they're maybe slightly unfavored,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You mess up one fight, the game's just over for you here.
It may be a 30% chance of victory, but their best chance is just taking
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Before it goes too late. 3 minutes, an aggressive force staff, a blink back on that
almost sick from Socks.
That would have been such a nasty, aggressive force staff to boundless strike into epicenter play.
As heroes are respawning, lucky to get out of there. Extra cast range on this Hoodwink, you really got to think about the utility.
That's true, yeah, that's a good point. Aether Lens plus that go nuts.
They get some building damage, they escape with their lives. Look towards that next Roshan, can spawn right
Dire
now.
are scanning.
BZM close to 25. 24. Chrysalis. BZM is right behind it.
So was that Sand King, also 24.
Oh yeah, those are massive. I mean, now we talk about the 25 talents. I feel like those are all favorite.
Oh yeah, for sure this game. And refresher on that Sand King is a big deal here, especially as you get to that 25 talent. Right now the fight is still anybody's. Particularly if that BKB black hole comes through, Tundra aren't ready for it.
Tundra pushing their advantage, hoping somebody shows on the creep wave. Liquid.
This could be a clump.
He's gonna show. Soxa backs away. Glimmer Cape's out of there.
So scary to push in right here.
And not get lured in to go in on this one.
Tô até cabeça baixa nesse jogo já. E o CM?
Vai back.
Na massinha. Sai voltar.
Cancelaram. Black Hole bom. Mataram o. Nossa, o Void morreu sem. Sem cronar, mano.
Cara, qual é o problema do Cristales ultar, mano?
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Mano, ele hesita muito, PPA. Que agonia que dá, véi. Tem uma Masse dentro do comando na tua frente. Por que tu não estoura esse boneco e evita, sei lá, um back roll desse aí que ia vir? Podia vir. Tá ligado? Estoura esse boneco, mano. Sei lá, véi. Cara, o Cristales é muito esquisito com o Void, tá? Muito esquisito, mano.
Cristales é muito esquisito de muita coisa, né, cara? Vamos combinar.
Cara, estranho, mano. Tipo, cara, tem uma massa dentro do comando. O comando não bate na Chrono? É isso? Eu não sei. O comando deve bater na Chrono, porque bate se o Void tiver no time. Deve bater. Não sei, cara. Esquisito demais essa play. É uma play muito difícil pra atuar. Só que pior do que a Trunda tá sendo a execução da Liga.
Radiant are scanning.
Não, o Cristales tá fazendo Dag, pô. Tá marcando Dag ali. Pegar uma Saxa de novo. Esse gosta de morrer.
Buybacks to play with though.
That's true, and they've done a really good job playing around their outposts with buybacks.
Continuou no rachão.
All eyes on 33, man.
Vai ter Dagger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
33 baitando.
Look at all these shadow poisons just raining into the pit. They have the Eidolons checking out the Helmet Dawn creeps if necessary as well.
O Cristales meteu um central. Ó, Pokémon dentro do rochão. Pokémon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or the shadow poisons building up.
Yeah, 33 is putting the pressure on to make the jump as he whittles it down.
Once they go in, that's when Chrysalis is going to strike. And Liquid responds to that initiation.
ultou. Achou no chão. mano. Legal.
Nó.
Errou. Salada. Não tem buyback aqui.
É, Void.
Tem buyback também. Não refresh. Não tem dano.
Patético.
Ele chegou pra dar o dano.
Nó.
Ele chegou pra dar o dano. Vai tomando, viu? Vai tomando, 33. Vai tomando, 33. Vai. Você tá ganhando a briga, mano.
É.
Sem dar buyback, né?
Aí eu te pergunto. Não é um Dota assim que você gosta de assistir? 27-27?
Pô, mas é isso que eu tô te falando no último jogo, pô. Aqui não teve espanco, não tem equipes espancando outras, entendeu? Esse é o meu ponto. São equipes que estão jogando outro equilibrado, o Rochelle foi pra um, o outro foi pro outro. O Dota está equilibrado, aí é justo. A minha crítica é quando você tem uma equipe que tá espancando, ela não consegue fazer ações no mapa porque ela não consegue subir regrado. O meu problema é esse, é o regrado, entendeu?
Que isso, boneco não anda, mano.
Não anda, não. Ele tem 4 skills ativos, tá ligado? Quando ele bate a dilatação e começa a bater dando stun e como slow, já era, velho. Bem jogado pelo Cristales agora. O que ele não joga de Void, ele tem de gameplay. Ele não joga com o herói, ele tem de gameplay. Ele consegue resetar com a gameplay dele. Pobre do Toby. Olha o Toby lá em cima, cara.
Tristeza.
Ai, meu Deus. O que ele tá fazendo, hein? Não levou pra fora? Vou esperar algum colega dele me informar. Já chegou.
Void sem dano.
Não precisa dar, não. Ele refresh. 2 ult, controlar a briga toda. MK e o SK dá dano pra ele. E o dano dele vem do Bash. Então, ele vai ter dano de todo jeito. Bash errado, o dano é mais mágico que físico. Se você levar um pouco em consideração que é o raio e a tranca temporal. Vai sair vídeo de armadura, eu vou pra esses dias.
Boa.
So you kind of reset this game, and in theory you have advantage on the map right now with 2 core buybacks on cooldown for Tundra and 2 support buybacks on cooldown for Tundra. Now some of those are going to come up pretty quickly here. Obviously Tundra, they want to sit in base and wait for them, they can. I mean, it does beg the question though. We're getting into the ultra late. How do you win a fight and push through buybacks and double ults on all these heroes if you're liquid? Your lineup is just not designed to do it this late into the game. Like, you're gonna need double black hole. You need a refresher on You're probably gonna need a refresher on Mars. You need equivalent spell power Tundra Alchemy right now in order to kill them twice.
Nossa, a massa tava sem char até agora.
Não precisa, pô, tem Dominator.
Tem Dominator, é verdade. Não precisa ter Dominator. Porque ele tá do lado dela o tempo todo.
É, boys, tá empatado, né? Empatado, complicado pra Liquid. Vergonha dessa Liquid aí, viu?
Esse cara tem refresh, tem Daedal, tem Aganin. Nossa. O pobre do Nisha ficou bem pra trás. Vai pegar 25 ele agora, né? Pegou quem?
E o Sandro? Onde já tá, 27?
Sandro já tá? É aquela TF lá que ele matou todo mundo. 25 do Nisha, o Nisha é importante. Refresh sendo marcada pelo Cyberlight.
Do you have the longer pulverize for a primal beast? That helps a lot. With the refresher, that's a significant add-on.
Especially when you got 2 of them. You have the Ags on the Snapfire as well.
Eles vão pra Cocó, hein? Cocó do Mega. Famosa. O cara vai vir defender Mega, os caras vão pular no cara do Mega. Olha lá, ó. E agora, PPA? Filho chora e a mãe não vê.
Cocó do Mega?
Cocó do Mega. Cocó do Mega, clássica. No, não enxergou.
Como que ele errou?
Ele errou. Ele errou. Ele não conseguiu usar pulverizar no cara, tu viu?
Eu vi.
Perdeu o target, aí. Não pode, cara. F demais. Se eu faço um negócio desse... Se sou eu fazendo um negócio desse, nem tá me xingando até agora.
The buybacks are slowly coming up for Tundra. That is the biggest story about this time period in the game. They're waiting out the cooldowns. They are getting the goal.
Pressão, isso é pressão.
Pressão, pressão.
Ele já começa a gelar. O cara já começa o quê? A mão fica suada. O dedo começa a escorregar no teclado. Aí começa a cair gota de suor assim no chão, tá ligado? Os caras com menos 10 de temperatura lá. Tô falando de gota de suor no chão.
Somehow Mickey is the most farmed hero here. I don't even understand how that's possible.
27-29, hein? Já quem pegou 58,5 já foi. Quem diria?
É. Falei com você, 60 kills tu quer?
60 kills, mano. E parecia em um determinado momento que não, né?
Na real, o segundo game assim costuma sempre ser mais longo, né, cara?
É, o cara não desiste, o cara tem medo.
Oh, Tundra would love for Liquid to jump into them. You have great positioning for a grip deep in the fight, and you can protect it with all this AoE. That Baynax is also coming out.
And let's be clear, there's no way Liquid should push the base, right? That time is gone.
Straight up? Nah, there's no chance. With Aegis and double black hole? Kind of the only way you're ever gonna win this game.
Tá fácil o ataque. Tá fácil não, hein?
All 5 will be available for Tundra here in 10 seconds. We are going to the ultra lane. Dead even. 2K difference at the 52-minute mark between these two teams who know each other so well.
We are going to have some big Aghanim Scepters coming in from the supports. Toby's working on his. That's a massive one. Aghanim's on Shadow Demon, I think, is just about as good.
Oh, yeah.
But much more situational in its usage. A lot easier just to get a really sick Fiend's Grip and have it be uncancelled.
Right now, Liquid have outpost control. They're keeping the Primal into this dire outpost.
Yeah, this is a point where Liquid can actually be the ones using the buybacks to their advantage.
Isso!
Deixa eu sem mão, né? Eles iam me macetando no lixo lá atrás.
O D3 conseguiu usar refresh. Black hole, hein? Olha o TP, que coisa linda. E o Benny foi, hein? O Benny foi.
Ele não tem. Resetado, não tem Crono, não tem o Kong, não tem Epicentro, é só andar pra frente, né? Não?
Oxa.
Não fácil falar que eu daria a win, né? Valendo vaga no TI. Não falo um negócio desse, né? Mas eu acho que a melhor decisão é ter dado esse win no mid, não?
1,91 na Liquid aqui, cara. Será que vai? Não dá pra saber, né, cara? Até agora, tipo, a gente nem sabe quem vai ganhar essa merda.
Na verdade tá muito complexa. Cara, eu não gostei desse roxão não, mano. Eu só quebrava a base deles toda e ia roxando depois. Sem contar de nada lá, sem contar se existir lá, os caras não clicam, mano. Mas aí vou fazer a mesma coisa, né? Vou quebrar a base todinha, eu acho.
Dyer's middle barracks has fallen. Dyer's middle barracks has fallen.
Mid lane gets wiped out. One more for Megas. Not that that'll be the end of the game. Tundra, they really feel like they gotta grind out more time for this refresh in the Faceless Void, which needs 50 more seconds. They can't wait for the double ultimates. It doesn't look like they want to.
Difícil, né?
Eu não gostei, mano. Eu só quebrava a base toda, voltava, tem torme. Fazia roche na volta, dava tempo. Vai carregar todos os refreshes lá dos caras agora. Todos os outros voltaram. Estranho, né? Mas é o medo, né? O medo de perder. Tem uma vantagem ali, acho que dá pra aproveitar.
Cancel a black hole that is disrupting the entire fight could be the bigger play. He has the cast range to pull it off. Tundra on the back foot right now. Liquid's execution in these fights has been incredible. They finally got a fight on an outpost where they can use their buybacks. That was the biggest factor there. It's almost more important where you take the fight, not how you take it.
Isha's really not going for negative scepter, huh? His heart got taken away from him. DCM found the courier. He purchased out a heart, which will rejoin him soon. Now he's gonna buy a shard? But why not Axe? I feel like Axe this late is still a significant damage source. Gives you the break.
It's more raw survivability.
E esse primal sem a ganinha até agora, cara?
Tô vendo que ninguém tá fazendo, né?
Não faz mais a ganinha pra esse herói, não é?
Eu não sei por que, PPA.
Quadruple disruption?
It's huge to counterplay this Chrono, especially.
Yeah, if you Chronosphere one person, double Chrono him, and Chrono that person and never see them. He could just get disrupted.
Eu tô lendo aqui a skill.
That's true.
Tá dando?
Tá dando, pô. É tipo... É 85 cada raio. Né? Então, tipo, quando ele tá rodeando o cara ali, sai tipo, sei lá, velho. Não sei quantos raios disso aí. Cada, né? 3 ondas de 2 projetos ao seu redor. 3 ondas de 2. Que sai ao seu redor. Então, tipo, no meio, se pega todos os projéteis, né, saindo do meio, sabe o que? Uns 8? De 3 ondas? É muito dano. Fora que dá break, eu não sei porque a galera não pega não. Sinceramente, eu não faço ideia, mano.
É. Esquisito.
Might be able to just push him over the edge here.
6,000 net worth lead, and a minute left on the Aegis, but it seems like Liquid are content to sit back and play for late. Bound to get their heart back for the Primal.
Valuing buybacks over what Aegis gives them, right? Like, again, if you push base with this Aegis and you lose the fight,
sure, yeah.
It's just GG. Well, all these buybacks are likely going to come back off, so both teams will be happy about that. And now it's just a question of how far as we approach the 60-minute mark. How much more can you squeeze out of the scale here?
Well, let's talk about those 60-minute items. Do you feel like it's a better advantage for Tundra or for Liquid?
It's whoever gets more Helm of the Undyings,
right? It's usually these Helm of the Undyings, but the Helm of the Undyings against Liquid's burst is going to be...
60 minutos, e de 60, hein? De 60 é sempre
uma hora.
De surpresas. É... A Valve podia diminuir. É outra coisa que eu acho que ela podia dar uma... Pô, bota esse 60 pra 55. Vamos. 55? Vamos de...
O Tier 4 é qual minuto?
O quê?
Tier 4 é 35? Ou é 30?
55.
É 5, né?
É tipo 25 minutos depois, tá ligado?
Não compensa, não.
Vamos trazer pra 55? Vamos? Classe 1, 5, classe 2, 15, classe 3, 25. Se a Valve fosse maluca, ela podia botar um classe 5 ali de 45 e um classe C de 55. De 10 em 10. Fica um intervalo muito grande sem trocar de item entre 35 e 60, né?
É.
25 for the Hoodwink. Does go for the Acorn charges here. Doesn't have a ton of damage, but
o BZM tem tudo que ele precisa e não tem a ganinha ainda, né? Mas a ganinha do macaco não é essas coisas. Esse jogo é um jogo sem muitas ganinhas, né? Normalmente, ó, o Insania tem, a Snap tem, a Massi não tem ainda. A Massi não fez a ganinha. SK tem, o Toby tá na luta. Nossa, o Toby, mano. O Toby, ele... Mano do céu, mano. O tal do Benny late game, mano. O Hero não tem mecanismo de farm algum, velho.
Tristeza, né, cara? Era melhor fazer uma Dominator. Esse cara aí tinha que fazer Dominator. Será que o bicho dele consegue bater no cara que tá dormindo?
Unidade sob efeito do pesadelo, andando em direção. É fácil que o inimigo aliado das atacadas. Caso seja atacado diretamente, o pesadelo passa por agressão. O Benny pode atacar causar e causar dano à unidade no pesadelo livremente. É, o Benny.
É o Benny, né?
Mano, é 7k de patrimônio aos 61 minutos, PPA. Isso aqui é uma tristeza. Mas é muita tristeza, mano. A diferença de patrimônio só tá 3k pra Liquid por causa do Benny, pô. Que a diferença do Benny pro Shadow Demon é 10k, pô.
Pois é. Patético isso daí.
Ou seja, vamos falar que é real. A Tundra tá com 7k de patrimônio na frente. Pelo menos assim. Necronomicon, lascou. Necronomicon, bicho. Desoladora 2 na Hoodwink, ó. Essa Hoodwink, hein?
O cara vai fazendo tormento até agora, mano. Tormento de 1 hora.
Vai de 1 hora, vai tomando. Nossa, Desoladora 2 na Hoodwink, vai doer os tapas aí. Outro livro dos mortos. Tá aqui na mão da SK. E a SK pegou. Gosta do movimento. Gosta do movimento, vai tirar a bota. O Tobo pegou o quê? É um morto-vivo e alcance. Perfeito, né, Tobo? Tudo que tu quer, né? O Cristal pegou resistência estática e dano base. E o MK tá de um morto-vivo e dano, né? Ousadia. Velocidade de ataque, toma mais dano, mas dá mais dano. Enigma tem arma do morto-vivo e alcance.
Esse jogo aqui tá valendo muito, Noobmaster. Tipo assim, tá valendo a vaga, né? Da Liquid da Tundra. Então, assim... Tá muito difícil de apostar. A gente nem apostou.
Pegaram cristales. O Toby pegou. O Cristales vai morrer, o Cristales vai morrer. Matou, outro socorro.
Cronou pra nada, que isso? Que crono é essa? Crono pra fugir? Ih, bateu refresh, BKB.
Vai bater crono.
Patético.
O pobre do Toby morreu, sem buyback. Não, tem buyback. O Saxa que não. O Saxa tem buyback também.
O bonecão atropela, mano. O cara cronou duas vezes e não matou ninguém, mano.
Não, ele não usou segunda não.
Patético isso daqui. Cadê? Vencedor da Liquid de 1,28. Tá valendo ainda?
Tu acha? Agora pra mim não vale mais nada, mano. coin flip, PPA. Coin flip agora.
Aqui é coin flip agora, cara.
Tem nada certo agora mais não. Não tem aquela frasezinha que a gente tava usando. Não existe mais. 20% de segurança. Não tem segurança aqui, pô.
Pois é.
É, perninha de aranha e velocidade na modo fera, hein? Que delícia, hein, fera?
Delícia,
Nossa
fera.
senhora, é isso, hein? Não podia... Cara, ele não podia pedir nada melhor pro Val.
Não pagou ali o Sand King, hein? Nossa, deletado, deletado, deletado.
Não vai dar tempo matar.
É, ele tem buy. O Roshan subiu, pelo menos.
Olha o Sax.
Sax, você não pode morrer, não. Se morrer, fodeu.
Sax, se morrer...
Tá, tá de boa, tá de boa.
O que foi essa luz, PPA? O lixo errou de novo.
Hã?
Ele usou Eus em si mesmo?
Ele usou Eus na Lotus, pô. Do Saxa. Saxa tem Lotus.
Mas ele... Ah, ele tem Link e Lotus.
Links e Lotus, Links e Lotus.
Voltou nele e bloqueou, hein?
É.
Rochão, né? Rochão, mas a Tundra não usou os buy, né? Usou os buy de sup. Os 3 cores não usaram buy. 66 minutos. F, próximo jogo não acompanha não, tá? Impossível acompanhar o próximo jogo. Os caras tá zoando muito, mano.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nossa, o Mickey. Ele tem BKB e refresh ainda, tá de boa. Ah, ele tem tudo. Matar o Sax. Nossa, o Sax tá zanzando pra um lado pro outro. Cristales, finalmente. O box se salvou. É, boys. Ah, o Void tem refresh. Ah. Nada acontece. Jogo difícil, mano. Boneco caindo do céu.
Nossa, aí pulou, botou uma bandeira e saiu, mano. Que doente o box. Divine no SK. Divine no SK vindo do Galo. Atenção pra essa ultimate, hein? O mundo vai se acabar, viu? O mundo vai se acabar, viu?
Nossa. Ó, o Benny cancelou, o Benny cancelou. Nossa, nice ult do Benny. Nossa, Deus, mano. Todo mundo morrendo, cara.
Cristales.
Buyback do Cristales. Buyback do Sand King. Comando do Kong agora, ó. Mickey pode cair. Mickey não cai. Tá macetando. Morreram agora sim. Mataram o MK, mas o Mickey morreu também. Mas ele tem buy. Buy agora. Ele quer aproveitar ali o resto de tempo que ele tem vivo ainda pra poder fazer qualquer coisa. O trono tá caindo. GG, né?
Acabou.
Fala da Liquid aí, cavalaria, porra. Tem que respeitar. Pelo amor de Deus. Vamos pro G3. Man, eu não sei você. Mas quando é G3...
Quem ganha vem confiante, né?
Quando é G3... Se essa partida foi 1 hora e teve 75 kills, imagina o G3. Sem querer influenciar em nada. Bora overthrow, man. Overthrowzinho do intervalo.
Ou sair.
Que isso, vai sair?
Vou sair.
Não é possível, mano. Hã?
Tem que complicar pra G3, não. G3 vai durar 50 minutos também, mano.
Ah, não, pô.
Aí complicar é todo.
Ah, não, pô.
E depois de ver esse Cristales aí hesitando em ultar, tá me dando um negocinho também.
life-saving, game-saving for Liquid as they push to a game 3.
Absolutely. Like he was talking about retirement and stuff in his interview.
Please don't.
Yeah, please don't. He's not there yet. Like these disruptions have been absolutely game-saving. Multiple times in a row, multiple heroes in a singular fight that he saves. And of course, we have to talk about his other support as well. Because Snap, Moxie was doing some serious stuff as well. Later on down the path, like you just didn't know who's going to be, like you can't even use the chrono unless you catch all 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, we were memeing before the game started that he's gonna have the long range like Falcon sprint yesterday, and it actually happened. I love how Cap was casting. He said one support saves the other support. Like at a certain point, it just felt too hard for Tom to come back. But honestly, this was just a match, so.
This chrono right here, right? You would think, okay, now he, but look at the damage. There's just no damage whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, he needs, I don't know, he needs the Monkey King, but at the same time, I don't know what he needed per se, because this game definitely was quite mental, and I think we have the difficult job to break down how it got to this point. And to do that, I do feel like we do need to talk a little bit about the earlier stages of this game, because it was a very difficult road for Team Liquid to get to that point to begin with, Stormstormer.
I mean, the very start of the game, it kind of basically went off how we expected to, right? The BZM Monkey did very good against the Niche and Primal Beast. The Saberlight Enigma did fantastically against the Void and the Bane. There was no lane swapping shenanigans, which we assumed here on the panel. But later, the game went like different roads. First, like, did someone manage to stall the game out on Tundra's draft? They managed to cut waves with Dominator. I'm not sure how many waves we counted that one troll creep cut on the top lane right there from Crystallis. So I think this game had so many curves that it's hard to recall all of them. But it's definitely safe to say that both teams must be sweating now.
I mean, I think this game was also so crazy and so hard to actually break down analytically because there was a lot of mistakes, a lot of weird plays, a lot of mistakes.
You mentioned
from both teams.
The nerves.
Yeah, you could feel the nerves on both teams. Like there's so much on the line. Neither of these teams want to go out here. It's way too early for both of these big organizations and teams. So, yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be even more crazy, right? Like,
mistakes make for very fun entertainment in terms of the viewer point of things anyway, Lizard.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of Dota we all enjoy. We'll all love to watch, right? Like the most perfect Dota sometimes is a little bit too boring. Like there's just perfect scenarios, perfect smokes. Here, we had some really good strategic movement across the map, but we also had a couple of mistakes here and there, which made for a more interesting game of Dota, especially when it comes to some Helm of Dominators across the map.
Yeah, let's take a look at the most important Helm of the Dominator, I think, that you guys also saw featured on the screen very many times. It was 11.5 minutes into the game. Crystallis gets his Helm of the Dominator. And that's like the start of a little fairy tale, of a troll, mostly a troll. He did find trolls very frequently, I must say.
I think he found like 3 or 4 trolls in a row or something, and at a certain point you just left wondering. I mean, here we marked the 11:30 minute mark, right? This item is going to catapult into the top net worth later in the game, and this comes out of a tough laning stage. Yeah, here we're gonna see.
Net worth.
I mean, this is gonna be his net worth, his 16,300 net worth at like 31 minutes, which is quite substantial. He was top at that point. He was above everybody else after being counterpicked in lane. So this item, I mean, it's surely going to get nerfed, probably not between the roll to TI and TI itself, even though at this point I'm asking myself, should they do it? Valve, are you listening? Should we nerf this stuff? Because it just feels so frustrating, right? Like this troll is in front of your tier 3 tower top. It's cutting one wave after another, and you have to commit resources to kill that tower creep. You have to TP there, you have to show somebody. Then once you kill that creep, the other lanes get pushed out again. And you're in a position where you're 6k net worth ahead. You want to press the objective on the enemy side, and this item just doesn't let you do it.
I think Tundra is also utilizing these creeps really well. I mean, they are, like we talked about a little bit the last game as well, with the 33 utilizing his creeps on the side lanes. And now we see both of them actually doing it this game. So I think Tundra also quite good at utilizing this, and not just letting it follow the hero, but actually sending it across the map. So this Void is basically farming an entire wave every 30 seconds, and whatever else he's farming on his side of the map. Plus, he's never gonna die because he's hidden, you know, behind his whole team.
There's something with Neta and the Zoo being meta.
Yeah.
Whenever he's playing whatever team, whatever meta, he's going to find a way to utilize these creeps.
Yes, but I feel like Crystallis already is so deep in the Tundra bubble. In the past, it was only like Nada, you know, on his offlane Lycans, and now Dom is like, hey, I'm gonna cut you away. But Crystallis is the guy actually who cut those 8 waves top on his faceless void carry with the Dominators. So good job, Crystallis, you're full in it.
Yeah, good job there. But of course, at some point, Liquid does get frustrated with all that, and they do manage to find fights like the one that we are gonna look at right now.
Yeah, this was one of the first fights where it looked like Tundra might absolutely turn it, and it started off in a really weird way in which BZM just jumps in from the backlines when Aegis is still 15 seconds away from being reclaimed. But I feel like they utilized the fact that they overdove afterwards, right? Like after they got baited by the BZM kill, the chrono was perfect by Tundra. They caught multiple heroes and just pretty much wiped Liquid, plus made the Shadow Demon buyback. I feel like this was one of those turning points for Tundra that got us into the game that lasted 60 minutes.
I mean, at that point, I kind of thought it was going to be
Tundra's game,
taking this one.
It looked like that for a long period of time, I think. But then later on, it just felt like this Marcy kills this Void in 2 volleys. It was so close, so many times he barely got out. But when the Void hits the Marcy, it's the entire Chronosphere. And he's not... it just felt like there was not the same explosive damage coming out of Tundra at all. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe the coordination was not there. The saves, of course, playing a big part with the SD. Maybe the auras came into play from Enigma. But yeah, the difference in how hard it was for Tundra to kill heroes versus the other way around was definitely there in the team fights.
And maybe we can track that all the way back. We mentioned it a few times now to that laning stage that was very good for Saberlight and then not so good for Crystallis. And what actually happened on that lane, Purge?
Well, they beat him up. They attacked him many times. They made their lane very hard, and that's because they had the hero counter. They had summons. Summons are good against both Faces Void, who doesn't have any nukes or AoE, and against Bane, who also isn't very good against lots of targets. He's a very single target-oriented hero. So Boxy, the Snapfire, and the Enigma, they just right-click them a lot throughout the course of this laning stage here. Basically just lowering their HP. Kind of interestingly, Boxy even got a Headdress of Rejuvenation to give them both 2 extra regen, just to keep the pressure up and deal damage to Crystallis. And then here, Toby's going to try to do a little bit of a half pull here, grabbing some of his creeps, but in the same moment, Liquid realized, like, oh, we can just turn and kill him, actually. So they can get the first blood in that lane in that exact moment here. So as the lane continues, same kind of stuff. Spawning Eidolons until they duplicate, and then they have a go here. They're going to use Cookie here on one of these Eidolons, so he shoots forward, and then watch this really cool body blocking that they do afterwards. All these guys are wailing on him. His armor is lower because of the Snapfire machine gun, Lil Shredder, and then they all just do more damage. So this is how they get more and more lead in this lane as they compound this. And in the meantime, Crystallis has to just deal with all of this harassment consistently. Here's another Cookie, some right clicks on. Toby almost dies, doesn't, but that's so much regen that he loses that it takes him a long time.
Eu não tinha apostado não nesse jogo aqui.
And Crystallis has to deal with all that hate coming for him instead.
Eu tinha apostado no mapa 1 e eu perdi, aí eu fiquei broxado de postar mais.
This is all time that he's not hitting creeps.
Patético aí, a Liquid está jogando muito mal e não só isso, né? Sei lá, não tô sentindo confiança não. Mas esse jogo agora foi muito bom de assistir, né? Foi muito foda.
For a possible kill, but check out this kill that ended up happening. It was so cool. So if we take a look at how much experience Enigma has, he's close to 6, but he's not there yet, right? So what you're trying to do is get level 6, black hole the Void, and he's been working towards getting his HP low. But unfortunately, he's still not 6, and almost all of the creeps are dead over here, which means that Insania kind of needed to disrupt right now, because if he doesn't, his opponent is possibly going to just escape. So he had to disrupt then. He has to kill this last creep, and right when this creep dies, he has to right now level up to 6 and cast it. He had such a small window there to finish the creep, level to 6, and cast Black Hole. They managed to hit it, and that's what helped really catapult their advantage in this lane. And that is why it took 11.5 minutes for him to get Helm of the Dominator. It was a really, really tough lane for him.
Otherwise, he would have gotten it earlier. Would have farmed so many more creep waves on that lane, and who knows? Maybe we would be sitting here telling a different story. But the story right now is series is tied, and we are going to a 3rd game. And I think that the teams have a very difficult job of moving forward from that game we just saw. But we're going to try to think about what they're thinking about right now, Stormstormer, because there is a way forward. And I do remember you saying at the very start of this series that you felt that Liquid had a slight edge in this series. Now that you've seen both teams take a game off each other, do you stand by that?
I would say the games are too chaotic to simply define, okay, Liquid has this turkey in the back, right? Because it went so back and forth. I think one thing is safe to say that the adaptation in the draft was good. I think they should keep banning the Invoker like they did in the first game. I'm not biased. I just think it's a good decision. And I think that basically the things that happened in this draft were very good for them. I think the 18 Enigma pick also works fabulously against the Void and Bane. That might also be something that Tundra's thinking about, whether they should keep this more in mind when they pick their duo, because of course they're susceptible to that. So I think this is the main thing you can discuss between a game right now. I don't think you can really go too much into gameplay because it was too much back and forth, too much to look at. And I think the best you can get here is small marches in the draft.
What about this? What about this Marcy hero? Because I think this was a display of Marcy. Why Marcy is considered to be borderline broken by a lot of people going into this event. The amount of damage that this hero puts out with fairly low net worth is absolutely crazy. And normally people throw it off lane and then or they put it on support or whatever, but this was a carry Marcy, and I would say he carried this game on his hands. Is that a potential ban? I mean, we can look at the bans down there in the bottom right here. Beast, Shaker, Furion, and Puck, right? Is there something else you want to ban? Yeah, those ones there.
I definitely agree with your sentiment, because the Marcy pick was also what enabled the Enigma pick, right? Because the flexibility that this provides to position 1, 3, and high chance also 4, I mean, boxing guarantee plays it. It gives a feeling that they should ban it. But then again, the other bans we saw there, I mean, the Mika Nature's Prophet is a classic. The Nisha Puck has 100% win rate. What else was there? I think
Shaker Beast.
Shaker Beast. Yeah, these heroes are also super strong.
I feel like they came prepared for the Marcy. Every single team in this tournament, if you're letting the Marcy go through, you have a preconditioned idea, right? You have something in store for the Marcy. This time, however, I feel like Liquid were one step ahead of your idea. They covered it already with the Shadow Demon. And I really think this hero was the crucial point, a crucial reason why Marcy actually worked later on. Because if they didn't have that save, between the Snap and the Shadow Demon came way early.
Yeah,
Marcy would have been dead many times in a grip.
There's definitely a lot of factors, right? I think the item build of Void with the Skadi was also maybe questionable. Instead of going for some more damage, like Butterfly, for example, then Marcy would have missed, 30% of attacks, right? 35% of his attacks, so he would have survived and also deal more damage. There's so many factors that they could have done better, I think, and then maybe won this game. So maybe you don't have to change that much. You can also adjust the second phase bans to potentially that Enigma, like you mentioned, but still pick up the Void again. So I think there's a lot of things you can change, but yeah, it's hard to say what Tundra feels like is the main reason why they lost.
A lot of things that came into play, especially during the later stages of the game. We had 2 supports on the side of Team Liquid that could save. We had the Gobble Up, of course. The late game is very powerful, but the Shadow Demon very strong there as well. And then on the other side, you had the Bane, who definitely tried to interrupt the Primal and the Black Holes. And you had Hoodwink, and we talked a little bit about Hoodwink already, and I know, Lizard, you said, oh, I'm starting to like where this hero is.
I mean, in comparison with these 3 other heroes, maybe Saxa didn't do as much early on, though.
I hate Hoodwink. I actually absolutely hate it. I think it's way below all the other support, in my opinion.
Boa, cara.
It's a rough game for Saxa, I think.
Yeah.
Quantos pontos? Tem que esperar, né? Eu fiz... Ah, agora apareceu aqui 360. Caralho, BK, fala dele. Mas eu acho que tá errado, né? Porque eu acertei 4, pô. Aí aqui fala, ó. Cada palpite correto é 1 ponto, não é? Ó, palpite correto. Eu acertei 4. É pra eu estar com 360 também. E eu ainda posso acertar aqui, ó. A Tundra e a Falcons. Né? Eu ainda posso acertar mais 2 ainda. Então, se eu acertar 5, 6, é 1.200 pontos. Só que esses pontos aqui são muito poucos. Esses pontos aqui só são muitos se você acerta vários. O ganho Quando você acerta muito seguidos aqui, realmente é muita coisa. Mas acho que o que vai dar mais ponto mesmo é isso aqui, pô. Isso aqui é o que vai dar mais ponto. $47.000.
Already a good counter with the disruption, and it felt like at that point most of Tobo's heroes were banned out or like pre-picked or something like that. Disruptor was out, Pagna was out, so I think they did a pretty good job at countering that, because that's also what enabled the Enigma 18 pick, that those conventional Toby heroes they picked are not in the pool anymore.
I think there's a good point about Bane. If you're gonna take Void, why also take the Bane? Then you have two, like, you don't need it. You need damage in the Chrono, right? You need AA, something like that. Like, that would be a lot stronger, I think, because then you have ways of killing stuff in the Sanking stun, in the Chrono, in the Hoodwink stun as well. I think the Bane is maybe overkill on Disable.
I agree. It feels like the double down on the Marcy, right? And that we've been talking about so much. I mean, you mentioned it in the draft, the Bane grip is a casual counter.
6:30 pra Liquid ganhar a série.
Like the big control you need against the Marcy. But yeah, that duo,
Eu vou zicar você, Frost.
the main weakness.
Agora a Liquid vai ganhar é pica.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep myself out of that. But that duo of picks for me would be the first, I don't know, wheel that I would try to adjust if I had to today.
Just to protect my Hoodwink a tiny little bit, the shard is pretty damn good. When you have a Sand King on your team or any sort of a big DPS dealer, like that shard, 25% damage increase is quite significant. And it's one of the reasons why you see a lot of insta-kills with the Hoodwink and Sand King in other games. In this one, obviously, it didn't work out that well because of all the saves.
But it is still the almost. It's in the most picked soft support there.
Yeah.
Fire gets picked a little bit more still, but you know, there's a
It's
low in
great win rate, 40%.
We are, of course, talking a lot about how the draft played out in game number 2, because the draft for game number 3 is very close. Partially, I think we're going to have something relying on the coin toss that happened and see who's first pick and who's not, because first pick did win both games. And speaking of coin tosses, I do think that there's been a lot of predictions that people had that were somewhat coin toss, because who knows what's going to happen. And you guys want a nice stat?
Absolutely.
You guys want a nice stat?
Yes, please.
So everybody did their predictions in their fantasy. You know, I mean, I did. I was obviously very wrong, but I'm happy to announce that everybody was very wrong. There's only 6 accounts in Dota 2 that have 10 teams correctly predicted, which is the highest amount of correct predicted teams. 6 accounts. That's insanely low. That have that. I wonder if that's going to be cut in half potentially by whoever is going to win this series, because we're not even done yet with the road to TI.
The 6 geniuses.
The 6 geniuses.
Yeah.
They saw this coming. They foresaw.
Oracles.
Bring them up. I feel like it's just as hard to be wrong with everything. I think Sind was talking about being 0 out of 16, so that's impressive as well. Shout out to Sind.
True. Let's see what's happening in this series in particular, as we do have Tundra on first pick. They secured themselves the Marcy. Invoker, Lycan still banned, so is Naga Beastmaster. Not much change there. Tundra banned out the Nature's Prophet Puck and the Shaker. And I know...
Tirou? Tirei nada, pô.
This hero is so good, why is not picked more?
Yeah.
A conta agora pra Liquid vencer aqui, ó. Tá 162, né?
I said Willow is surprisingly unpicked. I don't know. How good is it? I'm not sure. I think it should be picked more. I mean, we just saw the hero pool for position 4.
Tô perguntando pra tu. Tiro? Ah, o que eu acho? Eu acho que você tira, mano. Você já tá dobrado, não tá? Já tá pagando 230, né? Com certeza, pô. Você tá maluco. Já tá ótimo.
I think maybe also why you see some of the Chinese teams experimenting with the AA4, right? But the Willow is definitely a forgotten hero in this tournament so far.
Essa aí eu queria ter entrado também. Essa aí foi boa.
Right now, it's something that Liquid has done in the past as well. Just casually pick up that Willow for Boxy out of nowhere.
It's really crazy, right? I mean, Thanking was in the pool, Monkey was in the pool. They love those.
Falei que te ganhar esse game 3 é um pulo. Pra Tundra também, pô. E aí? Aí que tá o problema, né?
on the 9 pick, even though great cores like Psyche and Monkey King were in the pool.
This is a hero that doesn't care way too much about Marcy, right?
Yeah, I agree.
You can go into the Dark Realm. Brambles are really annoying for Marcy to jump around. Terrorize is good, so...
It's actually a very good matchup for Willow, if you think about it, right? He can't kill you, and you can also kill him.
And they get their Sand King anyway.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
afterwards.
I guess the order wouldn't really matter. There's unlikely that Willow would have been banned.
But on the flip side, if Tundra wants to, they are getting their Tiny because it was the Pugna Toby's hero that got banned out. They do pick up the Toby hero now with the Warlock.
Can I just say, I love that we discussed the Toby hero pool as well, because here Tundra is just not messing around.
They pick it instantly.
Slam! Toby, you're secured.
Bane, get this.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brings
Keep
so
it,
much
keep
damage.
It simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I think Tiny here looks somewhat obvious unless you are willing to flex the Marcy potentially. I mean, I know Saxa, at least in past, liked this hero a lot. If you pick the Tiny now, you are giving up that flexibility.
Yeah, that sounds kind of risky, right? Because I think Tundra, we at least know that with quite confidence 33 is not go... Okay, they do go for it, but doesn't this mean that the Marcy is basically +1? Does 33 actually play it? He doesn't strike me as a Marcy player.
Vou no banheiro, ele já volto.
Of reasons why SD is decent.
I feel like I would be very happy playing Warlock here. Like, I feel like you just trump the team fight the first 20 minutes. Every time you have Golem, you just walk down lanes and they can't fight you.
And I also think repositioning, like Tiny Opposite, it works way differently against saves than what they had last game. Like it's
Ô, Bizarelli, você já viu isso aqui, Bizarelli? Já viu isso aqui?
To last game where you just have to answer the chrono, the sanking, and you don't have to reposition yourself so
And
much.
just imagine trying to get in position to disrupt the target that's being tossed back. Then you have this Warlock with a Golem with Fatal Bonds following up.
Yes, indeed. And a Queen of Pain being picked up.
I feel like they're just keeping it simple on Tundra this time around. They have their comfort zone, good team fight, a lot of damage from Quap. This matchup into the Sand King, if Sand King is mid, of course, will be pretty decent for them. Then you can decide between the Marcy going one or off lane. And in the end, if you want it on one, there is something like a Darkseer Tiny that's true and tested for Tundra.
There's actually a lot of offlaners still in the pool for 33.
I think the Quap pick is clever here, right? Because it matches up well both against Sand King and against Monkey King.
Yes.
So you kind of secure yourself that, and if they put either of those mid, you're happy. If not, well, then you're facing off against Sand King offlane, which is kind of awkward. You're facing off against the Monkey King carry. You might not be that scared of it. You beat it in the first game, right? So I think this is a good pick, and it's also synergizes as well with Warlock Fatal Bonds.
I do like it a lot here. It also gets protected with the Ember Ban. Would have been surprised if that was left in the pool. And the Bladelock Quap here, I would imagine he goes to the Bladelock Bondage Quap here, is quite good against also Sand King and Willow. Like, Willow basically kills herself and she casts a Bandlam. So
yeah.
I like this pick a lot here. And if Liquid were to take another mid, there's not much left in the pool. The Ember Ban is very good if they want to put Monkey +1 and Sand King offlane, which they do respectively play. Heroes like Kunkka and Void Spirit are the only ones that are like left in the pool. Maybe a Dragon Knight.
I think you just have to put one of those two mid and pick something else. Like Sand King mid, carry Monkey King, last pick Saberlight. How does that look? I mean, I guess you need to see the...
It probably depends on
the
what
last
Tundra
pick,
picks,
right? Yeah, they are definitely keeping it open.
And Tundra here, I mean, this will definitely be a 33 hero.
Yeah, they ban out the Darks here with the tiny combo.
Makes a lot of sense. They've been running this for a long time.
Voltei. Aí no chat aí, Bizarelli, Frost. Aí no chat, deixa eu mostrar os seus negócios.
What is actually left then?
Axe.
Axe?
It's one of the few that's still left that he plays.
Axe looks not that good.
Axe is very
The
bad.
problem in this lane right now that I'm seeing is you need a hero that deals well with the monkey, because creep skipping might not be an option into disruption.
Does he play Phoenix 33?
Ó.
I would actually love
This is
that.
an insane Phoenix game, right?
I would love some core Phoenix.
Yeah, +3 Phoenix.
Olha isso aqui.
There's another one that's like Enigma. It's a classic with a tiny. What do you think about that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Vai tomando.
Just got played by Liquid and popped off quite well. There's not any BKB control against it. There's a Shadow Doom disruption, of course, but
Vai tomando.
33's Enigma in comparison to all of his other
Ó.
heroes.
But I don't remember when is the last time he played it. But he bought
Ó.
a lot of
very
auras
good
with
Oh.
on
it.
it, no?
I think so too.
I think he's it's a classic Zoo
Oh.
hero. He's played in the past and he buys Domi.
Ó.
That's true. In this patch at least, right? Like you go for Domi and
Yeah.
you're
Que
happy
isso?
even as an Enigma.
Tundra still remove another hero from the
Se eu
mid
clicar aqui pra cancelar. Olha lá, eu fui expulso, ó.
The DK and the Void Sprint.
Aí se eu clicar aqui em confirmar.
And the Conquer. If they
Is
were
there any
Ó.
crazy flex possible on Tundra right now?
Toma.
Besides the I guess Marcy as
What
well.
about Visage?
Toma. Deixa eu entrar no time errado.
so far.
And it's pretty dead as well. I feel like Visage at the moment.
Yeah.
Aí, ó.
There's like
33, you know.
Vai tomando.
2-3 players that play.
Você acha que
I like it.
And the nice animation.
o cara é bobo, filho?
That was so fast.
Yeah, they don't,
Holy.
they don't
Tu acha que o cara é bobo?
So what makes this a good Phoenix game? What's this?
It's good, man.
Bobo é o bobo.
Yeah.
The supports don't like Phoenix. There's no real egg hitter as well. I also
Trabalha e trabalha. Enquanto uns trabalham, outros jogam poi, né, cara? É
I
isso.
just think it fits the lineup perfectly.
Yeah. I love Phoenix. I love playing Phoenix as core, and this looks like one of those juicy games to play Phoenix core. Especially the way that DM
Isso
has
aí.
been doing it lately as well. Like I've been experimenting to Helm of Dominator on the hero. Looks pretty damn solid. It covers all your bases.
Começou, né?
Marcy already. And Synergy as well, Tiny. I just think it fits the lineup perfectly.
Yeah. I love Phoenix. I love playing Phoenix as core, and this looks like one of those juicy games to play Phoenix core. Especially the way that DM has been doing it lately as well. Like I've been experimenting to Helm of Dominator on the hero. Looks pretty damn solid. It covers all your bases. Like everything that you weren't able to do before, you can do with the Helm.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely love this Phoenix. To me, also the Void Split pick, it is good, but to me, maybe a little bit overrushed. They didn't use any of their left reserve time. Maybe there were other heroes also in the pool that could maybe potentially hit the egg, because as you guys mentioned so far, there's not really anybody who hits that egg. And to me, Tundra's teamfight looks very scarier, so I actually love this Phoenix pick.
The only one that can the egg is some
Tu clonou o site do Crei ou é o mesmo site? É o site do Crei, só aquilo ali, pô. Eu não clonei nada, não. Porra, que eu clonei. Aquilo ali é o site do Creyson. Tô te mostrando o site dele. Tô falando que ele tá trabalhando, ele tá fazendo algo, ele tá produzindo alguma coisa, né? Ele tá em constante evolução aí, ó. Os negros ficam falando aí que o cara é isso, que o cara é aquilo, ele tá trabalhando, fazendo algo, pô. O dele ele tá garantindo. O cara tem que ser doente demais pra pagar. Eu não acho, pô. Eu não acho, eu acho que existe público pra tudo. É isso que eu acho. Tem gente que gosta daquele tipo de conteúdo. E tá tudo bem, não é que a pessoa é doente. É falar que você nunca riu assistindo seu Creyson. Ele site tá ninja? Exatamente, o site dele tá muito bom mesmo. Tô comentando porque eu tô impressionado que ele conseguiu fazer um bot que convida no Discord, que convida no Dota, né? Eu tô desde o ano passado tentando fazer isso, a gente não consegue. Ele conseguiu. E ele conseguiu fazer um site que organiza lobby, né? E que convida pro bot, o bot convida pro Dota. Isso é muito bom, pô. Isso é muito bom. Agora, como que ele trabalha em cima disso, aí é outros 500, né? Quem nunca riu de um BMBR? O BMBR é bom demais. Nossa, que merda, hein? Tem que upar a primeira skill aqui, a segunda skill aqui assim, level 1 é triste. Quem que é Sand King? Do Cyberlight? Os caras estão gostando desse Sand King, hein? Todos os 3 jogos teve, cada hora um.
More potential for Tundra in this laning phase than game 2. That's going to be the big difference here in the early game at least. They have some better laning matchups. This Queen of Pain should abuse the Void Spirit at least in the laning phase on mid. I expect EZM.
Cara, mas você não entendeu, Lucas. O conteúdo dele é zoeira, justamente. Então, o público dele, as pessoas que compram os produtos e serviços dele, não são pessoas que estão procurando seriedade, são pessoas que estão procurando zoeira, entretenimento, gracinha, risaiada. Independente do produto ou serviço que ele oferece, o cliente dele compra e encontra o que ele oferece, pô. Dominator vai estragar o TI? Nem fala, cara. É patético esse negócio daí, velho. Olha o tanto de galho. É os galhos. Caralho, ele BZM, filho. Foda-se. 5 galho. Herói universal. Não pô primeira. Será que level 4 ele vai upar a primeira?
They're still good in the late game with the super high HP heroes. You know, he had an almost 5k HP primal with a pipe behind him. That is mega value. But they did not get the tempo out of the auras that they normally look for. Yep. So far, the laning phase, honestly,
Será?
For Liquid across these lanes, especially that top lane with the monkey. 16 and 7 for Mickey. Very nice start for him. Light pulled out of position, tries to throw a strike, but it can't get far enough away. Slowed down by these blood grenades. And he's not quite gonna die, but both him and the Dark Willow take some serious punishment. Just a really tough lane to play the melee hero into. Hard to trade against Marcy, even harder being a Shadow Word behind him, and you're always gonna get bonds to something. So the lanes go well, but not that one. No, they are really suffering there on the Sand King. Incredibly rough start for Saberlight. They'll have to play the sacrificial role in this game. And I expect this Phoenix and Quap lanes to pick up steam here. Yeah, so good start for Liquid, but they're going to have to weather the storm here in the early game for sure. Yeah, once you get level 3 on Phoenix, things really start to change. You get level 5, Phoenix can pretty much solo.
Vê como é que tá as kills aqui.
Always got to remember that built-in miss chance with the hero. Yep. A good Phoenix will make you miss. So far, Mickey hasn't missed much CS, 24 and 7. Top of the CS board uses the Boundless Strength to secure the flank there. Can't get the range creep. This will just kind of continue. He will have never
Tem que respeitar os segredos, cara.
into a situation where the Phoenix is going to be able to make him miss.
É uma abordagem diferente, mano. Eu poderia fazer um personagem como o dele. Seu desgraçado, seu lixo, olha que merda que você tá fazendo aqui. Tu é burro. Tu não dá conta de apertar um botão. Posso fazer isso, entendeu? Vai ter gente maluca que vai pagar pra poder ver eu fazendo isso e dar risada, pô. Vintão na odd de Rampage pra Liquid. Rampage pra Liquid? Cara, não acho que tem Rampage pra Liquid, não. Pô, beleza, MK pode dar Rampage, né? Mas eu não tô vendo MK com esse potencial todo, não. Void Spirit não dá Rampage. Sand King dá Rampage. Mas Não acho que vai ter espaço pra esse Sand King, não.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Threatened Boxy. Boxy in response. Tries to pull the creep wave back and away, so that way Saberlight and his trip back to base won't be punished as much. At least he can bring a creep wave to him. But it means Boxy having to be here also means he's not stacking up for the Sand King, which is usually the recovery mechanism.
It's true, not a lot of economy going. In fact, the camps got blocked early. Radiant Sentry on that big camp. Gonna remove some of the Sand King's potential comeback economy. He just has to play the lane more. Suffering on the lane. This is a big pressure point for Tundra, especially if they ever rotate the other support in here and look for the kill. That could be a way to accelerate Sox's experience and gold out of this early game if they're not finding a lot of action top. Phoenix is going to be fine up here. He'll always get something,
Radiant
especially when
scanning.
the helm is done. Already has the Iron Will up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
6-minute power rune. Sox are making the rotation.
Yeah, Spirit Hero versus Queen of Pain. Test. Soxa doing a good job covering himself. They do find the ward in the river, though. Will they get the power rune? It's the Warlock. Toby, here's here on the other side. He's going to try and stop Nisha. Nisha's going to go for the remnant, and they manage to get it away from Nisha. It's a haste rune that goes in. Not going to result in a kill or anything, but it might later on.
That best zoomer mid, which can't beat youth on those
Radiant structures are fortified.
Apparently you can beat
Nisha's
them.
been at it for a while.
Yeah, he's a veteran now.
He's an old man at this point.
Yeah, what is he? 24 or something?
Yeah, the incredibly old age of 26.
Dire are scanning.
Barely believe he's still playing. Pressure on the tower here. The Siege Wagon, they'll get some extra damage and some extra denies. BZM back to back. Nice little value.
Twice the speed of sound.
What'd you make of the Marcy
Radiant
being taken
are
early
scanning.
by Tundra? And then Liquid in turn grab it as Sand King, which has lost all games in this series.
The Sand King has looked good, but it has not won. And I think that a lot of games the Marcy has looked okay, but it is winning.
But it's just been easy out with this haste rune. It's going to try, but Disruption, it will keep him out of the Shrine area just long enough until he will be abandoned by his mid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Will finally claim first blood. Fighting back against Nisha here. Nisha got him on the remnant for back, though. Nisha has to keep this ultimate makes Chrysalis so dangerous. Saberlight running the epicenter here. Still good for Chrysalis? Nah. Chrysalis, I mean, he could just rebound away. There's no way you're going to catch him.
They thought it could get
You
no
have to be careful about
further.
taking fights like that if you're Liquid, if a large Bonds is available. Like, you get Bonds into the Sonic Wave or Avalanche, Egg, stuff like this. Incredible Bonds lineup for Tundra. That's their big clump punish. Whereas the flip side, you run into, Sandstorm, Epi, Wukong, Terrorize, you're not going to have a fun time either. This meta is really just evolving into a mass teamfight meta.
Dire's top
BZM
tower
does not
is under
link
attack.
into it, and so Nisha will get the regen rune.
It is a lane win for Tundra. Not as severe as I think it could have been. I think Liquid played the lanes pretty well, particularly that top lane. Mickey got a lot up there. Still hanging out up there as well. Yes.
Dire's bottom
Supernova
tower
available.
is under attack.
He did just get his 6 recently, and you can see they're going to make the rotation to shut him down.
Exactly what you want here.
If Mickey sticks around in this area, he will die.
You really have to
1-0 com 8 minutos, cara.
Dire's top tower.
Cadê a odd de kills? Caralho, 56, mano. 56 e tá 1-0 com 9 minutos.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Nisha arrives in time for the step BCM. He had no idea that he was blinking under vision. Trading out supports. Chrysalis also takes a lot of damage. He has to TP away. Chrysalis can stop the TP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
More gold for Crystallis. Yeah, at least Saberlight getting some recovery gold here, and he does have a couple stacks waiting for him. Not as big as it could have been with all of the Sentry anti-stacking technology Tundra invested in. But it's something. Oh, they're gonna smoke to it. They want to take even more away from Saberlight in this early game.
Yeah, it could be a massive hit. Saberlight, he'll back away as he's already cleared out the hard camp. Some of the Ancients are left. So close. A sonic wave scream is not quite enough. Saksa is still looking for
Radiant
BZM.
are scanning.
A toss, a blink, but neither
Dire's
will be there to
structures
finish
are
him off.
fortified.
BZM, he wanted something out of this sonic wave.
A bit of ground, at least he can
Dire's
content
bottom
himself
tower
with taking
is under
2
attack.
Ancients.
And look at the buildings fall.
Yeah.
Crystalix picked up. So he's pressuring bottom tier 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Take over the map. 33 wants
Dire's
to put
bottom
this
tower
supernova to use.
has fallen.
If you do not
Dire's middle tower
contest the
has
towers,
fallen.
then there'll just be another one to fall. 33 gets the last.
Cara, 57 kills, mano. Não vai ter 57 kills. Não tem Void. Que é o P sem Blink. É o P sem primeira, né? Quem diria que o BZM faz a fórmula?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tosses him out of his sandstorm. He's got another sandstorm. There's no core here yet. He's gonna ride soon. They have to get this kill on Saksa and get away quick, and they're not quite getting it. The heal comes in. It's gonna be fine for both sides.
This is gonna be the MO in this mid game. Like, you try and take some fights as the Phoenix shows up.
Nice jump, Crystallis. Back into BZM. Just will not be able to jump into the streets. Maybe actually the distance created by the disruption. Trickery tries to dodge, but he still takes the damage. That means he won't be able to jump into the trees and escape.
Warpine Raiders just owning today. I mean, if you have Warpine Raider in your fantasy, you're cooking.
It's true. If you have the troll or the skeletons
you have the
for
troll
tower
summoner?
damage,
Holy moly.
2,000 net worth lead for Tundra off of this laning phase. And we haven't even seen them put their team fight to use. Still don't have level 6 on Tundra, but we haven't even seen a supernova. 33 has been able to keep Liquid back just through his presence.
We probably won't see one in this early game because the thing that brings Tundra's lineup together is like the tiny blink and Marcy being able to get in there. That's kind of your only catch until you get later hexes or something like that. It's kind of hard to use the ults and lock heroes in the vicinity. You have more control later.
Que série difícil, hein? Tundra e Liquid. Porra. Fiquei mais feliz na Parivisio espancando a Wildcard lá, pô. E a gente vai ver a Team Falcons espancando a T-Spirit também.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're just probably going to get saved and then look for those fights. But yeah, his game has been the slowest, so that's what's hurting Liquid's pace right now.
They also don't have any helmet doms, so how can you even rat without that item?
How can you play Dota?
I don't know. Liquid had 2 of them last game. We said it. 2-1. That's why they won.
Maybe Insania felt bad about it.
Mo. Me faz.
A wholesome guy.
Faz uma lista aí no zap aí das coisas.
He's like, I want to win, but I don't want to win
Eu
that
tô te pedindo uma
way.
lista.
That's what he told his team. Screw the millions of dollars.
Agora. Você vai ter que ir lá dentro olhar pra você ver o que tá faltando.
Well, 33 is a more ambitious man. He doesn't care how many helmet doms he and his team have to build. He is trying to be the 3 top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This could be a huge grab on Crystallis.
It's gonna have to be well executed though, because he can just have one play. You can pretty much need a perfect execution.
Nossa.
That's nasty. Beetle bonds on the
Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's turret has been killed.
As Crystallis rebound, BZM on a blink. Yeah, he's trying to juke through the trees here. BZM finally gets the blink.
No mana.
Takes a little bit longer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For that.
A nice little pickup from Nisha.
Oh, Nisha's out of resources. Wand. He has wands. He doesn't have any steps. He does have a dissimulate.
I mean, this would be the saddest ever.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's
attack.
gonna have to juke them. His way is being cut off by the Phoenix and the Quap.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nossa, quebrou da árvore, mano. Que azar, velho. Pelo menos ele não morreu. Que merda de ult, hein? Não perdeu o galo ainda. É, boys, a Tundra tá vindo aqui com tudão, viu? Fênix de Dominator. Ah, não, mano. Ah, não. Ah, não, cara. Ah, não, cara. Que merda, mano.
You have nothing to contribute in the early fights. Just trying to slowly grind your way to this item. That can be a painful process while Tundra are running around, taking towers, finding kills, continuing to scale up. Yeah, Tundra for this lack of fight in Liquid. 6 net worth lead they've claimed, and everywhere you go, it's Tundra heroes pushing into Liquid side of the map, and Liquid conceding. It's such a weird game. In game 2, we saw Liquid make a tempo adjustment. They went to helms. He's going to be taking constant damage and treated.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DZM was willing to dive that tower. Meanwhile, Liquid tried to do something here in the top lane. 33 responds, burns out the mana. Nisha's coming in. Yeah, Nisha actually needs to win it. He's got to get out of here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Back and forth between the sides of the map. Nowhere is safe for Liquid. Such a fast
Dire
game.
are scanning.
And what I was saying is this is what we saw from Liquid game 2. Get the helms, take all the tier 1s.
Sim, pô, sim.
They had troubles catching that game, but they did build a lead. Tundra are like, oh, that's how we should play. And they're just running it back. And Liquid, I feel like they do have great late game, and if it goes crazy late, you know, who knows? But I don't feel like there's that same kind of impending threat that the Face's Void was. You know, to be honest, that Face's Void fell off first. A lot of the hard save. Yeah. He had to play against double saving support that ultimately came through in that late game. Really weird things can happen in ultra late game in Dota nowadays. But I will say that Marcy scaled incredibly in that game, and there's a reason Tundra first picked it here. And since the Blink Dagger pickup, we haven't seen Liquid actually get a kill, right? Oh, we have not seen them get the same thing involved in something productive. They're going to smoke him again. That's the Blink Dagger for Sox and Clawed out. So even if he dies here, he won't. He got his initiation tool. That's a big win for Tundra. Pretty nice timing here. It's the wealthiest support out of the phase. And an arcane rune for BZM. Right as Liquid lead the area. Failed smoke for them. Getting free power runes every time, it just feels like Liquid will never be able to fight, at least for the foreseeable future. Actually, pipe on 33. He opted pipe
Radiant's
first.
bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe go boots to travel, or more auras, even considering drum.
Radiant
This is
are
gonna be
scanning.
auras on the Phoenix. Their 5-man is going to be insane. With an uncontestable egg plus auras on the hero that you can't really all-in or contest. Not sure how you take fights right now if you're Liquid. You just have to dodge. That Watcher was taken. Isha double steps. And he's got a TP away. Soxa. Anyway, he got the toss. No. Nice play. TP's top to continue farming. Just gotta try and get this Ags up on the Void Spear. You're not a factor until that's online. Yeah, you need to not
Dire's
just survive.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Way too much ground in the net worth battle. Guess who's back?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33 will immediately use it, cut the wave, and very soon there will be pressure on the tier 2, but it also means that the Tormentor, creep wave pushed in, Tormentor is probably free for Tundra.
Patético,
I
cara.
don't really see how Liquid 1
put the team fight together to take it, but also have the map positioning to contest in the first place.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Thunder's map control is really good. They're a very good team at cutting waves, around their vision. That'll be boots of travel done for the Phoenix as well, so that's going to give
Dire's
them a lot
structures
more
are fortified.
opportunity to play aggressive. You can TP to all these dom creeps, you can TP to these aggressive waves.
Dire's
A lot of
middle
extra
tower
map pressure
is
that
under
can come
attack.
from a hero that's generally immobile. We're seeing this smoke while the Phoenix shows mid. Gotta be ready for these plays. Everybody from Tundra compete at this fight.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Não, pegaram o Sabelight.
On the ground as soon as the dust revealed it.
Wrong neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, this was just not your
Radiant are
tormentor to take in
scanning.
this game.
Radiant's bottom tower.
É, Frost. Falei com você aí, ó. Vai tomando. Mamou aí, deu mole. Falei pra tu tirar, velho. Falei. Casa caiu. Compensa não, pô. Eu falei que eu ia zicar a Liquid também, pô. Eles não merecem ganhar, não. Nossa, olha isso, mano. Isso aqui é muito broken, cara. 2 troll desse aqui, mano. Olha o tanto de esqueleto, cara. Que coisa ridícula.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Liquid, this is a risky move.
Dire are scanning.
Eles apostaram sem ver o draft. Eles apostaram que a Liquid ia ganhar a série.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Eu não gosto de apostar sem ver draft também, não. Caralho, o Mickey não morre. Oh, o 33 fidou, hein? Compensou, uai. 12-5. 22 minutos. 4,90 pra Liquid ganhar isso aqui, velho. Não ganha, não. 4,90 pra Liquid ganhar isso aqui, não ganha.
Considering you didn't have the monkey BKB at the start of that fight, yeah, I think so. Like, you were behind on a lot of effective network going in there, and we saw how effective the pipe was. It almost saved.
Fênix é um boneco, né, cara?
Oh yeah. Like, it took a lot.
Fênix é o boneco, mano. Não tiver como quebrar o ovo. E pra você ver, ela não tem nenhuma ela não tem nenhum item que fortalece o herói dela. Ela tem um Pokémon e ela tem uma barreira ali de dano mágico. Beleza. Ela não tem um Aganin, ela não tem uma Chivas, ela não tem a urna upada. Ela nem precisa de amplificar o potencial que o boneco dela tem natural com itens.
They have deep wards on the map, but you can't use them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm not letting you get anything out of this. You can't turn and fight Soxa because Soxa is level 12.
Oxe, é nosso, né?
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mamou.
Saberlight will manage to steal away another shrine. Liquid
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scrapping out some experience on the sides of the map.
That evens the experience a lot.
Tem saudade da sua ex, Bizarelli? Sua ex-plataforma de streamer, cara? Saudade daqui, da Twitch, mano.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Limited on mana.
Tundra have done a good job just hounding him around the map. Yeah. Just can't farm freely, can't get these lanes in. You have all these tier 1s to TP2, you have the early bots on the Phoenix. Tiny can just run around and hunt with Dom creep support.
Dire's bottom tower.
Nunca mais o Pinóquio foi o mesmo, cara. Tá ligado nisso aí, né?
They're trying to hunt something. Here you go, Phoenix TV's up here, we gotta bail on this play. Just so hard to gain any map control right now. Lost your outpost early too because the tier 2's going down.
Insania, one more creep for a blink dagger.
Fatalidade.
It was almost one too many. Chrysalis was set.
E ficou por isso mesmo? Não vai ter volta mesmo não? Daqui um mês? Já morreu mesmo? Deixou pra lá? Não é possível, pô. Você deve ter feito muita merda então, não é possível, hein?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
3 minutes left on the Aegis.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna have to do so much for them.
Nossa, entraram na Fênix. Era tudo que precisava acontecer. Mas mesmo assim ainda tá dando bizil, ó. Mesmo a Fênix morta. Troca de offlane, né?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
O contato dos caras é forte. Pegou o boss.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're about to send the defending champs home before they even get to that main stage.
30 will be the last member of that lineup if Tundra can move on. Look at that lead. Surprised it's 25%. Where did you give that 25%?
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, I kind of give it just to the fact that we've had 60-minute games for like 40% of the matches here in this road to TI.
High ground defense is strong. Shadow Demon scaling strong.
Dire are scanning.
Can always catch Tundra in a clump. I mean, we saw their burst power on that Phoenix.
It's funny, I feel like Tundra is doing what Liquid have been trying to for much of this road to TI. They have not been able to do so successfully very often. Too many times the games have been pulled to late game,
is under
but
attack.
It's looking like Tundra might just be able to shut it out before 35.
Going high ground without Aegis is risky, though. You risk getting your Marcy all in.
Yeah, you sure that you gotta wait for another Roach, but Tundra
Dire are scanning.
Lane here, just all up in their faces.
And they are corralling Liquid. You're getting a lot of economic value out of this because Liquid are coming back to the base preparing for the fight.
They all show here and then they smoke to the other side.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Some core of Liquid out on the map. Yeah, you see the drawings. They're like, yep, gonna be up here farming up these neutrals. Now Liquid playing it so conservatively that they are not doing that.
This ward in the base right now.
Yeah, Sox is.
This is an insanely deadly ward when you're tiny.
This one, Nisha.
Ah, porra! Vai tomando, vai tomando. Caralho, o Dédalo macetou ali, fi. Cara, sabe o que é pior do que você perder de Mars e HC? É você perder pra uma Mars e HC. Só isso. Nossa, nossa. Que atropelo isso daqui, pô. E olha que eu acertei mais um predict, hein? Queria falar não, mas eu acertei mais um predict. Nossa. Nossa. A Liquid fez Márcia HC no jogo passado. Márcia HC é patético. É tipo Miranda HC mesmo. A Liquid perdeu a partir do momento que eles colocaram esse logo novo aí de cavalo, ó, de leão aí, esse escudo patético aqui, pô. Feio demais. Cadê a logo da Liquid original, pô? E olha que eu sou Team Liquid, hein? Acertei mais um aqui, né? A Tundra. Acertei mais um. Agora vamos acertar da Falcons também. Vamos acertar 6. É isso ou não? Bom, vai demorar agora pra começar, né? O próximo round aí. Com certeza. Uai, eles resetaram? Que isso? Ah, tá. MMR Mobile no Dota. E essa trilha sonora? Vou tomar direitos autorais no YouTube aqui, pô.
Tremble. Fight for honor. Meet my gaze. Hiss. Yes. Fall before me. 17. Sliding.
Fala, Henrique, tudo bom? Boa tarde. Só aguardando aqui a última série do TI de hoje. Vai ter daqui a pouco aí Falcons contra Team Spirit. Aí tô num simulador de farm aqui até a hora de começar. Vai ser bom, vai ser bom. Tô torcendo pra Falcons. Vou apostar na Falcons aí, vamos ver. Vamos ver o draft, né? Na aposta em ver draft. Eu não posso mexer com esse negócio de Poe 2 não. Jogar Poe 2 acabou. Acabou tudo. Agora aqui fica bom. É só passar andando. Pra lua. Nem compensa eu matar esse boss agora, ó. Todo mundo tá fazendo Dominator agora. Ah, não é muito difícil não, cara. É bem simples. Deixei um baú lá embaixo. Não queria perder o Doom não, ele é muito bom.
Truth of this elimination round.
Na hora que começar aí, alguém me avisa, por favor. O problema não é eu dar uma chance pro jogo, não, pô. O problema é eu ter tempo pra jogar isso, pô. Porque... A não ser que eu mude e me torne um criador de conteúdo de Poi. Aí faz sentido. Agora, se eu não for me tornar um criador de conteúdo de Poi, não faz sentido, não. Aqui começou a azedar já. Nunca tinha visto Tinker.
Very well. I carry a charge. My sentiments exactly. Positively.
Jogo de corrida, cara.
Indeed. Then it's settled. No argument there.
Esse jogo aqui é bater em creep, né, cara?
I should say so. Proceed.
Bater em creep.
Tinkering about. I should say so.
Banjo Ball. Banjo Ball é o meta.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? My sentiments exactly. Science in action.
Eu esqueci como é que faz pra dar TP. Ih.
Proceed. I'm in complete agreement.
Esqueci, cara.
A research grant. Positively. Absolutely.
Boa, cara. Fórmula 1.
Indeed. A great adventure. Very well. Tinkering about.
Nu.
No argument there. Then it's settled. Smart money.
Será que vale a pena também fazer Dominator pro Bristol? Cara, do jeito que a gente tá vendo aí, acho que tá valendo a pena fazer Dominator pra qualquer herói, mano. O item ele te dá benefícios muito positivos pra você no começo do jogo. E ainda você tem um bicho ali que você pode usar de diversas formas, né? Qualquer herói faz isso aí, fica bom.
What if they get me? Running! Yes.
Qualquer jogo que você joga com a galera sem ser merda como esse aí. Cara, tá começando aqui o draft, cara. Aí, ó, começou o draft já. Vou quitar dessa merda aqui e vamos assistir aí o jogo aí, pô. Essa final aí vai ser boa. Morreu pro boss do ato 1 5 vezes, fechou o game. Sim, pô. Aí, Frost. Traumatizado. Traumatizado com essa liga de... Eu nem fiquei não, velho. Fiquei bem de boa essa liquid aí. Vai demorar demais isso aqui. Começando a ficar difícil, hein? Acabar o draft aí me fala, tá? Tá acabando já, né? Deixa eu ver. Ah, porra, agora que eu vi isso aqui, filho. Aqui eu dei sorte demais.
Fishy. Okay. This way.
2-0 Spirit? Tá maluco? A Falcons vai passar o carro, filho. O Spirit ainda tá merecendo nada. É uma vergonha essa Spirit aí. Tá pior do que a Liquid. Nossa, que roubado. Putz, eu quebrei o jogo. Nossa, que roubado. Acabou os baús, né, velho? Vai tomando. Aguardando Dota. Tava assim, pô. Nossa, essa caixa aqui tá osso. BH, mano. Os caras picaram BH. Tem um Shen na Falcons. Meu Deus.
Don't mind if I do. After him! Oh, hello. There's no escape. I see it. Right. Now you're
Qual foi o last pick? Terrorblade. Aqui eu sou Falcons. Pode ver esse Terrorblade aí. Um BH. Contra um Terrorblade.
You're mine now. It's a beatdown.
Natures. É, tem Natures, né? Natures é um inferno mesmo. Natures do Yatoro com neblina corrosiva. Alacrate. É difícil, né? Tá bom também esse draft do Yatoro aí.
This way. Here, fishy, fishy.
Nossa, esses baús aqui são muito duros, velho.
I got this one. Yeah. That's right. Anywhere but here.
Morre e esse aqui. Mais duro ainda. Ah, perdi a skill do Slark, mano. Merda, hein? Tá bom. Ganhamos.
Attack. Yes. Feel the bite of frost.
Começou, cara. Tá bom, né? Depois eu vejo isso aqui. Tem um monte de coisa.
falei que você podia confiar em mim. Que não quer
Cut bait.
Ai, ai. Cadê as kills disso aqui? Tá quanto? Mais de 45? $45 kills. Será? 0 a 0, 3 minutos. Fora que a Falcons tem muito stun. Pois é. Também boto fé também, que eu acho que vai ter mais 44 aqui, né? Querendo pegar essa aqui, mais 45. Ó, mais 43, né, mano? Fica esperto. Tipo assim, como não teve nenhuma kill ainda, talvez esse número aqui fica baixo, né? Mas eu boto fé. Vai ter kill agora, pá. Se o Skitter morrer aqui, fodeu, né? O Blade perdendo a lane pra slardar? Que isso, o colapso é muito bom, pô. Eu vou pegar esse mais 45 aqui, cara. Eu acho que ele tem potencial. Pô, vou ter que verificar a localização aqui, velho. Você tá postando em qual site, ô Frost? Na Betano também? Betano? Porra, só porque eu coloquei apareceu um 44 ali, né, velho? Mas tá bom, foda-se. Se esse jogo acabar com 44 kills aqui, mano. Tô a bunda.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Não dá pra ver, não.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Mas deve ser essa capa dele aqui, pô.
Can't see the forest.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Você o quê? Ué, tô falando que esse jogo não tiver 45 kills aqui, eu dou a bunda. Você acha que essa partida aqui não vai ter 45 kills?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Na tela do game. Oxi. Ah, que merda, hein? Foi mal, não tinha visto não.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nossa, Terrorblade vai ser solado de novo. Não é possível, cara. E acabou, ué.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
HCP1 pro Skitter é delírio. Então me fala aí, quem que vai matar mais? O Yatoro ou o Skitter? Acho que o Yatoro vai matar mais. Cara, eu tô botando mais fé no Yuma do que no Yatoro, mano. Esse Invoker aqui é o X, hein?
Team Spirit 8-minute 5-man rotation to the mid lane. Seen this in the past. Can't put emphasis to take out the tower here yet. The collapse is still lingering in the area.
Good aggressive early game so far from Spirit.
These are really clever moves too. I mean, collapse, he is snowballing.
I've got eyes on Crit.
Nossa, Deus.
Collapse starting to take over this game very early on.
He eats the tango before the stun can even come out, I believe, there too from the hoodwink.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Truly the difference maker. 500 differential between him and that Pang. His blink is going to be one of the earliest I think we see. With treads and soul ring and a bracer.
Definitely the quickest we've seen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You don't see that many.
True.
But yeah, Collapse definitely making a case for the hero here with the way he's played it so far.
Dire are
Timings are definitely going to get slowed down quite a bit here from the side of Falcons. As we see Brew now also, he knows how they play, right? The Sand King now has gotten killed once, so immediately they're going to go back to obviously work on those stacks to be able to get that timing from Maureen. He's already being a nuisance. Brew is placing a deep vision order up on the high ground. He's scouting it out, blocking camps as well. Their game plan these first 10 minutes has worked quite a bit better, it would seem, for the Falcons, even though Falcons were the ones that did that lane switch up. Good start for them.
Você quer sabão em pó pra quê?
Overall, Falcons as a whole are keeping up in net worth.
Yep.
But it's just going to be the fact that
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Have that crucial
Dire's
item
top
pick up
tower
so early
is under
with
attack.
the Blink Dagger rush that things could start to barrel out of control.
Dire's courier.
Você precisa de desodorante? Amaciante?
We mentioned the buffs for Yatoro. Throw those buffs on Collapse too. You can throw an Alacrity on a Slardar. You can throw these Bloodlusts and all this on the Slardar as well too. If he gets an early start and he gets these buff ups, he's going to be very, very powerful to just run to heroes. That's the blink done. 10 minutes.
That's crazy timing.
That's the Sand King mid lane and the Earthshaker mid lane.
It's had stacks made for them. Yeah.
That's crazy timing that
Collapse just doing it from raw kills and lane farm alone.
Yeah. And look at Roof. He is being super annoying, right? They know that the vision is here, but he is sapping experience. He's taking some of these
what do you do about the bounty sort of sitting in this position?
They don't want to chase him. No. Right? They want to be as efficient as possible. I mean, look at the way, it's the way Falcons tends to play in most situations, but look, everyone's just wanting to hit some creeps. Crit was showing in the mid lane. Snaking was farming for a bit too. Pango bottom.
Dire's top tower is under
really
attack.
Strong in terms of, just being able to slow down timings in particular. Collapse, he's hiding the blink. Hasn't shown it just yet. He's sitting on his courier right next to him.
See where he wants to go with it.
Hasn't shown it. Now he's gonna put it in his bags and he's gonna make the move. Instantly TP's minute.
Towards Marek, jumping for Collapse, gets him with a crash. The Hannibal Eagle will come out. TP back on paper, but they're trying to finish off Maureen. They'll manage to do so before the backup of Falcons can do anything.
Collapse has had some games this tournament that I've seen that he's
Dyer's middle
this
tower
is most
is under
definitely
attack.
not one of them. This is TI
Dyer's
form Collapse.
structures
He's ready to
are
keep going.
fortified.
They back up, they smoke up. They're ready to jump on the mid again, and Falcons show themselves.
Such heads up play, right? He didn't show the blink top. Immediately when he got it, TP's mid and punishes the move that Falcons
Radiant
comes in
are
with.
scanning.
Another quick surround there that we see from Spirit. Very well prepared in this early game.
We're gonna see if maybe they catch someone around the bottom side.
I mean, snaking, he wants to take care of this ward, but Collapse, he's in the area.
Probably gonna cost snaking his life. Collapse. Find another.
Snowballing out of control already on this Slardar.
Dyer's top tower
Tango,
is
defusal
under attack.
is finished up. So, I mean, Amar, he's having the best game out of everybody as this offlaner at the moment.
He's gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting, it feels, in terms of turning up to these fights and trying to put a stop to this just absolute rampage that Collapse is on so far.
Dyer's bottom tower
He can
is
run
under
into some
attack.
issues where he can get burst though, right? Into the Slardar,
Dire
corrosive
are
haze stun, and if he
scanning.
gets cold snapped, you can't get your own thunder off as effectively. You just get cold snap constantly, keeps poking you. And then the tornado actually follow up too because the build that he's gone for, so he can constantly interrupt to prevent Amar to get these spells off. Blink is done, so Falcons, they do have this timing for Malrine, but it has been slowed down by at least 2 minutes, it feels like. See where they want to go with it.
Kind of reveal can they find with it. Rue and Laurel continue to show in the mid.
Maybe tough to go for Laurel. He is not fragile anymore. That's a 1400 HP Invoker with this Dominator plus point booster build. You may not finish him off if you even go with an Epi.
And he's just going to grab the blink, so not going to attempt to try for any sort of surprise play. And I guess knows that it's very likely Spirit will expect the blink daggers to be on him now anyway.
Yep, he's tracked up. So when they track, they see it is 0 gold, right? So they know immediately anyway.
Gonna find my posture. I mean, Collapse is watching, wondering if they can maybe turn this into something.
Que merda, hein?
Get themselves on the board. It's been some time since they were able to find much, actually. So they move toward the mid. There's that epicenter, but Laurel is absurdly tanky.
Yeah, very. I mean, they barely got him down to less than half HP there with that epicenter attempt from Malrine.
Yeah, to be expected though, right? It's literally 1500 HP Invoker. The Epi does not do that much without a follow-up, in particular this early. Connecting every
Eles vão nervar os status desse Dominator aí, cara. É muito HP, é muito regen, muita armadura, pô. Eles vão ter que nerfar isso aqui. Eu boto fé no Satanic. Boto mais fé no Satanic do que qualquer um desses dois aqui, ó. Aqui eu sou o Team Yuma e Team Satanic, meu filho. E a Toro morreu, cara. Amar solou e a Toro, mano. Que delícia.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Fluxo do rio. O Slardar tá vindo, tubarão. Amor. Barreira. Tudo nosso. Oh, tava grande esse cara, hein? A Mar the Fuck tá enorme. Eu peguei 2 apostas essa partida aqui, hein? Eu peguei mais do que 45 kills. Então tem que ter 46, que é uma merda. Não tá legal, não. E eu peguei as primeiras 20 kills pra Team Spirit.
As we mentioned, for Falcons, their team fight is going to be very strong when they have these 2 blink daggers that they do connect. That being said, though, Spirit, they have the power of being able to pick and choose their battles based off of information at times. But we'll see if they do get the scouting in particular before those fights.
As tá boa.
See how much Rook can do on this bounty hunter. Because if there's these head 5-on-5 fights, it looks very difficult for the side of Spirit. But if they can pick a hero off, then things will be definitely different as Falcons. They're gonna look to smoke up.
A segunda tá boa?
Are at the ready and they have an arcane rune for Malrine.
Você acha que 45 kills é muito?
Not many around this area. Collapse the closest.
Looks like they want to get a kill into the tower. There is a Dominator creep which is just completely stopping the push up.
Eu dei uma frisada, né? Achei que ia morrer mais.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna hurt. His crushes are really gonna hurt early on.
Dire are scanning.
Falcons unlikely to find a kill with this smoke. The tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Cara, o Amar Defuck tá com muito patrimônio, mano. Porra é essa, cara?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Da onde que sai o stand gold?
Should have the Aghanims online for the next fight. Tora, how's the progress going for him? I believe he's got the Mione recipe coming out of the courier, so
Dota de corrida?
pretty significant damage output that Spirit can bring to the team fight.
Yeah.
If Yatora wants to get involved and finds it's safe enough to do so.
And let's see how powerful the Wex Aghanims is overall, right? The shard on Wex is super powerful. It is like the thing that you want for it in particular, but not something you want to get first because it makes your EMP vacuum them in. It makes it do even more damage because of the percentage change. But the Aghanims one is something that's been experimented a lot. I'm going to mention Weehaw in particular, even though he's not here, of course, but I'll give him the shout out because he's the one doing it a lot in pubs. But it's a bit of a strange one because it's kind of like this farming one, but it's also a blink canceller because it leaves these tornadoes in the back. So there's some hidden potential to it.
Dá muito dano? Eu não acho que dá muito dano não, cara. Eu acho que ele limpa o wave e a charge dele é muito boa.
Pushing the two of those off their side of the map. Nice. A lot of money there for Skeeter getting that last touch on the collapse kill.
Long are the days since Skeeter got solo killed now. He is pretty much tied in net worth now with that slaughter.
Ó, start em cima do Invoker. Olha os tornadinhos. Olha os tornadinhos. O negócio é esse talento do Tornado aqui, né, cara? Tem Tornado toda hora. O Cataclismo é uma parada que o cooldown é muito alto também, né? E não só isso, não é tão simples acertar Cataclismo. Aí, às vezes, acaba que você usa o negócio e não pega ninguém, né? A galinha jogada no lixo. Isso daqui, pelo menos, tá o tempo todo em todos os Tornados. E Tornado você tem toda hora. Você limpa o wave. Deve ser considerado essa faceta sim, cara. Essa faceta do X é interessante. Principalmente pelo fato da shard ser muito forte, né? O EMP toda hora, causando essa quantidade de dano e roubando stand de mana, desabilitando a mana dos caras, é muito forte, pô. Né? Ainda tem um negócio que puxa, né? Isso é muito broken, pô. Essa faceta aqui tá quase se tornando a minha favorita. Vamos ver. Depois eu vou jogar com ela pra testar. E eu vou testar principalmente a questão da progressão do herói. Vou fazer ela no overthrow depois.
See the corrosive haze that amps him up. We'll see the alacrity at some point too. And this is a max Wex alacrity too. So the attack speed's going to be absolutely insane.
É.
Look pretty funny actually. Crit shard is finished up. So yeah, as we saw before, the boomerang, he does have that amplify for the Sanking now at this point. Almost an Ags also for Malrine. They're hitting some pretty big timings.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How are the BKBs for Spirit? That's probably, I would say, the go time for Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh no, has it got the hammer on?
I think it's somewhere.
No, I think he had it queued up and then he put the Ogre Club first instead. Okay. Because I think he, even though it's not queued up, I think he does still need to purchase a hammer. So still a fair bit away from having a full BKB.
Okay. I think that's the big timing though, because that's, you know, a way to counter big team fight in a way, right? You can match it sometimes with those BKBs.
Freebie there.
And it's Tormentor time.
They can maybe see if they find more. Lol.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Antes que não tô, velho. Tá difícil, ele não consegue. Finalmente morreu. É, Frost, zicou, hein? Zicou, hein? Boa. 10 a 10. Oi, vida. É? Esse era o Diablo, mano?
Climax take
Eu que era diabo.
Now maybe they can't go back for that Tormentor since all the Spirit is coming back.
Radiant are
Wisdom.
scanning. Dire
Looks like
are
Falcons
scanning.
is thinking about contesting the shrine here.
They don't have the meta to
Então, eu acho que o mais forte é limpar o wave com tornado, né? Porque o Invoker ele tem uma dificuldade de limpar o wave mesmo. Ele precisa da tornado e blast pra limpar o wave.
Considering if they want to fight up there, or maybe at least try to steal it.
It's gonna go down very quickly. Falcons able to secure the shot in for Maureen. Team Spirit, they're looking for the jump straight away. They're gonna go all in on the
Nice. Nossa, Deus. Nossa. Tá bom, matou pelo menos.
Heads up jumps. Just instantly going for it.
Pô, eles fizeram o tormento, né?
Track kills. Yes, it's still in level 1, so it's not as much, but hey, it does, every little thing matters. Wait to see what Miposhka wants to go for. He hasn't queued it up yet, but
it's got to be tempting to get that minus. Yes,
queued it up now. I was waiting for it.
You're playing here against Falcons. You know that this game's got a good 40 minutes at least left in it.
You're playing versus Chen too. Right? Multi-Midas on some of these Chen armies.
I take out his whole army, yeah.
Why not? Okay, here are the BKBs. So Collapse, he's got it finished. Yotaro, he's got it finished. How's Laurel? Laurel's not going to go for it. He's going to go more normal Invoker route. Yeah, these two BKBs could absolutely enable them to be able to fight back into these ultis. Networth continues to just be dead even this game.
That's a close one.
It's super close. I think most of the games that we've had, a lot of the games we've had, are pretty 50-50 by this 20-something minute mark, so kind of a perfect scenario that we've got going on here.
Spirit looking ready to go again.
Yeah, it looks like it.
We go with the smoke. See who they can find.
Brew also has a Vessel finished. No charges, but something to keep tabs of since he's playing versus that Invoker heal.
Falcons, they're not afraid to fight either. They have the Metamorphs into the ready. Get the jump on a collapse in the mid lane. Burrow striking the Thunder collapse caught out. Completely controlled. No opening there to get his BKB on.
They know priority.
And they're ready to put for more Falcons. Spirit, they're hovering around, considering trying to take this fight.
Nossa, já mamou o Skitter. Olha os tornados matando as criaturas do Shen. Que merda, hein?
Into a Spirit without collapse. They're gonna find him. He switch up with the power strike. That's Ruthless as well. Push back connects. Falcons. Likely find him there. Almost comes down. Miposhka getting right. He's got the back of Yotaro coming in. The Spirit, they have to be careful here.
So close.
Caralho, mano.
Sidestep there from Miposhka.
Retreat under the tier 2.
Que merda, hein? 11-12, boys. Tá sem metamorfose agora, hein? Tem metamorfose agora, eles não fazem roxando nem contestam. Vai dar bom? Esquece esse TI. Tá acabando, cara. Essa aqui é a última série, né? Acabando. Vamos ter aí muito Dota pra gente ver essa semana ainda, pô. Acabando o TI. Acho que eu não tô na fissura pra jogar também?
Highly likely that Yotaro on this incredibly farm nature's prophet will have the freedom to TP in where
um lado tem BH e do outro lado tem Shen. O que tem a ver?
Falcons, they've got to make sure they've got something saved for when the nature's prophet turns up.
Radiant are scanning.
They can't let them get those BKB windows off though, if they're gonna go for that type of play onto collapse there. Aghanims finished up now for Amar. His timings are still continuing to be pretty solid.
Acabar o game? Não acaba não, pô. Você tá doido? Tem muito Dota aqui ainda, cara. Nice. Não nice, né? 13-11. Desnara. Eles vão fazer esse Roshan sem ter... Ah, já tem metamorfose, já girou, né, velho? Porra, Team Spirit aqui tá... dando muito mole, velho. Se bem que é tristeza isso aí, né? Olha lá, ó. Level 15 com 25 minutos, o Invoker. E, tipo assim, falta muita coisa ainda pra ele ter mais eficiência, né? Ele precisa de Octarina e Refresh pra começar a rodar as skills ali com mais velocidade. Esse Aegis aí é pra cozinhar o jogo, pô. Nossa, esse DD aí, hein? Uma notícia boa que a gente tem é que não vai ter metamorfose pelo próximo minuto, né?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Different type of builds compared to a lot of players, so I'm wondering which route he
Ah,
wants to
ruim,
go.
vida.
We used to see people versus Terrorblades go for these Revenant Roaches and things
Já
like
arruma
that.
pra
So let's see
nós. Dá pra achar, eu faço.
pivot he wants
Eu
to,
faço
if there's
aqui.
any, or if he just goes complete standard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yatoro's getting quite the space.
I feel like the priority of dunking ultis is gonna quickly get shifted onto him, obviously. Instead of collapse,
They have to try and poke out a reaction in the fight that causes Yatoro to TP in and then drop the real jump onto the Nature's Prophet. Because if they don't, Yatoro is very close to pretty much just being able to clean up each and every one of them with how much farm he has on this Nature's Prophet carry.
Especially if he gets any of these buffs, right? The corrosive haze thrown on a couple enemies, a
É.
of bloodlust.
E o Arturo ficar free hit na neblina. O cara sobre a ult do Slardar. Buff do Ogre. Alacrity do Invoker. Tem brasão? Não tem brasão, né? Faltou só o brasão. Se tivesse um brasão, já era.
Dire's structures are fortified.
A gente só precisa dessa Dédalus Satânica aí, ó. Dédalus Satânica e GG.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Could definitely go down and press Meta and just see what happens.
Exactly. I think that's what they're gonna do here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
T3.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What's the plan gonna be?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Start rotating back.
A osso. A pressão é real. 11 a 13 no placar.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Não vai ter nem 20 kills, velho. Dirá 45.
Good pressure from Falcons with the Sages.
Tornado will be able to cut pretty much that entire wave. One creep is actually still alive. Be able to keep that going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Eles não vão conseguir subir o high ground agora, não. Caralho, que torna... Que isso? Que isso? Que isso? Que isso? É o fatal de Invoker. Que isso aqui, Frost? Que foi isso, cara? Tá em choque?
Do they smoke out is the question on Spirit.
I think you want to, right? Whilst this meta's down,
I think you do.
And because in terms of what Yatoro, he's got the timing. He could go pick up that domination. So he'll have this daylight, BKB Hurricane Pike. 30 minutes in, and that's a devastating amount of right click that Yatoro can bring to the fray.
Yeah. Their magic damage is just, it really is almost non-existent though. So, quick jump in the mid.
Nice.
I feel we could see Ghost Scepters get picked up from quite a bit of heroes on the side of Falcons. Because it really is, yes, there's a tornado that can come in, can dispel, there's some magic damage from the Invoker, but
Dire's
most of this
middle
damage
tower
now at this
is
point
under
is
attack.
right clicks.
My thrift
See Malrine, he does have his Ghost Scepter finished up. Going for the BKB next.
Very close to finding Snaking there, but be able to stay out of vision and get back to the safety of the tier 2.
Radiant
and
are
know
scanning.
that Mar was up here.
Arl, he is hunting inside this Ghost Walk. I believe his BKB is about to be delivered as well.
Nossa. PKB. Cadê? O Slardar marcou? Caralho, que roubado, né, velho? Roubado.
See what they got. I mean, at the moment, Skita and Maureen around the mid.
Isso é muito broken, ó. Tipo assim, ele usou uma skill e limpou a lane e saiu fora. Isso é muito bom, mano. Ele nem precisava usar esse tornado aqui, velho. Esse meteoro.
300 gold off having that final piece here with the ultimate orb.
Okay, he's very farmed too. Full stat heavy, all these auras as well as we keep mentioning. Not going to be easy to bring down. Still looking for this kill.
12-13, boys. A osso, hein?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Taurus TPing in.
Yeah, now they're
thinking about it.
They're backing away. BKB back up in 30 seconds for Yatoro. Bottom tower is getting...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The thing is, of course, in these fights, even though Yatoro does have this farm advantage, he's going to have to position himself pretty riskily.
Ó, o Invoker de Dominator fazendo isso aqui, ó. Vai levar a T2 graças a Dominator. Olha o impacto que a Dominator tem. Isso é muito broken, mano.
In terms of positioning when you're playing versus this team fight, right? Versus Sanking, versus Pango, versus even the Hoodwink as well too. So definitely not the easiest by any means versus Toro. And there's a lot of sustain. That's the one thing we do have to say, right? The auras and the heals that are going to come in from Snag. He also has a Vlad's. That's a big difference in comparison to...
Tá sem mana, tá sem ult.
They want to fight this spirit.
Falcons on the high ground, Rue.
Nossa, Deus, que lindo.
Catch on to all of them, Rue heading up. Right away, they're over the shield credit from the small buckle, Rue. Pulling away, pushback, holds back Lal. Rue, he's gonna get taken out. Spirit, they have to run. They're not gonna get the chance to...
Nossa.
Coming out from Skeeter. I mean, they sort of poked around a bit too much there, Spirit, Lal, and Rue.
Caralho, que merda, hein?
I wonder what the choice of them there was too, because it did not look like there was any attempt of a fight possible. Perhaps they were looking for a
Esse galo aqui.
TP'd out, but they gave up big kills. That's the first BKB usage from Laurel as well too.
Que merda, hein?
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
No glyph, no invoker.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
To try to defend this.
That was a very rough move to try and make it to Falcons.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
I'm really trying to figure out what it must have been them just hoping that they had split up there, but
É o Zika, Frost.
Really painful move there from Spirit.
Because even if there was less, right? They're kind of unlikely for those two heroes really to have the damage to kill some of these cores, right?
I mean, they have like the Sunstrike that comes in. Even then, right? They have the TP as well from Yatoro, but a risky play that absolutely does not work out for them as they lose their Rex. Always going to be that pressure now on that top side. Falcons, the group up, truly starting to show its power.
I mean, sort of what early game, Skidder was taken out a couple of times, but since then, Falcons as a team have been fighting very well around him, enabling him very nicely in these objectives that they've been able to push for.
I mean, if he can get this butterfly, I don't know what their answer is anymore. I think they're actually already kind of running out of answers, it feels like, for him, in terms of just Yatoro being able to right-click him. It just doesn't look like that easy of a game for him to do so. Off the back of those other two cores. He's got to queue up MKB. Yep. He probably saw the Eagle. But it could give a window there to Falcons. The side of Spirit just has to be so careful to honestly not die like that again, because the base just dies so quickly.
Double damage.
Amplified damage room for Yatoro.
This is big.
This is tempting to do something. Will of course be in towards the available metamorphosis, so it's not necessarily the easiest timings to go for.
And let's see if they can even get to finding a location of a kill, because I'm seeing Snaking. He's cutting creep waves with the Croaker in the mid lane.
It's just hard because overall Falcons group up this game has just been slightly superior. You know, multiple times where maybe Spirit might have been able to try for a pick-off. It's just not happened because Falcons, they have been prepared.
Radiant
look at, super prepared, and look at the auras. I wanted to wait until Snake got the shard. He got it from this last Tormentor. He's got all of them. Cloak aura, damage aura, armor aura, plus his Mac, plus his Vlad. So, raid boss buffs across the board for his team when they are all grouped up. And as we said, the buffs that they have on the side of Spirit, they're single target buffs. So, that Alacrity and that Bloodlust. I guess Bloodlust can be, of course, put on multiple, but you get what I mean. Smoke coming out. Falcons. looking to make the play, probably to get the positioning for this Roshan.
Spirit are relatively split up.
This could be dangerous. Falcons checking out the pit. How long's it got? About 30 seconds or so, it looks like. Having trouble reading the clock. Oh no, it's right now. Sorry, I was having trouble reading that one. They didn't see it pop. They weren't in the pit.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
They find the pocket Falcons, they blow up the ogre immediately.
There's a split push coming down bottom, but Snaky can handle it with his creeps.
Dyer's bottom tower is under
Ó o
attack.
bot. Ah, o Shen defendeu aqui. 20 kills primeiro pro Falcons. Pois é, cara. É o Zika. Caralho, que correr foda do BH, mano. Olha esse correr. Puta que pariu, que correr insano. Ó.
And he did get the alert tier 4, so he does have that extra attack range from it. Not gonna exactly match the Terrorblade, but a bit of a better one. But a 5-level advantage from him over the Terrorblade right now, which is pretty cool.
Spirit, they really want to try and fight this, but they still don't have the full roster up for.
Quero saber se o ator vai jogar Dota, cara. Batendo em creep tem 40 minutos. 600 creeps. 20 creeps por minuto.
Got Poshka back by their side now. Poshka trying to bait here, see what sort of reaction he can get out from Falcons.
Warriors of the wood.
Não, 37 minutos ele tá full build, pô. Ele tem tudo. Agora é só jogar, né? Não, você tá dando spoiler aí, ô Fro. Você tá banido, mano. Como é que você sabe? Nossa. Vamos! É isso aí, pô. É isso aí, o 20 kills vem como? Nossa, mano. Foda que o jogo tá muito fidado já, né, cara? Ih, oi, ator fidando. Tem Satanic? Tem Satanic. Tem que sair daí, senão vai dar ruim. Nossa! A gema. Errou. Nossa, mano. É, Frost, estamos no limite aqui da bet, hein? Limite pra bater as duas, mano. Tem que bater as duas. 20 kills na Spirit e 45 no jogo. Tem que bater as duas. Ah, não, mano. Ah, o colapso tá de Aed, tá de boa, tá de boa. Nunca se sabe, Frost. Você tá me dando spoiler, cara.
That was so beautiful. I have to like re-look at that Roshan fight 2 or 3 times, but yeah, just the EMP pulling them out, waiting for the perfect moment when it was getting low, and yeah, collapse. Him and Rue getting that sneak around was everything to get the positioning.
Falcons got to piece things together very nicely to try and have a punch back now.
Yep, lost a lot of timing that they probably felt like they were in a good advantage with.
Não é possível, Frost. Eu vou te matar, cara. Para com essa porra, mano. Deixa de ser Zé Cool, cara. Você tá zoando com a minha cara aí, velho. Filho da puta, mano. Não, eu tô vendo sem delay nenhum, porra. Como é que você sabia que o Collapse ia roubar o Aegis, cara? A Twitch tá mais rápido?
You're gonna lose your entire mana pool as well too, as you see how much it does do if it does connect.
Ah tá, uns 20 segundos na Twitch lá, na frente.
10,000 gold advantage in the game, and it's a 10,000 gold lead for your Toro over the Terrorblade.
They have to kill this next profit.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Still a minute left on the Aegis for Collapse too. Almost having.
He's up a rampage this game. He's definitely got the items to do so.
You got to isolate him now at this point, though, as we see. If he's able to just free hit, he will kill everybody.
Warriors of the wood.
We saw that exactly last time.
What is going to be the play for them? Is it going to be a sit back and wait and go for the high ground defense, or are you trying to smoke out on the map, find some sort of way of potentially catching your Toro separate from the rest of the team?
The problem is that because your Toro had this insane level advantage, say 5 levels over the TB, I mean now he's what, 7 levels over, it's just hard for you to ever find him by himself. Sorry, 8 levels over in about in a second. It's hard for you to find him isolated. Oh, he's going to be joining in with the team. That's a good shard also. It's going to block a lot of this damage, if there is even any that will connect onto Yatoro. Maureen, Refresher is finished up. That's a pretty big timing here. But they're going to have to do some kind of crazy kiting in particular. Because 100ing, like, killing Yatoro 100-0 feels pretty complicated, but if they can somehow kite his Satanic, could be a possibility.
And just to sort of go back again on the vision front, it's just so difficult, right, for Falcons in the fight to match the level.
Dá spoiler agora aí, seu desgraçado.
Provide one another. Like, how do Falcons try and take a fight with a vision advantage and set it up in a way so they can be prepared to watch out for where Yatoro TP's in?
They just can't get really initiated on is the big thing. If they get the start of the fight, it could be quite different.
Maureen,
front line. Collapse has a shield rune. Yatoro.
Collapse might still, no, he's not going to be able to find the jump now. Illusion comes in.
Close. Yatoro almost got the vision. I think he caught vision of just Maureen there. Beauty of the NP level 25. He's in, he's out, he's back with his team.
Maureen's thinking about doing this. He's going to try for it. Get the jump on a Collapse, but there's a shield rune and a BKB that Collapse is easily able to survive with.
Gastou a ult aqui o Sand King, né?
Did use his BKB though. But yeah, lost only 500 of that shield rune. Falcons, you can see how difficult it is for them to approach that.
16-17, cara, não é possível, Frost. Pelo amor de Deus, cara.
Get the Axe Blessing next.
Sure, he already ate the Moon Shard, so.
That's true, actually. That's pretty much all he's got left to do. Yep.
Strong game for it too. He's playing versus a Terrorblade with no BKB. Yeah, the TB's got a Dispel with the Manta, but you can still get that root onto him. It can be very effective. Same thing versus all the rest of the heroes.
Has at least also got the Satanic as well now on the way out.
Oh, he's got it coming. Okay,
yeah.
So secondary way to get rid of it at least. But he's all in. He has spent all his gold.
And that's the thing, right? He has the survivability, the dispels, but outdoing the damage of the Province to be very hard. In the mid, they'll get the catch on route.
BH tá zoando, mano. Quem que é esse cara aí, velho? Quem que é esse BH aí, mano? Coloca o Mionssauro pra jogar no lugar dele aí, cara. Eu apostei 45 kills e primeira 20 kills da Spirit. Eu também tô no 44 também. Tô no 44. 44 e 20. Olha que esse 20 aí não tá vindo, pô. Olha lá, os caras não matam, mano. Ninguém morre, velho. Nossa, o Maureen. Putz. Bora, Satanic. Bora, Yatoro. GG. Me Posca vai morrer. Tem mana no Skitter. O Strike não matou. Ele foi. Nossa, que delícia. Mas ele tem que tancar agora. Maureen. Hello. Ah, Lord, não, Lord. GG, primeiro. Que merda, mano. Mas os 45 kills eu fico feliz com esse aí agora, né? Perdi os primeiros 20. Nossa! Ele não conseguiu usar Satanic.
Yatoro maybe getting a bit ahead of himself. I mean, obviously he's massively farmed, but he wanted to do that, Fogged.
He kind of baited his team, it felt
He
like
really
a little
did.
bit there. He felt his power, but the rest of his team was like, oh, we feel the power too, and quickly they got gone on it.
That is a rough move. That's going to hurt them a lot.
Push commencing
40
again,
kills.
and this was all the chase because there was no Terrorblade, right? The TB didn't have his meta, so they wanted to get his
Tô no 44. 45, velho. Puta que pariu.
Here comes the push. Lyle's going to have to come in with the buyback.
Oh boy. Falcons able to set up for the push.
Ah, o Slardar não pagou.
60 seconds, no bounty. Next tracks.
Yatoro não pagou também.
Pops up. No back off.
That's a big hit though. Look at that swing again.
Ah, eu acho que 46 kill bate. 46 kill bate, mas eu perdi o 20 kill, né? Manos naras, viu, pô? Aí é foda. Ih, será que eu não peguei, não? 20 kills na Team Spirit? Cadê?
Hurts them so much there. As Falcons now, they can commence again for another play. Collapse on the sideline here.
Ih, ué, tá falando que eu ganhei 20 kills na Team Spirit?
I don't know, it's still a lot of damage. He's got the outworld to start buying a bit of time. The MP will hold back him off now, but Amar's able to get the rolling thunder off. He's going to try and stay on top of Collapse. Collapse blinks down to the low ground, goes for the TP.
Será que eu apostei o contrário? Eu apostei quem ia tomar 20 kills, não e quem ia fazer 20 kills? Será que eu fiz o contrário? Eu peguei aqui, ó. Team Spirit, kill 20. E aí, Frost?
This is a big one. This is the refresher.
I mean, they are going to want to try and get out and do something about the Spirit. Last time the Roche play went very nicely for them.
Let's see if they can get that positioning again.
It's going to be difficult though this time.
Então só alegria, né?
He's ready with an epicenter if anyone comes anywhere close. In fact, he just goes for it.
Alegria. A que eu vou ganhar aqui ainda vai ser a do 46. Putz, morreu os dois suportes. Nossa, o Yatoro bugado. O Yatoro foi na loucura ali. É só o Yatoro na fonte? Ele não pode ir na fonte, né? Comprou Divine? O que ele tá comprando? O que o Yatoro tá comprando? O que o Yatoro tá comprando? Bota a câmera no Yatoro, cameraman. Cadê? Vai no Yatoro. O que ele colocou? Ele Divine. Pegou. Nossa! É reto trono. Quantas kills? 46? O Slardar tá batendo reto trono. O Invoca morreu. Conseguiu. Poxa, do Yatoro.
He's into the pit, and he's going to have the space to get this. So Yatoro will have the Aegis to keep this Rapier safe for the next fight.
This is absolutely crazy. He did
Oh, não acredito que quebrou o City.
He's just got to get out of there.
But he does TP.
And he will.
Gets the cheese.
Oh, they're holding on.
Refresher shard gets killed.
He's got the money for the Moon Shard as well. A Moon Shard for his buddy, honestly. He's going to buy that for Collapse.
No. He wants another item. He's probably going to switch something out still here at this point. Still potentially.
What does he switch out? Okay, what's the butterfly?
For the butter. Yeah,
I like
it. Be pretty good versus
Obviously, he managed to play this game earlier, getting the MKB to match the butterfly of Skeeter, and now him getting the butterfly himself in the Nature's Prophet means that now Skeeter's got to consider trying to get an MKB into his build to match it.
And in the meanwhile, Falcons is going to always have to remember that those tier 4s dropped.
Yeah.
So there is that potential for the rat play that can come in from Yatoro.
It's a hard-hitting rat as well. I mean, obviously the glyph is up at the ready.
It is. But they can't use it at the wrong moment, and they have to be very careful who's back there to defend it. Because Yatoro is pretty strong versus 3 or 4 of the heroes. If they're together, sure, they can kill Yatoro. But if he's in this like 1v1, 1v2 scenarios, he's going to be able to take out most of them. This game is wild.
Ele pode ir reto trono, né? Tem esse fator aí também.
Collapse and Yotaro alone can kill almost anybody in a fraction of a second.
Yeah, the damage for this Nature's Prophet is unmatched right now. And with this Rapier, MKB, Butterfly, Daedalus.
And Collapse, he did hit 25.
Okay.
So nothing's going to be able to get that Corrosive Haze off anymore.
Yeah, look at that. It's actually very close there between the top two, both Yotaro and Maureen being the heaviest hitters right now in terms of damage output.
Baron Kills é o Roshan. Eu não faço. Já foi o terceiro Roshan, né? Esse aí deve ser do mapa 2, Nelson, que você tá falando.
Heard the rolling thunder and he uses the crush on the floor to give himself status resistance since he gets the puddle.
Caralho, você pegou 44 a 2,85? É alegria, né?
I'll just trying to get one of these side lanes consistently pushed in, so there's always that opportunity for the backdoor protection to go away and for the wrap
Pro mapa 2?
open up for Yotaro.
Acho que bate, hein? Deixa eu ver aqui, objetivos. Onde você pegou essa aí? Você tá usando qual site? Qual casa você tá apostando? No meu não tem isso aí, não.
Pretty darn good. Everything adds up. They're going to start sieging toward top, and if it gets forgotten about again, could definitely see potential for these buildings as Falcons set up for bottom.
Tô na betano.
So to point out, Skeeter did hit 25 also now. Took him a little longer, but he's got that plus 30 seconds for the fight also.
Sim, eu também gosto de fazer a aposta nos primeiros 10 minutos de jogo.
Does he pretty much have to consider getting the MKB in because of this butterfly?
Super bet? Bota pé. Eu posso abrir uma conta lá também. Tô usando o betano agora.
Eventually he will die. Yeah, sure, the evasion might be a little annoying, but I do think he'll be able to get through.
Still a couple of minutes left on this Aegis. The Spirit.
So much gold saved up on people.
Got out these buybacks ready. Yeah. Of course, as the buyback situation is on the screen, we see that Falcon's very comfortable across all 5 heroes.
Yep.
But Spirit, not so much.
Collapse, the big one that's missing it. Laurel, of course, too, but I would feel like Collapse's impact has been quite a bit higher this time, so his is much more important. Smoke's coming out. Spirit.
This could be risky fighting without the luxury of the buybacks. At the least, if they can maybe get a quick kill, force out a buyback, and then back off successfully, Spirit will be happy with this move.
It's eyes on Collapse and Yotaro if they're going to pretty much instantly delete somebody. Laurel?
Não faço ideia do que é isso aí, cara.
Difficult for Spirit to approach here.
Tornado will clip, give some info.
This is well worth noting, you know, snaking. Don't always see it, but the Hurricane Pike on the jam, ready to do
Eita!
Not going to be able to deal with that though.
Caralho, olha como que tá batendo. Nossa! Vai caber ainda. Ele tá entelando base pra poder comprar uma refresh. Cadê ele? Quase que pega. Ele deu BKB e telou base, cara. Nossa.
Just before any sort of stun comes back online. So all it cost them was the Aegis and a death on Meposhka.
Comprou a refresh agora.
You can actually go out and buy it, so he will have double BKB or double Satanic for the next fight. It looked scary for a second because he's on that cliff when he initially dies.
You could tell Yotoro's probably sweating a little bit when he had to go for that BKB TP out.
He knows he has to just BKB TP because if he dies or loses the rapier, the game could just become ever so more difficult. So
DDzão, hein?
Snaking does buy back, so they at least got that out of him there.
É, boys. Jogão, mano, tá vendo? Final insana. Jogaço. Jogão bom de assistir, mano. Vocês manjam do inglês aí, dos narradores, né? Será que o Hoodwink vai lá na runa do top? Blade? Blade vai.
To have a little bit of breathing room again, you know, 1 minute and those buybacks will be intact for themselves.
Okay, Skater, he pings it. So do they have a bottle left over still on anybody, or are they just gonna give it to him? He still has it, okay. So he can hang on to that one for this next fight.
Muito broken essa runa, cara. Essa runa Ela vale umas chivas, mano. O valor de gold dessa runa...
I think that perhaps is why they jumped him super early on, since it is that nuance, since he channels and makes everyone debuff immune around him. But it's a pretty wild one, so we'll see if we actually see him get it off, because heroes are dying in a fraction of a second.
Do feel there's definitely going to be a little bit of fear coming out from Falcons when
Muito
they
broken.
consider that when that 60 minutes hits, if this Divine Rapier Nature's Prophet finds the Helm of the Undying, he might just be able to end the game whilst he's untouchable. I'd say I feel like you don't want to get to that point, but you might have to live with that. Because it's getting close. 56 minutes.
I mean, the game feels like it's on a razor's edge for either side, really. Like at the moment, Falcons having this advantage.
Ó, eu queria falar uma coisa aí, cara. Eu falei que 46 kills nesse jogo aqui, se não batesse, eu dava bunda, né? Então, minha bunda tá segura.
Straight down on towards him. Yatoro bringing in the right clicks, but it's not enough to kill him. Amar's able to roll away. Yatoro's got to consider how to get out of this.
Que porra é essa? Deu miss, mano.
Back in the rolling thunder. Yatoro, he'll go for the BKB South Sprout and TP out. He'll make it out just in time.
TP out, TP out.
The BKB TP, so they try and poke. They get out Lal.
He's patient. He's like, they don't know.
Coragem, hein?
He's good. He's got
coragem, coragem.
No more BKB TPs out.
Coragem dele ficar aí. Ah,
took a long
saiu.
time to buy it on Amar. He was buying all these small items in between. And as we said, the Ghost Scepter now, we're seeing these absolutely come into play on the side of Falcons for some time now, just preventing Yatoro from Satanic hitting a target.
Tem que ser muito macho pra postar a bunda segura assim. Tu que gosta de segurar a bunda, cara. Ah, ele.
Will be a lot harder for them to go around these small little BKB plays. Skeeter, full Aghanims consumed.
A little bit spooky that Collapse doesn't have the money for his buyback.
That's true.
1300 gold short after.
O que é essa ganinha aí? Terrorblade?
He's ready for the jump. He's gonna find Yatoro. Straight over the bar strike immediately. Yatoro needs help.
Nossa.
He's just gone. Dead on the front lines there after he gets caught by the jump of Maureen.
Que merda, hein?
Round two.
Caralho, velho, esse pangolin tá dando muito trabalho, cara. Ele consegue sair e, tipo assim, ele fica vulnerável e é muito chato, mano. O Invoker quase morreu, velho. Não era pro Natura estar indo pro top? Nossa, olha lá a vida do Lar. Mega Creep. Ó, Yatoro. Coragem, vai matar. Matou. Buyback do Invoker. Candy King meteu-lhe o pé. Vão achar crit. Acharam. Tá morto, meu amigo. Você também manja, Beats? Bota fé, acho muito legal, cara. Ah, o Natris comprou outra Divine? Ele comprou outra Divine? Natures, o Sand King não tinha pegado a Divine dele? Vai ser o quarto Roshan aqui, ó. Eu boto fé nessa odd aí pra 3 Roshan no mapa 2. 3 Roshan no mapa 2 é legítimo demais, pô. Independente de quem vai ganhar aqui, o segundo jogo vai ser disputadíssimo, igual esse, mano.
Spooky 6 or 7 minutes for both teams now, with both of their carries having the buybacks on cooldown.
And more disables being purchased now too. Crit now has a hex as well.
Ah, eu ganhei as duas apostas aqui desse jogo, pô. Esse jogo aqui já pagou já 50, foi ótimo. Se eu ganhasse 50 reais pra cada partida de Dota que eu assistisse, meu amigo, tava feliz demais.
Almost a hex also finished up for Rue soon, so they will have their own way of having that extra disable on top too.
Tem que acertar, né?
How close to be? Almost 25 on Laurel, almost refresher also on him for that extra control.
Tem que acertar os predicts, considerando o fator capacidade humana, né? Ainda tem isso.
if Yutora gets a Helm of the Undying, I've got to imagine that's got to be the best thing for him.
Yeah, would definitely imagine so. We did see there, I pointed out our observer, of course, he's been selling and buying back items. I was going to point them out, but you guys can see it, so BKB sold and bought back in that last fight. See who gets what.
See what he finds. Another 60-minute game. Absolutely crazy to consider how many of these games we've been having so far. Just on the road to the International alone.
Look at that one. When he collapse, he'll find the first.
Okay.
That's a big one, too.
Yutora, what's he got? Doesn't get the Helm of the Undying. Probably
but he got the Regalia.
He's still taking that over the Spider Legs.
I mean, how all in do you want to go? Does he want to go Regalia plus Audacious?
E agora, boys?
Yeah, or do you want to get kind of some movement speed online?
I could see him take the fleet-footed because he has no booties. But we'll see.
E agora, boys?
The Eye of the Beholder. Which one does he want? How risky does he want to be?
Choices here for Yutora.
E agora,
What would you
boys?
choose?
Definitely not the movement speed one. Movement speed doesn't mean damage, so... Well, it probably does, actually, technically. But yeah, no one wants to take movement speed.
Malrine, he does get the big one also. Malrine gets the Timeless Helm, so he's got crazy
Caralho, mano.
That's it. We're getting a few helms coming out.
Oh my god, we have so many helms.
Nossa.
Yeah, and the Regalia. All in on the damage, Yutora.
Nossa, Deus, viatura.
This is going to be insane how fast heroes die. He also will die quickly, of course.
Sure.
That bonus damage he's going to be taking is crazy, especially in terms of this game. But I think if he gets caught anyway, he's dead, right, as we've seen.
And imagine Skeeter. I mean, he's got Regalia or Helm of the Undying, surely Helm of the Undying is just superior, though.
I think
Nossa, Deus, mano.
Especially when you see that the enemy carry does not have a Helm of the Undying.
Fudeu, né? Como é que faz, mano? Ah, foda-se quem vai ganhar ou quem vai perder, na real. Foda-se. Eu tô torcendo pra Falcons, inclusive, né? Tava na torcida ali pra Team Spirit matar a 20 primeiro, mas acho que eu apostei errado. E acabei ganhando ainda, então...
See what they can find. Heroes are going to die so fast, but remember that this Helm of the Undying could be completely game-changing who they find.
And Amar, they're on the high ground. Marine's ready to get the jump in, but they've got eyes on him. Collapse makes the jump straight away over towards him.
Nossa, mataram o Sand King sem deixar ele fazer nada. Ele vai ultar aqui ainda. Se ele gastar a ult aqui, não sei. É melhor ele pagar e fazer no buy.
Perfect pick-off. Immediately, though, the lanes. Even though they have a Nature's Prophet, look at the lanes right now. Falcons have them in a pretty damn good position.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of pushing going on with these Necro books.
Snaking is going to start being very annoying. He's sending Necro books on one side and creeps on the other to keep the push going. And then Crit also has Necro book too. And they both actually took Wise Necro books.
Difícil, né, cara?
See those levels rack up for the supports on the side of Falcons as well.
Difícil pra caramba, mano.
Crazy.
This game could go quite long.
You know, there's going to be people tuning in and be like, oh, hang on, Falcons Spirit, 63 minutes, incredibly close game. I thought the Grand Finals was next Sunday. It's that level of game we're getting here from these two teams. But this is elimination.
And Falcons just wants to keep increasing that game time too. That average game time for them just continues to go up.
Acabar nunca.
Fleet-footed Book of the Dead now from the Poshka. Wait, how many? Is that 4? Okay, 3 Helm of the Dyings plus a Divine Regalia on the side of Spirit.
Nossa, Deus,
Ew, look at the neutrals. Ew.
What are we? Yeah.
4 Book of the Deads.
Helm of the Undyings.
5 Helm of the Undyings.
Suletita y a Suletita y a
Suletita y a dormir.
No telling what could happen.
Yeah, the game is still
Muito
in
bom,
such a
cara.
very fragile state for both teams. It could collapse very quickly with the amount of damage both output. If the Terrorblade gets anyone close to these tier 4s in Ancient, it could be game over. And likewise, if Yutora is able to find a chance to TP over and end it.
There's so many different ways.
It will end very quick.
Yeah, there's so many different ways this game could actually end, right? There could just be a crazy team fight that happens that everybody dies, or there could just be some Rat Dota that happens, or who knows. Anything else big getting picked up? Not really in particular, just the Hex maybe for Laurel. He's hit 25, has AoE Deafening Blast that can actually be pretty helpful. Yeah, we're going to see them. I mean, it's going to be so many creep cutting and creep pushing and stuff, so this game is going to extend for some time.
And some smiley faces.
Yep.
In the chat.
Both of them are very ready for these long games.
Oh yeah, they're pumped up and ready to go in these team fights, both teams. Both teams absolutely powering up with every passing minute here.
Snay just having this, he's been keeping these neutrals almost exactly the entire time too, so he's giving himself armor bonus, magic resistance bonus for his team, and then he's doing cooldown reduction for the books and all these other abilities too, so very annoying to play against for sure, as we've seen. That being said, Spirit also, look at the wave push that they've been able to do. Yatoro up top.
That 25 is going to be quite nice as well from Snaking, right? With the strong dispel.
Yeah, and also if with the Aghanims, it's really interesting how it works too. So. He might actually be, it's a weird way to, like you might have to prioritize him in a way, because if he's able to just stand his ground channeling, the rest of the team is going to be pretty powerful right now. Although it doesn't really give them that much, it doesn't give them armor, right? And they're kind of just dying to the physical damage. So.
True, yeah, the magic resist not quite as game-changing at this level.
Debuff is something though. Collapse, will sneak in.
That's a little cheeky, but he gets away with it.
It's an arcane rune, always one of the better runes at these later stages.
See, you know, this amount of money, Yatoro should be pretty close to being able to get the Ag's Blessing and still have buyback. Yeah, he's pretty much got the gold if he wants to go pick that up.
All this time too, Amar has been hanging on to a gem. Even though it's 60-something minutes, they need to have this gem on the frontline hero,
Absolutely.
so he has to sacrifice an item slot for it.
Not only just because of Rue, but of course because Yatoro is playing with the Silver Edge.
He's backpacking his AC so they don't see it also here, and they're jumping in. We got
Yatoro. They get the opening onto Yatoro, but Yatoro's still living at the BKB off. Abyssal Blade holds him back for now. As he collapses, immediately push back on the supports. Gets the jump in onto Crit. Crit will be able to force back to safety. Collapse has got to be careful.
Nossa, olha esse Shen jogando Dota, cara. Curando a backline inteira, resetando o Yatoro, trocando. Mas ele morre. O Blade também die. Buyback no Yatoro. Ele foi. Matou também, mal. Matou, Amar the fuck. Break. Leva. Vai comprar outra Divine, foda-se. Olha a build dele. Cadê a Divine no chão lá, velho?
What's crazy too is that he actually, both times now that he's died, his secondary life is so potent, even without the rapier. He didn't have rapier or divine regalia.
Because he just had to go straight for that play. He did not have time to buy back, pick his rapier back up, and go get those kills.
And he has the disgraced regalia, right? So he lost the audacious, he lost the 20%, and he lost the rapier, and he was still able to clear out those heroes anyway. So his damage is still pretty absurd even without it.
Another Roshan. Not gonna be able to take that, but surely Spirit are gonna have the time here to force out at least one, possibly two, possibly three of these buybacks that Falcons are
seeing. Olha, o Roshan tá batendo, fi.
Holding on here against the Mega Creep Spirit.
Rapier's just chilling.
Yeah, where is it?
It's just inside that little tree spot where
he's gonna go pick it up now. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, here we go.
Absolutely.
Ready to grab the rapier back up.
Thank you.
And get on with the push straight down the mid.
40 seconds. Do they want to buy back?
Vai ter que pagar.
Little left, probably not.
Yatoro's got to be so careful.
Vai ter que pagar.
The game could very well be over.
Se chegar a creep aí é só ir reto do trono, mano. Tem ninguém que impede ele de bater no trono ali não, pô. Tem que ter mana, né?
Where's the refresher shard? Okay, Rue has it. I was gonna say they had a refresher shard that he probably wants on Yatoro.
I mean, they might have to start backing because they weren't able to actually put the pressure on in time to force out these buybacks. So Falcons were able to chill.
Yeah, they're back.
And they're gonna be able to play for the next 6 minutes.
Não vai acontecer nada.
Whereas Yatoro is not going to have his. So
so there's going to be a window, perhaps even. They could wait 4 minutes and go for the play. And then they can have the extra numbers, and there won't be that Aegis on you. If they want to be as careful as possible, they could still just go for the play. But if they want to be as careful as possible, they can't wait 4 minutes.
Obviously, the big thing's coming up as well in just under 20 seconds, right? They can look for that next set of the tier 5s.
True.
So a chance for
que jogo difícil, boys.
To replace his Divine Regalia and maybe get a Helm of Undying for himself.
True. I was going to say, does anyone else really want to replace their items?
I think it's just mainly Yatoro.
Yeah, I think
he's going to desperately want to find something different here.
Gonna be very hard to keep track of some of this stuff with the push also getting so slotted.
Deep in places like this is a bit spooky. I guess he feels so safe because he has this Aegis. But anytime he shows on the map, it's dangerous.
Falcons.
He's heading up.
They're ready.
Nossa, o Invoker mamou, o Invoker. Ele não consegue fazer nada. Tá, mas ele vai soltar a skill agora, pelo menos. Tornado não, velho. Que coisa patética esse tornado aí, mano. Tô zoando, porra. Meu amigo, que teamfight é essa, cara? Mataram o Shen. Finally. Sand King.
Whilst they're outnumbered,
Brew just continued to chase forward.
Nossa!
Makes the jump, has to back away though. Caught by the Hex, Toro TP's in aggressively.
Caralho, mano, os caras fogem muito, velho. Que isso? É muito desengage, cara. É muito speed, os caras conseguem sair vivo, mano. Que isso, velho.
Spirit trying to keep this pressure up with this 2 minutes and a half of age just left on Yatoro.
2 buybacks. Laurel and Brew did use it.
38 mil de regen, cara, o Shen, mano. 38 mil de HP regen, velho. De healing save.
2 minutes left on this Aegis.
I mean, he's got to get to the jungle. He has to find this new neutral.
Let's see what he can. Hey, you have to kill quite a bit of them for the secondary one.
Get these 20 mad stones.
Snaking now also is going to have a BKB of his own, so he can BKB hand a god and just, I mean, we've seen a couple times now, every time he hands a god, the game kind of lags out of control, but all of Spirit runs away from it. They're not running into that one to fight into it still.
Swift blink into the build here for Yatoro.
Okay, a little more mobility.
Como é que deve ser o Shen no overthrow, hein?
Butterfly as well for collapse.
He's starting to get these luxury items that you always want to be able to try to get, as we do see him leaving his rapier.
I mean, with these butterflies online, is he getting to a point now where Skeeter, because there is already the MKB in play, like, for the Nature's Prophet, I guess at the moment it's in his backpack, but, like, did Skeeter switch something out for an MKB against these now 2 butterflies?
I think if there's 2, he might consider it soon, yeah. He will be close to having the...
E acabou há muito tempo, né?
Eventually at some point, maybe not yet.
Acabou pra quem?
We'll see.
É difícil, mano. Não dá pra saber quem vai ganhar, não, velho. Literalmente, não dá pra saber quem vai ganhar, não.
Let's see how patient they do want to be on the side of Falcons.
If they strike, then that really will be the perfect time to make.
Como é que tá as odds, inclusive? Tá rolando?
Yeah, they'll have 10, right? And they will not have. They'll only
Tá
have
nada.
maximum 8 or 7 on the side of Spirit or whatever, right? So they'll only have the 2 buybacks plus the 5 because they won't have 3 of them.
Toro very close to getting enough Madstone here for the re-roll on his neutral.
Very close. What if he doesn't get it, Owen? What if he doesn't get the Undying?
Surely, the RNG says he should.
Let's see.
You either get it or you don't, and he didn't get it last time, so he does get it this time.
That's math.
Let's have a look.
Let's see. Hey.
Oh, yep, one more hit.
There we go.
Okay.
What's he got?
Doesn't get it.
He didn't get it.
He doesn't get it.
That is true. The Regalia takes up a slot, too, so you do lose a chance.
It's true. Yep.
That could have been it.
Okay, what's the plan? Take the Stygian or the Spider?
Plus attack range, or what?
He's taking the Stygian and indeed...
Oh, he took Crude.
Oh.
Okay.
Não de nada, cara. Tá difícil. Os dois times aqui não tem como saber, não. Acabou a Aegis.
Here's the timing.
That potential 10v7.
Yeah, a minute and a half here where they won't have Yatoro indeed on top of that. Both Lal and unavailable with the buybacks. This is the time for Falcons to strike.
Não tem buyback no Invoker e no BH, mano.
To do that with the numbers advantage, at least over Yatoro and Second Life in particular. Shield rune up top.
I mean, Yatoro, of course, with the timing that the game's got to, he can re-roll again, right?
True.
He's going to take a 30 Madstone. He's desperately trying, you know, the RNG on his drops haven't been great. Sometimes it's the way in the game.
Nossa, ele pegou de Isola 2, mano.
Gotta find
Ah, porra, mano. Agora é só bater no trono, cara. Só bater no trono. Ele startou. PKB. Shen. Colapso vai morrer, Colapso. Não fazer nada.
He's going to be out without buyback. Lal will survive again. But now Rue, he is truly gone for 2 minutes.
Porra, mano.
Amar with the creeps actually together did so much damage to the bounty hunter. She'd been able to bring him down. 2 minutes, no
They're definitely going to want to make this hit again.
And Rue's important. He's been doing a lot of scouting information. These little tracks are very pesky.
Meu Deus! Meu Deus!
He's not going to make it happen this time.
Meu Deus, PKB! Ele tinha BKB sim, ele usou BKB sim. Caralho, é um script do Shen batendo, filho. Ele pode matar o Lars. Nossa.
What is going on? Skeeter, the buyback, the base, it's gonna be full healed. But they did have to use that glyph.
Caralho, mano, o Yatoro quase deu GG. Ele vai fazer de novo a play. Ele vai fazer. Ele comprou outra Divine. Ele comprou outra Divine e vai fazer de novo. Ele vendeu o BKB, foda-se. Tá doido. Nu, filho, o cara foi no backdoor, foda-se.
Couple of rapiers now over on the side of Falcons. Obviously, we have Maureen ready with his.
He's
trying to go for it.
Nossa, entregaram. Entregaram. GG. Que foi isso, cara? Que isso? Os caras foram pela ciência. Os caras foram pra ciência ali, mano. Meu Deus do céu, mano.
That roast fight in particular, when they kind of brought it back there, Spirit almost ends up fully bringing it back. What an insane game.
Yeah, and 76, I guess things just get a bit too crazy. They went for that all-in play, but just weren't going to work, Fogged, right? Against the Slaughter, against these Abyssal Blades.
He's like, oh my god,
he's ready for bed.
I mean, he's like, we have another 2 games of this.
Yeah.
We have another 150 minutes at least.
We won't be getting any short games tonight, that's for sure, between these two teams of Falcons. They will at least be able to breathe a sigh of relief here with this first game. First game going to Falcons against Spirit in this best of 3.
Jogão, hein?
How does this keep happening? It's
Jogão.
Oh my gosh. I think playing to win got a whole different meaning with this. Oh my god, that was just game 1 of a best of 3. I'm at the point where I'm okay calling this a tie, but it was Falcons to take this first game, and we have a very difficult job to try and break everything down, because
this might be the craziest Dota game of all time. Honestly, this was so ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that. That was so fucking insane.
The post show, how Morris like lying on his table, and he's just like, "Get me out, get me out." I'm serious.
My DMs are blowing up. I have people that haven't played Dota in like 2-3 years messaging me, "What the hell is this game?" Everyone is watching.
What is happening? What is happening?
Cara, Dota tá insano, mano. Ô Bizarelli, você pode falar o que você quiser, cara. Dota 2 é insano, mano.
Giga chat than this nature's prophet. Like, this is the biggest Giga chat.
Giga chat all the way towards the end, even trying to all in the throne through backdoor.
Completely ridiculous.
And that was already after he teleported into the middle of a thing that wasn't even a fight yet, but he decided, you know what, I'm gonna cut someone off. He gets a kill.
Melhor jogo do mundo, porra.
But his team at that point already thought like, okay, we're going in. Yeah. Went in, and he went, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the team wasn't as Giga chat, I guess, as this prophet. They held their own, of course, and my god, this game was absolutely insane. I don't know even where to start to.
Ó o chat da Twitch, como é que fica?
I will start. I think we ended the draft saying this is a very different style than we've seen teams play for the entirety of the road to TI so far.
Pilar.
All their eggs into the Nature's Prophet basket with being able to buff him up. I also think the Collapse basket was pretty big there too, actually. But this style.
O Lar morreu muito feio no final ali, velho.
I feel like it did work. It's just that it definitely worked. It definitely worked. I mean, Falcons had basically played 3 grand finals. Now they played against Tightbound in a extreme Tightbound, and now they're meeting the prime Extreme Spirit, who are just woken up from the dead and are just playing like out of their minds.
And this game was absolutely crazy.
Assim, os caras ficaram defendendo o trono, mano.
Hero himself single-handedly
É que pariu, os caras não estavam fora da base, né, velho? Ele foi lá e só falou, ah, vou pular aqui, não vai ter ninguém, tá todo mundo lá. Aí é osso.
Kudos to Team Falcons as well, recognizing what's going to happen and buying out the right items to prevent that from happening. Like, did Amar have a Basher or Abyssal? Abyssal.
Abyssal,
Yeah, but he made sure that Yatoro was unable to hit through backdoor.
Yeah, I mean...
Chen, can we talk for a second about Chen?
Sure.
I don't think I've ever seen Chen just stand there, channeling his ultimate.
It's very rare.
It's incredibly rare.
Yeah, he managed to get the BKB so that he can, manage. It's a 70-minute game. Of course, eventually he's gonna get it. He was playing Warcraft. This wasn't only Dota. Like, he was sending all the creeps down the lanes.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one. Like, they were constantly assaulting the base. It was so difficult to do what Team Spirit was doing when it comes to the defense against Team Falcon's onslaught.
He made Hoodwink work as well, by the way. Crit did.
Yeah, he did. I mean, everybody made it work, I would say. I mean, Snaking just casually playing this 80-minute Chen game, complete stone face. I don't know. That's also pretty impressive in itself. I think Malrine also carried a lot of the mid-game. I want to say mid-game is realistically late-game fights, right? Where they actually brought back Team Falcons into the game. Because it looked like, at some point, Spirit actually just had it. Right after that one Roche fight, I think we have it in the in one of the clips. But that's like half an hour ago or more, right? That this happened.
Okay, now we almost highlighted everybody because I also want to highlight Amar because his mission this game, honestly, he was the BKB poker. Every single fight you saw him start the fight by rolling deep with no fear, forcing somebody's BKB, backing out the Falcon special, dragged them in, and this is what made Malrine shine, right? If you just epicenter enemies BKB, it's not gonna work out. But Falcons is really, really good at this kind of gameplay, at counting BKBs, counting spells, and like forcing them back, and always capitalize on those small moments when somebody slipped up from Spirit, had no BKB, and gave Malrine the opportunity to basically epicenter and kill them.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a case for every single player on the side of Falcons to be that MVP. If we were going to look at the side of Spirit, our MVP was actually decided fairly early on, Stormstormer.
Yes, it was Collapse's Slaughter. I think he played an exceptional game in this game, especially in the early game already. I think he had like an 11-minute Blink Dagger or something. That was a long time ago, but it was like an early game move that I wanted to highlight, that he got the Blink Dagger delivered to himself and instantly was about to use it. I think here it's about to happen, that he gets a Blink Dagger delivered. They don't see it, he hides it on the courier, instantly makes use of it, TP's mid, kills the Sand King, and this is a very delicate moment because Malrine also has his own Blink Dagger coming, and this will snowball into them, dealing a huge chunk of damage into the mid tower on this tier 1. This was a long time ago. And then later he also solo kills the Chen over here, and this is very good against Falcon's gameplay that we analyzed so many times because first of all, he counteracted Malrine Sanking by stopping his move and being the proactive part, and secondly, he stopped Snaking from stacking. And that has basically been the Falcon's book all along, so I wanted to highlight that. I think Collapse's gameplay in the early game played actually a huge role, okay, not later for the 70-minute mark, but for the entire mid-game.
Oh, early game and mid game, right? Like you mentioned, I think we have the clip as well in the Roche fight, and he absolutely turned the game. It looked like Falcons early were kind of in control until this move, right?
Yeah, we can take it here. I mean, they're actually wrapping all the way around. They find the Chen first. Nature's Prophet TP is in the back, and meanwhile, Collapse snatches that Aegis, right? And they are starting tracking up the backlines. This was a incredible orchestrated fight by Team Spirit, because at that point, as we have talked about during the draft, they actually don't really have any team fight. Maybe you could criticize Falcons for being a little bit too scared and a little bit too timid here, but still, it's Spirit that wraps all the way around and finds the opening and finds the right targets. And yeah, again, Collapse, he always does this. He always snatches the Aegis. It's pretty much every time that high-stake games, he'll find a moment.
I feel like it's almost too much to highlight as well. There were also two situations where he barely TP'd out with like 0.2 seconds on the bow strike stun, or like they barely didn't see him on some TP. He didn't have buyback, like Collapse.
Yeah.
I've never seen a game where he played this much on the edge. Like I know TI-10 Magnus Collapse was his prime, but this was also the definition of Collapse prime right here.
Yeah, he had to play with that speed. That was part of their game plan. They had a little bit of a different game plan compared to some other teams. For example, they did not use any Helm of the Dominators purge.
That's exactly correct. The Invoker did buy one, but very close. That one's just good. At this stage in the tournament, what usually happens is the top teams will coalesce around one strategy, and they'll say, okay, this is the strategy of TI, and very clearly it's Helm of the Dominator. This is the previous series. This is Tundra versus Liquid. Phoenix is not a tower pusher, but with Helm of the Dominator it is, and it's very abusive because look at how much damage this one creep is tanking. That tower was full, and before it dies he says, oh, is that a lane creep? Let me just turn it into a 1000 HP 6 armor creep to again tank the tower. This is going to get nerfed the second the tournament is over. Luckily for us, though, some teams will say, like, okay, this is the best strategy. We're going to try to figure out a strategy that counters it. And I feel like that's slightly what Spirit's doing here. You can say you're going to farm passively and push out side lanes. Well, I'm going to pick heroes that, number one, can kill your creeps really, really easily. Slardar can certainly do that with minus armor and physical damage. And we're also going to pick heroes that are going to up-tempo and gank a lot in the early game, because that's going to ensure that you can put pressure on your opponents when they're still thinking like, we're going to be safe and push out side lanes. The only thing that's not maybe good about Slardar here is that Helm of the Dominator is a really nice armor item, so that's going to help ensure that those heroes are more survivable here. I'm just going to accelerate this a little bit because we also get the kill and skitter. So really good laning out of Collapse and Rue here after they did play little sentry games. Collapse manages to hit 6 here right before Skeeter hits level 5, so he gets a really, really nice solo kill on him here. Nothing that Skeeter can do in response to that, and that translates into that really fast blink dagger that we talked about earlier. The nice thing was that he hit it by the secret shot for quite a while here. It just sat there because he didn't want to reveal. He saw the illusions coming. He moved it back again because he doesn't want them to know that this high tempo pressure is coming on the map, because it's going to be very tough for their opponents. And Sanking, normally kind of hard to kill, was his quick work against Slardar, who gives both vision and lowers his armor. Sanking doesn't have that much HP, so kind of a perfect counter here. So this up-tempo thing that Spirit did was really cool. We're going to see more of this as the tournament goes on for the teams that are bold enough to say we're going to avoid the TI meta, and we're going to try to find a way to break TI meta, because that's sometimes the way that you close out a tournament and actually win TI. So we'll see if it continues.
We will see if it continues. I mean, this was quite the game one of this series, and I know if it's up to the players, they probably don't want to have a game like that anymore. They'd rather just win, you know, in 20, 30 minutes, and I get that. But that's not always that simple. Stormstorm, what are you thinking? Where are the teams going to go from this? Are we going to have another one of these games on our hands?
I do think so. I think Falcons is cursed or blessed or whatever.
Blessed. We're going with blessed here.
I ran into their analyst in the elevator today, and I was asking them, man, can you make it shorter games? And he said, I don't know how. And he's the analyst. If he cannot do anything, there's no way probably. And it also gets to show that these teams are really like on a really similar level, right? It's a neck-to-neck battle, and obviously the players are also kind of tired of it. We saw Amar on the camera smashing his head on the ground, you know, drinking his Red Bull and, like, you know, taking a long zip. But I do think so that the second game might just go the same direction.
I mean, I think also this throne backdoor, I'm pretty sure they were really worried that the Fury would just TP in and throw them. I mean, we saw them Sentry, Necrobook, camp the throne, right? It's like almost like a heart attack to see how fast the throne HP went down when the Fury TP'd in there. And that's, I don't know, it's just so ridiculous.
But just the move itself was so strategical. It wasn't like some crazy last-ditch effort. It was needed, right? Because I believe 1 or 2 of the heroes on the Radiant didn't have buyback, so he TPs into the enemy base to force them back as well, which allows them to kill the Terrorblade after. Invoker dies, of course, as well. No buyback, so it forces them again to go onto the enemy side. I feel like it was, in the end, kind of a forced move. It was still brilliant.
They had to try. It's playing to win, right? You gotta make a move, otherwise you're just sitting in your fountain waiting for them to push where you know you're gonna be outnumbered. Because indeed Rue didn't have buyback and he was already dead, and there were 2 others that didn't have buyback to begin with.
I mean, eventually this whole lineup of Spirit was created to buff up the Furion, right? Like everything was given to him. You had Corrosive Haze, you had Track, you had Bloodlust, and you had Invoker to buff you up. Like, it's literally 4 protect once. So if he wants to go Throne, you go with him.
Oh, what an absolute high that game was. Like, that was insanity. We can only hope that game 2 will live up to that. But because Dota can give you such highs, it also means that it's probably able to give you big lows. And we did see Team Spirit having a little bit of a low there, of course, after losing that first game, but they still have a chance to push it back in that game number 2. There is a team that does not have that chance anymore. It is Team Liquid that we said goodbye to earlier, and to just, you know, go from one high to one big low, we are gonna head over to hear some final words from Insania.
Yeah, I'm here with Insania. Obviously, Team Liquid have just been knocked out of the road to TI this year. Aiden, really tough loss for you guys. Just talk to me briefly about what went wrong in that series from your perspective.
It's tough to say. I think the level of play that we brought to the table, and I will also say Tundra, was probably not either of our peak performances. And yeah, I mean, it's just too many moments to remember right now. Game 3, obviously, kind of a disaster. Yeah, just tough series. Tough event for us overall.
A tough event. I mean, did you feel like maybe you weren't at your best coming into the tournament, or do you think you got here and it was just like what went wrong specifically as a team?
I actually felt very confident coming in. We had a very successful boot camp. It was almost to the point where you are a little bit worried because you haven't faced enough adversity on the way here. And then I feel like we didn't really manage to make things happen the same way in our practice. Which usually for us it's been the opposite, where like practice doesn't look so great, and then we end up playing better in the officials. But unfortunately, not the case this time around.
Indeed, I'm very sorry to see you guys go. Of course, this Helm of the Dome business, everybody seems to be getting it. I see troll summoners everywhere, skeletons everywhere. Is this a problem that you anticipated, or was it like, what is happening with all these trolls everywhere?
I mean, we knew this item was strong, and we knew you'd probably be seeing it quite a lot. I think maybe we didn't learn how to abuse it as well as other teams. And yeah, obviously we'll make an appearance on the main stage too. So to those that are left, best of luck at figuring it out. All I know is you can use the weighted pie from Ringmaster to one-shot Helm of Domes. Okay. Yeah.
There you go. That's something to think about. Have you guys had time at all to discuss plans for next season? Not just, obviously, you've just finished this series, but a general idea of what your plans are for next season?
At the moment, no idea. So we'll see.
Fair enough. And obviously your fans have been sticking by you guys all season. They'll be gutted to see you guys go out at this stage in the tournament. Do you have any words for the Liquid fans back there watching?
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in us. I hoped we could give you guys a better show. And I was very much looking forward to playing in front of all of you guys. You're always an amazing crowd. So sorry to all family and friends that have bought tickets, fans that have bought tickets to come see us. I feel like that's probably the thing I'm the most sad about right now. So genuinely sorry, and thank you for supporting us.
Okay, thank you, Aiden. We'll let you get back to your teammates, and better luck next time. We'll see you soon, I hope. Back to the panel.
Wow, hit with a heavy dose of realism and sadness, of course, coming from Insania. And that sadness is exactly what Falcons and Spirit are fighting so hard for to not have happened to them, because one of these two teams that go in to this road to the international as one of the favorite teams, like Liquid and Falcons and Spirit and Tundra added to the mix as well. I think a lot of people had them in their top 4. 2 of them are gonna go home very early, and that is gonna hurt. So that's why you see so much effort put into holding that throne as long as they can and try to use everything, put everything on the line. And that's exactly what both teams are going to do in the upcoming game. Falcons and Spirit, potentially 1, hopefully 2 more games coming into this series. And I do want to talk about the follow steps, because we saw Team Spirit going for something different. We heard Insania talking about the Helm of the Dominator. They knew it was going to be strong. We have Falcons using it. And yes, there was one on the side of Spirit as well. But they do try to find different ways of dealing with it. And they thought, you know, going for that Slardar, making sure you just have that very high speed setup Lizard, that will be a way to play a different style, reinventing the meta. Are they going to do that again, you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if they just rewinded and went again with a very similar style.
Okay.
Because I do believe what they drafted did work, maybe with some slight adjustments here and there. I'm not really sure about how you guys felt about the Bounty Hunter and how it fit. I think that's maybe the only improvement that I could see somehow.
No, I mean, Bounty played its part in a lot of ways, right? It set up the lane top, and it created a lot of vision around the map. It set up this the ward under the triangle, right? Interfering with the stacks. Like we've been talking about, can you invade? Can you maybe steal the stacks? Can you do some stuff? Yep. He's actually slowing down the sanking game quite a lot, right? The random track kills in the game. I feel like this hero is pivotal to this game's development in a way. I mean, you could pick another hero there in the end, and then we're gonna have a completely different game. It's hard to explain exactly, but what I noticed in this game is that, and from Falcons games, is that they picked the sanking mid, and if you go back and watch the games, it's pretty obvious what they keep doing, right? They keep stacking for him, he goes and farms those stacks, then, you know, he gets the super early blink dagger, and I feel like that's something that Spirit perhaps have looked into, right? And that's something that both teams kind of have to adapt to. Generally, it could also be the same thing for Shaker, right? He also likes to farm these stacks, so I think that's part of what the Bounty Hunter offered as well.
I feel like also the part that prevented Sand King from getting the earlier blink was such an amazing start on Collapse, right? Like he had an 11-minute blink, he rotates mid, gets that kill on Sand King, and he kind of controls the tempo. He was the one up to that like 15 to 20-minute mark that was actually setting all the fights on the map.
Well, there's a little bit of a change in this draft in the sense that Radiant does not have first pick this time around. Normally it plays out the way that a team wants to choose Radiant or first pick, and then the other will get the other one. Or sorry, Dire in first pick. But now we have not first pick Radiant. It will still be first pick on Falcons, and Team Spirit with second pick.
Last game, Spirit was first pick, right? They took Furion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This game, it's gotta be a different.
But now it's Team Spirit are still Radiant.
They had a very different approach, right? When it came to bans as well, banning out most of Amar heroes. Now we have a Chen as well in the first stage.
Yeah, very different. They go with Sanking again. I just want to make a quick note about this whole Dominator business. I actually think Furion has, for me, grown. It's like risen in stock for being like maybe a little bit weak in the beginning, but now I think it's one of the best ways to counter the Dominator split push meta, right? Because he just TVs back and deals with it. And he can also kill the Dominator creep with Sprout and everything. So I think this hero is, on carry, is... it's maybe the best, right? The best hero, you know. I feel like there's a lot of these heroes like Sand King, Primal, Beast, Beastmaster, Shaker that kind of fulfill a similar role, but the Furion is very unique, right? You cannot replace that hero.
Yeah, I agree. I honestly agree with your opinion there. Like the Prophet does really count the Helm of Dominator quite a lot. And now Team Spirits, I like that they deviate here. Last time they answered the Sand King with the Invoker. Now they go with the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is actually one of the potential heroes that if Sand King goes mid, it can destroy the Sand King. It's a very skillful matchup. It could also just become another 50-50 story because Maran is like the best mid laner at making hard matchups, even matchups. However, this could be one way to punish it.
It's also a flexible hero, right? We just saw that they played 4 games of Shadow Fiend actually, 2 on Larl and 2 on Yatoro. So, and they are second pick this time around, right? So they can flex this guy all the way till the end. So that's also worth noting, I think.
It's really strong on mid, but the way Yatoro played a couple of games, I've never seen anyone as active on Shadow Fiend as he was. Just gets his stacks and rotates. Like he was ganking mid in one of the series, minute 6-7, so definitely can make that hero apply a lot of pressure early in the game.
A couple heroes we should be keeping on our radar that were first phase banned in the previous game is the Bristle and the Monkey King. Both banned are still in, and I still feel like I have to mention the Marcy as well, just because, but both of these teams ignored it in the previous game.
Yeah, I guess both these teams don't really like Marcy at all. We know it from Falcons watching their series earlier, but it also doesn't seem like it's something that Spirit want to touch.
And from Spirit, I'd expect maybe another position 4 or 5 that's melee and bulky, something like an Ogre that they had in the last game. Just combos up and frees up that position 1 Shadow Fiend if necessary.
Funnily enough, like we talked about the Bounty Hunter, I actually felt like the Ogre was more lackluster in that game than the Bounty Hunter. Just because, yeah, the Bloodlust is nice, and he did tank a lot of smokes, but yeah, I don't know if that's enough, you know. That hero for me was not it.
He just didn't multicast the Midas enough times.
And Team Spirit can go for multiple routes here. It will most likely be a ban into a support pick. A hero that has been highly contested in the previous years was Tiny. And Tiny Shadow Fiend is a classic combo where you're able to toss a target onto your Shadow Fiend if Rue likes that hero. I'm not sure
he does play it.
Archetype, but if that's the case, it has been one of the most contested melee 4s, if not the most contested melee 4, and has always been really strong with Shadow Fiend, so they could look at that. Either that or a casual +5 pick for Mikoshka, like the Ogre you saw last game. What else is there to say? Clockwork.
They've banned out the Abaddon on the side of Team Spirit. What can we learn from that? Because we don't see that in the second phase bans that frequently as Ogre comes out straight away.
I feel like this lane, if it's laned this way, Ogre and SF, just doesn't lose to 90% of dual lanes that can hit you with a 4 and 3. the combination is obviously very valuable down the line with the Bloodlust. With the Prophet, it was value later on, but with the Shadow Fiend, maybe even more so.
I mean, he had a hard game as well, right? They came down to with the Sand King and the Chen and Hoodwink and took his tower really early on, and Miposhka had just had a rough Ogre game. There's also the games of where Ogre has a good lane and suddenly transitions that into a much higher impact where the Ignite really comes into play.
With the Pugna and Grim.
That's a TI classic.
Yeah, and to add to your point to Shiva, because you asked about the Abaddon ban, I can see that it has been one of Skeeter's most successful heroes.
Nunca vi Greenstroke ganhar a Dota, hein?
Double pick that would suffer. It could, for example, have been something like an Axe route or something, where we always saw the Abaddon as an answer on the 18 pick. Usually this, because also last game, Falcons in the spot, they banned Primal Beast and later picked Pangolier, because Primal Beast is a Pangolier answer. Now this Abaddon might be a protection ban for what we're about to see.
I love the Grimstroke pick for multiple reasons, but his ulti, I mean, not ulti, his Dark Portrait down the line into Shadow Fiend feels really damn good as well. If you can get to that Aghanim's.
Yeah, now also with that Magnus pick, the Abaddon ban does make more sense. It's one of the few heroes who does not die to RP and can even shield RP of another target. So now the pick for Falcons is not that easy, and I also love the Magnus pick for a way that it's also a deny pick from Falcons, because Amar honestly delivered a lot on Magnus on this tournament. He felt like the collapse of this year in some way.
And the Shadow Demon, by the way, right? Like into Pugna and Grim feels really damn good.
Could this be a Weaver pick, perhaps, for Skeeter? It seems like a decent Weaver game, and this is one of his hero pool, you could say, from this event.
He did prioritize it earlier. I feel like since there is no safe and Shadow Demon doesn't protect... Okay, never mind, actually, you nailed it perfectly. What I was concerned about this Weaver pick is that the Team Spirit drafts, they can't just RP him and burst him down, because the Shadow Demon prevents any save. It counters both the box save from the Grimstroke and the Decrepify from Pugna.
What box?
Box.
Ah, sorry, I thought it's a Ringmaster for a second. They look so similar.
They are.
Yeah, they're kind of same vibes.
They actually look so similar.
Insania did talk about him, but
I think I agree with it. I think the Weaver makes
Speak
sense.
de Weaver aí ficou bom.
Disables, and it is Skeeter. But also just the SF killing him in like 2 seconds with 1 RP, I can see that happen as well. But yeah, and it just fits the archetype.
do you guys think, I was gonna ask because of now Team Falcons banned Void anyway, but I was gonna say this SF is still very flexible, right? Like it can be mid, it can be safe lane, and I kinda have to say I like him maybe evenly on both lanes looking at what Team Falcons have got.
Yeah, I mean, the mid lane SF is for sure strong. When you have the RP, especially in your team, you have the classic Kayashibal and the Requiem can cause huge chaos here. There's no safe drafted on Falcons, and that usually makes a mid SF quite viable. Yeah, so far, I do have to say, I like what Team Spirit is bringing to the table. The Falcons draft looks a little bit more lackluster to me on the first side, but of course they have one more pick to...
What is it exactly on Falcons that can tie all of this up?
I mean, I think they have really strong early game. I think the Pugna can open up the map for the other heroes, right? You have a lot of gank potential with the Sand King Grimstroke. The Weaver can connect to his team really fast, and you're gonna have a last hero to add damage as well.
Do they need something that just runs in and gives info for the send? That's how I feel. I see Falcons, they need some beef on Amar. Maybe Doom isn't really an option, right? Like versus these heroes, it doesn't really do a lot, but
I think Doom could be an option. I think it's not too greedy with the heroes that they have. I think it's also Grimstroke Doom. I think Doom is actually a good bet for their last pick here.
Amar hero that just runs in as well. I think feels good.
It's also a lot of the offlaners are banned out at this point.
Yeah, even Centaur is banned, Mars is banned. Leaves not a lot of room for any other heroes. They could, of course, simply also take a mid hero and put him on the Sand King. However, it does sound like a kind of rough lane in case Ogre Shadow Fiend would meet him there.
I think we could see the Ogre, the Shadow Fiend go mid. We did mention it earlier, but I think that maybe Yatoro is looking at something like a Muerta. Could we maybe even see him play the Bloodseeker like we saw Crystallis play. But I think Muerta is interesting here. You get a silence, you kill, like Pugna does nothing to Muerta. You know, the Decrepify does nothing. So I think potentially it's another hero to Bloodlust as well. But yeah, definitely not an easy last pick here for both teams.
They banned out
the monkey.
The monkey's still in the pool.
Yeah.
All the way.
And that does mean Sand King goes. Actually, does it?
They're flexible. It's TF monkey, I think. That seems to be the.
Yeah.
What they do, yes. And then I would be surprised if they would randomly throw Amar on Sand King and Monkey mid.
Yeah, they played a lot of 3 monkey, so.
Also, it's Marine Sand King.
I would
the best Sand King.
I would say they are ready to flex it so, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
There's definitely
they
a
might flex
tendency to put the Sand King mid and Monkey on the offlane, and
it's a really good combo with the Grimstroke through the game as well. Does give them vision and some setup for the Sand King, but it is lacking a bit of that beef that we talked about, right?
I mean, it's a lot of lane domination, right? And then trying to transition that into something from there. It's very strong lanes from them right now.
Team Spirit now. This decision is not easy. A 40-second reserve time. Could pick both carries and mid laners. Something like a Queen of Pain could again be interesting. We saw Tundra play that earlier. As it's again a winning matchup against both Monkey and Sand King, no matter who goes mid.
And not really a lot of catch,
there's
right?
Not a lot of catch. I mean, the Soulbind can catch you off guard potentially, but apart from that, you even have a Shadow Demon to save you and back you up. So
Spirit needs to be careful they also don't pick something too greedy, where suddenly SS farms, Magnus farms, everyone's farming, and there's not much playmaking going on.
You say that, and it's a Morphling.
That's pretty greedy, no?
That's very greedy.
It is, but again, it's maybe a hero that the Toro feels like they cannot really kick him out of the lane. Feels like he can just sit there in his safe lane for a long time, and that in itself makes it less greedy, if that's the case, right? Because then he sort of just sits down there and is more or less unkillable as this Morphling.
I also feel that once they pick this Morphling, they're literally saying we have the ultimate win condition in the game, right?
Yeah.
The only problem is Dark Portrait also is an ultimate win condition on the other side, and I have a feeling Crit might be eyeing that item very early on.
Imagine soul binding both Laurel and Yatoro, and then getting your portrait off.
Yeah.
That's quite a lot of damage with Shadow Fiend and Morphling there.
But yeah, it's an interesting pick, this Morph. I'm also a bit surprised to see it. Wonder what the thought process is there.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised because I felt like honestly the Team Spirit win condition is already very strong, and now you put yourself in a risky position that if the lanes go a little bit out of control, there will be a window where Lal on the Shadow Fiend will want Kaya Yasha plus 1 item, Blink Dagger. Yatoro is a Morphling, he wants 3 items anyway, and Magnus also needs Blink Dagger, maybe 1 more item as well. So this can maybe backfire a bit. I'm not 100% sold on it, but let's see if Yatoro can make some magic happen.
You gotta play pretty clean on the 3 cores. You cannot afford to die and make some mistakes there. And I think the supports also have to do a heavy lifting, creating that space. I mean, Poshka is gonna have to walk into some smokes, walk into some deaths this game, undoubtedly.
Intentionally, like
I think Poshka is not walking out of this game without deaths. I don't think so.
I feel like the call was on Yatoro, what he wanted, and he gets his Morphling maybe a little bit inspired. Was it yesterday or this morning when Shiro played? Yesterday, right? He had some really nice Morphling performance into a Sand King as well, right? That's something to think about.
Also against Falcons.
Yeah, and there are some very nice juicy morph targets here for the Morphling.
For sure.
Well, we're gonna find out. Will we have a third game to this series? Will we have another 70-minute games on our hands? Will Falcons just straight up take this series 2-0 and secure playoffs for the International? We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 time here, ready to start off between Falcons and Spirit and Fog. What do you make of this? It feels like another draft. I feel like so many teams do this again in TIs. When it comes to crunch time, last pick, they're holding on. You know, 1 loss away from going home. They turn to their carry. They say, what do you want to play?
And they say Morphling.
Yeah. It happens so many times. And as we've seen, you know, with mixed results.
Fala, Frost, fala. O que você acha desse Dota aí, cara? Fala.
On the Morphling.
Vai botar ali a casa, então?
This is interesting. Right, because now I'm like looking.
Ganhou de midskin? Ganhei, pô.
Just get a first blood immediately.
Ganhei, não entendi porque eu ganhei não, mas eu ganhei. Eu acho que eu postei errado, mas eu ganhei. 240 na banca. Tinha perdido um 50 mais cedo aí, que foi triste, viu? O jogo da Liquid lá me broxou muito, nem apostei mais.
So things I was seeing from the Morphling pick at least was what the panel was saying, some limited catch in some ways.
Bora, vamos pegar o que aí? Kills. Mais de 50? Game 2, né? Morphling, Weaver, Pugna. Mais de 50, mais de 48. Macaco offlane. Aparentemente é macaco offlane, né?
But let's see if it works. I think the other thing that I see from Spirit is they added team fight, right? Last game, it was pretty lackluster in the team fight department, but they made those fights work anyway. This time I think they wanted to make the game maybe a little easier.
Bota a casa na Spirit.
Although that last game was
Acho que macaco offlane é meme? Colapso de Magnus, não perde não? Pior que é, né, velho? Vou pegar mais 47 aqui, que eu acho que vai ter kill pra caramba. Vou pegar mais 47 aqui. 47 kills, é de boa. De boa, né? De boa. A última bateu, pois é. 47 kills. Peguei. E especiais jogadores. Collapse e Amar the Fuck. Quem vai matar mais? É o Collapse, que o Amar the Fuck tá de MK. E a Toro de Morphe. Amar, você acha que o Amar vai matar mais do que o Collapse? He was able to place that sentry, take it out right away. So Skater's playing in a lane versus no sentry at the moment. Olha a skin do Collapse. Caralho, que foda, mano. Como é que esse cara consegue fazer isso, o Frost? Que loucura, né, mano? A gente nem sabe onde é que tem essas coisas pra comprar, os caras têm.
Bottom, Amar, this feels like, I know he's been doing this a lot more recently again too, but this is like an Amar of the past kind of thing where he plays
muito foda, né, mano?
This kind of carry hero, but also this anti-carry in a way in that off lane, because it can be pretty annoying to deal with this Monkey King. If he gets off to a good start, he can bully a lot with that Jingu early on.
E agora, boys?
The panel did talk about just in general how greedy Spirit's draft can look when you consider the 3 cores. Do you think they're likely to get away with the greed? You know, is this them sort of saying, hey, you know what, this is probably going to be a 60-minute game, we're going to get time for everyone? Or do you think Falcons, this game, we might actually see a rare situation where Falcons could have the potential to close this one up a lot shorter than the 60-minute games we've been seeing from them?
Oh, and it's Falcons, the 60-minute game, let's be real. No, maybe not 60-minute game, but it should be a much longer game. Also, looking at what they have to push, I don't see a Dominator builder on their draft. They have a Pugna to be able to force buildings, but on the side of Spirit, they do have a Dominator builder. And we've seen these
é a casa.
Prolonged games. Just cutting the creep waves constantly is a rare miss. From
off the mark there from Collapse.
Essa Weaver aí pode sair fora de controle, né, mano?
Probably wasn't quite close enough to get the shockwave into skewer back.
Amar. He's got the Orb of Frost. He's trying to get the connection onto Yatoro. Yatoro won't let him get that 4th Jingu. But he's definitely gonna slow this Morphing down a bit here. The Pushka has hit level 2, has a second spell.
They go aggressive. From Marmar's got the backup of crit. The stick charges, but the damage is done.
Heads up there from the Pushka on the side. Crit still wasn't back in the area. Baro so far is doing a fantastic job. So in terms of greediness,
1,70 na Team Spirit. Será que vai ter uma odd maior do que essa de 1,70?
He's gonna win this matchup. I don't know how Maureen actually can. Yes, he has boots to try to cut, but I imagine Laurel's gonna get boots and he can follow the Senki. You can actually do a pretty good job of bullying the SK while you're playing the Shadow Fiend if you do get.
No G2, 1,70 aqui no G2, pô.
And would you say sort of like overall these 2 mids should be on track to hit kind of similar timings and similar sort of power spikes? You know,
pagando bem, eu tô batendo fé nesse 1,70 aqui, filho. Pegar 50 nesse 1,70 aqui, hein, na coragem. Ganhar 35 conto pra pagar a janta. Spirit Game 2, né? Tem 2 main hero. Tem Magnus do Collapse e a Toro do Morphle. Tá maluco, mano. Tem como não, pô. 1,70, 35 reais garantido. Pode ser se o Skitter sair de controle, cara. Se o Skitter sair de controle, fudeu. Mas bora. Foi. 50 na Spirit. Achei muito valor aí nessa odd, dado as circunstâncias. Mas não é uma recomendação, hein? Cuidado. Essa baraza não se cria, não? Cara, eu vou botar a banca aqui na Team Spirit, mano. Vai dando ideia. Vou triplicar a banca aqui agora, cara.
Lane creeps into the neutral camp, so he's even already starting to get that maximizing. He's actually ahead of the SF by 500 gold. If you look at the last hits, you saw that the SF was actually ahead in last hits, but
that's pretty crazy.
The sanking is significantly ahead.
E core da Falcons tá na frente, hein? Como é que o Dota de corrida já começa já?
Has definitely been showing his strengths on this hero, and I think most of the time if you let them have it, they will just take the sanking from Maureen of how solid of a showing he's been giving.
I feel like you'll just take it for him every time. He's clearly shown he's by far the best sanking.
Tô na betano aqui, ô Bruno. Vou pegar o link pra você aqui, peraí.
Is going to start to put some pressure onto the tower here. Are they going to look to make a rotation mid? It looks like they're actually going to make the move bottom, so all eyes focused on your Toro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nice. That picture of collapse.
Setup. Disruptions there. He's speedy. He's gonna be fine.
So missed move there from Rue. That means they didn't double check
the
runes, which ensures that Falcons
link no chat. Já vou mostrar pra vocês aqui que eu tô betando, ó. Tá vendo aí, ó? 1,83 na Team Spirit, mano. 1,83, tá melhor do que o que eu entrei, hein? 45 kills. Um jogo de decisão de eliminatória. Muito bom esses dois aqui, ó. Muito bom. Tem aqui o Yatoro matando mais do que o Skitter também, ó. Yatoro mata mais que o Skitter. 1,78 aqui, hein.
Does he go for the disrupt steal?
Quem perder tá fora.
He is. Does he do it in time?
Don't know if it's going to be quick enough.
He was not in time.
He's not going to be able to make the steal happen. Maureen's going to be able to hold his position, secure the Shrine of Wisdom for himself, and likely get a kill on top of that. As he turns towards Rue, comes in with the Burrow Strike to finish it off. So not only getting a kill, but also being like, oh, what a shame. I've got to take that Shrine of Wisdom for me.
So usually when I've seen people do this in the past, you're kind of standing in the circle already, so that when you get that disruption, you get it immediately. But it was just slightly off time there from Rue. A good attempt for that sneaky play there, but inevitably it actually just ends up hurting more than anything as Maureen. He's going to be enabled toward a very quick blink dagger, maybe even faster than we were talking about because of that.
And they just have so many ways to make plays. You know, I look at Falcons lineup, and again, as we say, normally Falcons games do go pretty late, but you just got to imagine the amount of action that Falcons can start playing with. It's pretty insane, right? The sort of combos that they can team up with, all three cores are going to be ready to go in.
Tem segredo aqui não, ó. Tá vendo? A cal tá dada.
They've got so many ways to make plays. We'll see in the river. Rekrim's going to come out and push back Maureen and Crit, but it won't be enough to save Maposhka as Maposhka goes down. He's in a lot of trouble as well. The Sandstorm burning him down. Rue will try and help
5 kills.
Lal should be okay. No, here comes Amar. Jumps in, bound the strike, couple of right clicks. Can he finish Lal?
Nossa, Deus, vai morrer o Lar. Meu Deus, vai morrer ninguém, o MK. Morreu. Delícia, hein? 9 kills aqui já, hein? Quem pegou kill aí tá no lucro. Peguei 47, ó. Porra, eu peguei 47, tava tendo 45. Que isso, pô. 49 agora. Botar mais na Spirit? Pior que agora deve tá valendo mais, hein? 2,30 agora na Spirit. Puta que pariu. É, boys. Esse 2 aqui tá valendo muito, Frost.
First move from Spirit.
Olha, 60 conto.
punished from the early moves from Falcons.
So these moves are just going to continue to come out from them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Puta que pariu, mano.
Great synergies between these heroes.
Yep, and this tower's just dead. As we've seen, this is what Malrine does, is the sanking. He is a tower pusher. Spirit. The entire name of the game is slow the pace down. Make sure that Yotoro can get online. Laurel getting slowed down is very painful, I would say.
Quero que sobe mais, mano. Quero que sobe mais.
Have that way to play around for them to slow things down to make sure that the Morphling has a good time. Him dying early on definitely hurts them quite a bit.
1600 gold on towards the Blink Dagger right now on Malrine.
Making. So high level.
Cara, o Colapse perde de Magnus, Frost? Você acha que o Colapse perde Magnus nesse jogo aqui?
That's pretty much the blink done. So Malrine, he can look to accelerate things.
Acha difícil?
Collapse. He's gonna go for this build that we've seen, of course, for the Magnus, the internal empowerment. Plus, he's just going for that Dominator build, which it can be a bit greedy, right?
Magnus de Dominator.
Because Laurel has been slowed down, where's the playmaking really gonna come from Spirit, right?
I don't think it is.
It's there, but as individuals, it's quite lackluster.
They're gonna have to avoid.
Dado o histórico, esse 2 aqui tem valor demais, cara. Tô querendo botar 100zão, mano. Porque é muita certeza, cara. Se perder, mamou, né? Se perder, mamou. 2,30, cara. Puta que pariu, mano.
Making a smoke move, looking to connect with Malrine with his blink dagger timing. He's got. Okay, doesn't actually have the soulbind skill. So 3 points.
Se a gente ganhar isso aqui, mano, o ramo. Se perder também machuca, né? E agora? Mataram o Yatoro? Quero estatística. Yatoro saiu vivo. Acho que essa estatística que importa. Nossa, o Colapse morreu com o bot, o Lauro também. Puta que pariu. Nossa, question mark, toma. Relax, relax. 2,40, Frost. 2,40, mano. Aqui eu fui. Aqui eu fui. 2,87? Eu peguei 2,87, Frost. 2,87, cara. Meu Deus. Vai subir aí 3,20. Puta que pariu, velho. Tava querendo que subisse mais, mano. Tava querendo muito que subisse mais, cara. Tem time de BKB ainda. Tem time de BKB ainda. Arriscado, Bizarelli. Cara, é o Colapse de Magnus, mano. E o Yatoro de Morphling. Você é jogador de Morphling, você sabe como que é o time do Morphling, cara. O começo dele é sofrido. Magnus não tem blink ainda, não tá puxando ninguém pra T4. Bota mais 60. Nossa. Se subisse isso... Não, foda que não vai subir mais agora, né? 2,95, 2,80. Não, eu já tô de boa já com a minha aposta. Tô de boa com a minha aqui, que a minha tá boa.
Spirit know that they can't come up here.
Yeah, devastating. They're not in a position to steal the shrine either.
47, tá? 14, né? 48. E 11 kills pra Falcons. Ih, meu amigo, aqui tem muita kill aqui. Boys, fui pra loucura. E aqui eu fiquei louco. Essas kills são muito boas para nossas kills aí, mas também é muito ruim para nossa bet, hein?
Very easy kills that they can set up onto him with this Grimstroke +1. Laurel, look to get involved with Rue.
But do they really want to try something here?
Reen's reading the play.
And he's just going to make the jump for him. Straight in with the Epi and the Burrow Strike. Rue will fall. Disruption buys him a bit of safety. They're going to try and fight this. Yatoro turns up the Wukong's command. It's down. It's going to be caught by the silence. He's out of mana. Yatoro will be able to finish off Maureen here with the help of Lal.
But Yatoro,
he's inside the sandstorm himself. Indeed, they don't see him.
Laurel, though, he can't get out.
He's going to get chased down. TP doesn't matter. Boundless is back up. So they get something.
I mean, they got Maureen again, but they lose a lot again.
They certainly do. Skeeter continue to reap the benefits of these plays. Same to be said for a
3:20.
That's not showing the whole fight back here, right? It's only showing half.
Botar 60 aqui no 3:20.
Okay, wow, they actually got a little bit of an advantage off of that, it seems.
I guess it's a big kill.
Cadê o Frost? Frost, fala comigo, cara.
A hell of a lot more than that to try and come back in on this one, Spirit. Still down 6 or 7k or so.
I mean, Falcons are just, they're ready for the place and they are not afraid to take every single fight that comes to them right now, right? So Collapse, he's waiting.
Casa já caiu? Oi, cara. Casa caiu o caralho, mano. Olha lá o Skitter morrinho, sem TP. Sem TP.
Uh-oh. TP's gotta come.
Is this TP
it's coming.
off cooldown? Yeah, but can he...
It's up in 2 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, still, a little bit of time. The Collapse is able to hold Skier up on the high ground.
He's looking for the delay of the game, right? He's just looking to cut as much as possible, get that time bought. Nice little clever play, though.
Era só ele lutar.
We'll lose quite a bit of time of efficiency, right? 40 seconds lost, 30 seconds lost at least. Deep wards that we see placed from Falcons early on here. Laurel down bottom is right on top of one.
Ô Frost, me ajuda aí, Frost. Vai dar bom ou não vai dar bom, cara? Quer shout aqui agora?
On Collapse at 1800.
Very close, yeah.
I imagine they probably will immediately look for a smoke up around that blink down.
Me ajuda, cara, me ajuda. Manda forças positivas aí, energia positiva. Vamos em Atoro, vamos Collapse. Amar, the fucks. Nossa, Lar, que porra é essa, cara? Nossa. É, boys. 3:35. Nossa, se o Collapse morrer aqui... 3:35, mano. 3:35, Frost. 20 kills. Cavalo branco só passa uma vez na vida? É, chat. Você tem chance de triplicar o seu dinheiro aqui agora, ó. Só clicar nesse botão aqui que você triplica seu dinheiro, hein? Investimento. Renda extra. Ó, já caiu pra 2:20, ó. Ó, vai tomando. Você deu a win no 2:95? Não, pelo amor de Deus, cara. Isso aqui, cara. Esse 2:40 aqui tá valendo muito, mano. Esse 2:40 aqui tá pagando. Cara, tá de graça isso daqui, ó. Se você quer dobrar o seu dinheiro, é agora aqui, ó. Quem não tem o link ainda? Quem quer o link? Quem não tem o link ainda? Dobre o seu dinheiro agora mesmo. Tá maluco, pô. Deixa eu chegar a BKB. E o Weaver foi Enjoni. Ah, não, pô. Essa Weaver aí é patética. Essa Weaver aí é patética, pô. Nunca vi Greenstroker ganhar. Nunca vi Greenstroker ganhar, cara. Já viu o Greenstroker ganhar, o Frost?
want to get the blink first, or if he does go either that Aghanims. I mean, yeah, they mentioned it. It's a fantastic portrait game.
Que porra de conta Morphling? Ela não tá nem lidando com Morphling. Ela tem que matar o Shadow Demon com um Tsukushi, porra.
These timings just flying out from Falcons, and they're ready to use them. Immediate smoke up now. With this next round of items completed.
It's around a big objective too, right? They have 2 big timings, and it's around that Tormentor potential that both teams want to try to go for here.
Ó, foda que essa kill aqui agora... Tá bom, né? Tá bom, essa killzinha aqui é boa. Essa killzinha é boa. Foda-se o Ogre morrer. Ó. Nossa. BKB. Deu ruim. Deu ruim. Tá, primeira BKB utilizada, né? Primeira BKB utilizada. Tipo assim... Sabe o que vai acontecer com isso aqui? A odd da Team Spirit vai aumentar. 3 e 10. 3 e 10 de novo. Você tá tendo a oportunidade. Cara, não é possível que a Team Spirit vai perder de 2 a 0 essa classificatória pro The International. É impossível. Eu me recuso a acreditar nessa condição, ô Frost. E foda-se o resto. Foda-se o draft. Foda-se a play. Foda-se a build. É impossível que a Team Spirit vai perder de 2 a 0 pra Falcons. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 a 1. Coloca o 60? Mas e se eu perder? Aí você vai mandar aí pra recuperar pra nós? Aí fica foda, pô. Tem que garantir ele pelo menos a janta de hoje, né? Senão se eu perder tudo já era. 3 e 30. Ganhe. Aposto quando todos têm medo. Ganhe como ninguém. Vai tomando. É, boys. Tá só a fome esse colapso, hein? Cadê ele? Tá de blink já? Mas não é impossível perder? Bota 60 aí. É, pois é, né? Eu tô maluco? Eu tô maluco? Vocês acham que a Team Spirit vai perder de 2 a 0 pra Falcons isso daqui? Mesmo estando 5 a 20? Se eu fosse beta, betava vintão aí. Tu não é beta não, cara? Ó, demora, hein? Esse roxinho aqui. Amanhã acaba, pô. Pô, roubada essa sentinela do Pugna tancar isso tudo, né, velho? Faz nem sentido isso aí, pô. Tinha que quebrar aquilo ali com 4 tapas. Nossa! Que RP lindo, mano. Pena que foda-se. Nossa, Maureen tá atropelando. Cara, impressionante o RP que o Collapse deu, mano. Impressionante, cara. Foi muito rápido, mano. É louco. 3 e 30. Não é possível, boys. Eu não consigo crer. Não puedo. Não puedo crer. Nossa, boys. O Morphling nem entrou ainda, tá? Vamos combinar que não estamos vendo o Morphling participar de nada. E a Toro tá batendo creep ali até os minutos 35. 35 a gente joga. Meu Deus, o MK vai fazer uma Midas, mano. Não é possível que ele vai fazer uma Midas.
so careful stepping up. That's the tier 2 taken away.
Such fast pacing. 23 kills, 24 minutes. If you told me this was Falcons, I mean,
Spirit are looking for
Quero ver a build do Morphle, mano. Ele não clica no Morphle. Nossa, quase. Mas ia dar mó merda isso daí, mano. Ainda bem que ele não puxou. Ainda bem que ele não puxou, filho. Não, late game é outra história. O draft da Falcons tá muito bom, mano. Mas a gente não tá falando de draft, cara. A gente não tá falando de draft, a gente tá falando de colapse de Magnus. 3,45. 3,45. Mais 50 aqui, ó, pra ganhar 122 conto. Você tá doido? Nossa, Deus, Frost. Contra fatos, não argumentos.
One of my extra worries, of course, for Spirit in this game, though, is the butterfly timing is a really good one for the Morphling, but this one...
Não é possível, cara. Não é possível.
Too many things that he has to deal with. Too many stuns, silences, a decrep from a Pugna can just stop everything as well, too, so he needs the next two pretty badly in this game.
CF não tem level 18, não tem blink ainda. Do it. E aí, galera, quem acredita que eu devo seguir nessa bet aqui? Digita 199. É pra betar ou não é? É pra ser beta ou não? Não é isso? Meu amigo, cara. Eu botava logo. All-in aqui, cara. Todo mundo confiante na torcida. O jogo não tá fácil pra Decisive não, mano. O jogo tá difícil. Tá apertada a situação aqui, cara. Essa odd tá verdadeira. Tem muito valor nela. Mas estamos dependendo da condição humana, né? Do fator humano aí. Da capacidade dos jogadores ali de executar a função do herói. Leite tá chegando? Leite não tá chegando, cara. Tá no mid game ainda, 26 minutos. Late game é 35 mais. E a base tá tomando aqui, ó. Pelo menos um lado vai cair, cara. A pressão deles tá muito boa esse siege. Com a Aegis, né? Finalzinho do Aegis aí, eles estão forçando. O Macaco fez a Midas. 3,80 na Spirit. 4 da Spirit. Meu amigo, 4 na Spirit, mano. Não é possível, boys. Não é possível. Não é possível. Eu acredito muito. Ô Frost, você já deu all-in aí nesse 4? Quem deu all-in nesse 4 no chat aí? Pelo amor de Deus. Quem aí deu all-in nesse 4 agora? Não é possível, cara. Não é possível. 4, mano. Quadriplique a sua banca. Não é possível, mano.
They might have to smoke though to try to get outside because all the lanes pushed in like this means there's just nowhere really for Yotaro to farm. And look at how
Fala, Frost, fala. Tem Butterfly e Manta no Morphling só, cara. São 16k, será que dá bom pra T-Spirit? Cara, o Morphling tem só uma Butterfly e uma Manta, ele nem tem BKB ainda, mano. Ele não tem Satânica ainda. O SF não tem refresh, nem level 18 o SF não tem, cara. $3,55. Não é possível. Aqui eu já tenho um... Eu não tenho, né, um cash aqui não, muito pelo contrário. 30 kills também, né? Esse caralho. Eles não morrem. Fica no Morphling, por favor.
I have Scotty finished up for the Monkey King. Shiva's is queued up on the Sand King. He even gets a pollen bag, right? I think I saw there on the Monkey King too, right? So this also reduces.
Ele não fez Midas não, ó. Ele fez Scad. Scad é bom, né? Scad é um bom item. E tá atrás, mano. Morphin ficou atrás. Foi grid, né? Esse draft deles também, os narradores falaram, pô. Tipo, Morphin e SF é muito grid. Muito grid. É um early game muito duro. Morphin marcou SCAD, eu não vi. Vou reparar. Vaz no Gristroke. A Vaz no Gristroke aí é grande também, viu? A Vaz é muito grande.
In a next 30 minutes of gameplay, and then we'll.
I think they look for the Roche push. They have all the BKBs. I think once they get Aegis, they can go for ending.
You think like this game, Falcons feel that they have that much of an advantage that they won't be feeling the necessity to play it super safe.
BKB do Magnus, ó, de 9 segundos. 3,80. Você confia? Confia no milagre? Miposca foi startado. E aquele mamou, né? Sai fora, ninguém quer brigar. Ninguém quer comprar briga agora. Não é assim que a gente quer uma briga. Não adianta. Ó o cara aqui, vamos pra cima. Não, não, não. Tomou pick-off. Deixa esse trouxa morrer. Ele vai nascer rapidinho. A gente empurra enquanto esse trouxa tá morrendo. A gente prova as outras wave e tá de boa. Cara, esse 3,80 aqui tá muito grande, mano. Se eu botar 50, eu ganho quase 200 conto, cara.
They were maybe thinking about playing for the Torments, but they cannot do that when Falcons are as close as they are.
Falcons does this one just as free as last time, same exact way that they did it before.
Foda que o Yator não tá ganhando o Gold, mano. O patrimônio dele não tá fazendo a corrida nesse mapa, tá difícil. E essa Vise do Gnistroke aí também é broken porque ele não tem Glimmer, ele não tem Linkings.
It's true, I don't mind it. Yeah, get up there, BKB, Wukong's command. You're able to hit the building. Refresh, do it again.
Take the racks.
They're going to be able to push for Mega Creeps pretty early this game, Falcons, if this continues.
Absolutely.
Saganin do SF, ó. Falta 1k de gold pra Saganin. 4 na Team Spirit. Cara, tá valendo muito, mano. Tá valendo muito, galera. Se eu perder isso aqui, eu vou perder com carinho, mano.
Whenever it's sort of the decision is made for them to fight, Spirit as a team will be looking towards Yatoro's guidance on that.
Vai ou não vai? Vou ficar muito bolado se eu não pegar isso aqui, velho. Eu perder essa chance. Vai zerar uma banca de 100 só, tá de boas? Você me faz o refound aí, ô Frost, se eu perder? Faz a boa, cara. Se ganhar vai ser God. Se ganhar vai ser muito foda. Se ganhar vai ser insano. Se perder, claro que não. Aí não, pô. Espera a briga? Pois é, né? Esperar essa briga aí, porque essa odd pode subir ainda. Mas também pode descer, né? Nossa, o Ogre morreu de novo. BKBTP. Aí é fácil apostar com o dinheiro dos trouxas? Vai. Vai aumentar a odd aqui, ó. 4,75. Não é possível, cara. Não consigo ver a Team Falcons ganhando esse jogo aqui não, mano. Não consigo.
Your BKB usage has to be so clutch. Some of these players like to hold it until a certain scenario. He could just get hexed and die, right? So we'll have to keep taps if he does get on Yatoro.
Abriu meu Dota aqui, cara. Tô vendo pela transmissão, deixa eu ver o gráfico disso aqui, velho. 23k de vantagem. O que você acha, Frost? O que você acha? Casa caiu? Tem um Dota?
Spirit just waiting patiently. One misstep, one misplay.
Falcons doesn't want it. They don't want to do it. Maybe waiting to spend, like we were saying, but
and maybe sort of saying, guys, you know what, 34 minutes. Do we really want to end now? Let's play to our element.
Amar's like,
we got a good 30 minutes more in this game.
90-10, mano. 90% de probabilidade de chance.
EQs away from the refresher.
Tá fácil não. Tá fácil não.
Still looking to grow a little more. It looks like with that harpoon queued up at the moment. What's Skeeter gonna queue up? Did he get the Daedalus, or is he going MKB?
Pois é.
He went Daedalus. I figured it had to be. Okay, so Daedalus is finished up.
Carro do leite.
Yeah, with his Daedalus shard.
Carro do leite meu cash out aqui, né?
But everyone except for Yatoro is going to die so fast if Skeeter is actually alive.
Yeah, BKBs aren't going to save them at this point. If Skeeter gets his hands on them. So much physical damage now.
All right, maybe it is going to just be one of those where Falcons gets 40k.
I mean, there ain't no way. Are we actually going to be here for another 30 minutes?
I think it's starting to feel like we might be.
Tá tão alto aqui o cash out, tá certo isso? Nossa. Nossa, que lindo. Ó o milagre, ó o milagre.
That's a gem. That's a big pickup they get. Mishposhka grabs it. Skeeter trying to get the split push, but they get a massive kill here. Two of them.
Vai tomando.
They really wanted to try to punish this. They had the Hex.
Vai tomando.
RP was absolutely ready. Collapse. He's there, and there's that Midas. Queued up. Ogre will pick one up.
Very much seeing the potential still of Yatoro on the morph.
Yep, Spirit.
Despite this huge lead that Falcons currently have.
Tem 35 reais aqui. E tem mais... Caralho, eu peguei 2,87, né? Não, eu tô de boaça, mano. Tô de boaça, tô de boaça. Dá cash out em tudo e joga no tigrinho. Tô de boaça aqui nas minhas bets. Olha lá, ó, quem pegou o 4 tá fazendo cash out agora, né? Quem pega 4 fez cash out agora de 2, praticamente. É bom pegar o de 4, né? Pegar o de 4 ali na moralzinha e fica nessa. Ele tá indo pra Dédalo, Bizarelli. Ele não foi pra Skad não, olha lá, ó. Dédalo Satanic. É, boy.
60-minute game coming right up.
Timeless to Zune for Laurel.
Cara, esse 2,25 aqui tá valendo, mano.
Even with this 18k lead, we're seeing Spirit. They're able to fight around Yatoro now.
They're gonna keep this going, Spirit. Smoke up.
Yep, they're feeling that power.
Dá pra ficar fazendo cash out infinito? Sim. Mas você só tem lucro no cash out se você apostou numa odd alta e ela baixou. Aí você consegue tirar. Nossa, quase. Meu Deus! Nossa, mano. Não morreu o Amar, cara. Quase 40 kills, né? Falei que ia ter muita kill, pô.
Crazy amount of damage himself too. He drops to 10% in seconds on that Magnus. And now an RP was used outside the base. So 60 seconds. Does Falcons want to try something with that? Again, still very difficult to go toward that high ground. And they did not recover their gem, right? No. Collapse is the one who had it. So Snaking, he actually purchases it. They want to for his team.
Very close to having his Hex online. Couple more creeps, and that will be there. So a bit more of a chance for him to make that jump.
They're starting to get, I mean, they're getting into positions to be able to take these head-on
Spirit
fights.
keep going.
Yeah.
This is a team that is absolutely not afraid to get aggressive and active, making these plays despite being as far behind on the gold as they are. They know that their best efforts is to try and catch Falcons by surprise rather than just sit back inside that base.
Both teams having to be careful how they group up. The AoE damage, the AoE control from both sides is pretty ridiculous. As Yatoro, he's got the Daedalus.
Skeeter. He's going to have eyes on him. They're trying to turn a Sanders ground here. Linkers is going to be popped to Mark.
Collapse.
The tree's getting the vision. They get the boundless strike on towards them. Collapse trying to skew him off the tree, but he's already off himself. He's going to put the BKB.
Nossa, Vaz no Yatoro. Que isso?
He's in on top of Yatoro, but Poshka will fall. Yatoro's got waveform up in
Deu
a
ruim.
second. He'll get it off. He'll go for the TP out. Yatoro.
He's caught.
He's caught.
Nossa, Deus, mano.
Snaking.
Ninguém morreu, cara.
I actually didn't see what canceled the blink. I think it was snaking, right? I'm not sure what canceled that blink from him.
Ninguém morreu,
I
mano.
mean, snaking kind of solo killed the Shadow Fiend. Goodness. Amar also, the scouting he was able to do in that fight. He jumped over the Magnus's head, jumped off the tree as the skewer was coming on.
He was able to dodge that.
That was some next level stuff coming in from Falcons.
And now,
decisive fight.
Filha da
coming with a
puta,
push. There's a
cara.
full minute here without Yatoro. Falcons ready to get back on track, doing the damage here to the base, taking this top set potentially. The fortification will come out. But 50 seconds without Yatoro, without Lal here for Spirit.
That is, yeah, it's insane damage that snaking actually did to Laurel. Now that I'm looking all of it, pretty much all of it.
Falcons, how much they want to push for here? Still 30
Eu achei que a fight foi muito ruim, mano. Tipo assim, eles estão, sei lá. Não tô conseguindo dar um RP bom, sabe? Pra matar o cara que tomou o RP. Tá tudo no susto.
Falcons. The mega creeps are gonna be theirs.
They'll pop the glyph. 15 seconds.
Amar's gonna want to stick around and finish off the job here with Skeeter.
É, boys. Zedou, hein?
Falcons, they'll claim the mega creeps. Now they'll back off as the respawns come in. Spirit, we saw them last game hold on for quite a while, but still obviously to that inevitable loss.
Azedou demais, azedou demais, cara. 7 na Team Spirit, mano. Puta que pariu, velho. Não é possível, cara.
And it's just going to be continuous momentum now too that shoves onto that side. Also, you know, not good economy that you get from those creeps. And Falcons, they can go anywhere they want. So Roche, there's for the picking. Skinner can go for the MKB if he wants.
Aghanims now online for Collapse. Historically, him and the Horn Tossers have been quite something in the internationals. Will it be enough?
Brit has double
Reto
soul,
Trono.
double hex now also.
Porra, aquele reto trono lá foi feio, viu?
Pretty close to perfect game 2 here against Spirit.
Very little mistakes that we've seen from him so far. And just the reading of the plays, right? Somebody sacrifices themselves, but the sacrifices for the most part have been absolutely worth it. Moments away from perhaps knocking Spirit out.
É, boys. 8 na Team Spirit, cara.
We're getting up there.
I mean, now they are hitting pretty critical mass at very early. Refresher is done for Amar. They already have max slots on Skeeter.
Aqui é só se você for maluco, né? Se tu for maluco, tu faz isso aqui, ó. Existe o mundo. Cadê o Frost? Existe o mundo? Existe no mundo, Frost?
Yatoro.
He's got it.
Okay, Crit, he is here.
Yeah, Yatoro's just got to just let Rue die. Yatoro's out safely. Rue, not so much.
Okay, he's got. Make him work for it a little bit. Courier snaking it. Can they get the snipe on it? It's a Reaver. They will. That is, I believe, the Satanic finish,
that
right?
would have been the full Satanic.
Oh, man, that's 3 minutes without it
and
finished.
he spent up for that Reaver, you know, forfeiting buyback gold.
He needs, I mean, at this point, he has to go all in, right?
Sure.
In this type of game, he has to have every item possible.
The risk doesn't pay off. He doesn't manage to make that delivery.
No, 3 minutes.
That's going to be a long 3 minutes.
They're going to smoke it. They're going to look to end this game. Arcane Rune bottom. Amar can pick that one up if you'd like to. Level 25 as well, too. So that massive Wukong. Good luck fighting inside of it.
Boys.
They really have made this game, too, look pretty easy.
Spirit, their hope now is pretty much bringing them in the fountain, it feels like. Collapse, he's got to make it happen.
It has to be something crazy from him. Falcons there, a very careful, meticulous team. They don't normally make those mistakes that end up in, putting them in positions where they can be in a fountain.
Comes the bush.
Agora a hora mágica, não. Ele não morreu, quase que ele morreu. Ele tem buy? Ele não tem buy. Ele tinha refresh ainda, cara. Nossa, o GG. E o Pugna vai macetando a torre, filho. De novo, não! Como é que tá brincando sem usar BKB esses caras? E a Toro. GG. Patético. Good luck next, Amar. Amar, cara.
Yeah, this was absolutely textbook stuff across the board from Team Falcons.
I mean, look at Amar. He felt it for this series. Like, this was absurd gameplay from him. He honestly really crushed it in this second game in particular. Even the first game too. Clever little plays with Crimson. He is exhausted, but you know what? They deserve that win. That was so well played by them. Reading the plays beautifully. Understanding Spirit to a T. They really did. They outnumbered them. They did the Spirit to Spirit where they brought the 5-man mid early and completely smashed them.
They absolutely. Every moment of that game, the moves from Falcons pretty close to perfect.
Yep.
And Spirit, they tried their best, even in these moments where they're 20k, 30k down, to try to play together. But at the end of it all, just a little too far behind. And unfortunately for Spirit, the end of their road to the international. Falcons take the series 2-0 and we'll be moving on.
Cara, deu 47 kills. Eu precisava de mais uma, mano. Eu precisava de mais uma, cara.
Mostly actually relief after that game finished before the 50-minute mark. Team Falcons in this road to TI, their average game time has been 54 minutes. Quite unique way of making it to the playoffs here. They're going to get a well-deserved few days rest, but we're going to try to break it all down here with the panel for the final time. Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard. Stormstormer, this was a fitting ending for Falcons, taking this game too. Very dominant from them.
Yes, finally, they have done it. They have won a game with, what was the timer, 40 minutes?
40-something minutes, yeah.
Okay. Before the 60-minute mark. Congratulations to Falcons solely. I mean, 54, what was it, the average game duration? You said 54 minutes or something? That must be the highest ever by a team in a group stage or something. I mean, this can't be normal, right? Yeah, definitely well-deserved. They have been basically leading the charge in this game from start to finish, I would say. They did basically dominate off the laning stage and abused Spirit's greedy draft super well in this game. There were maybe 1 or 2 slip-ups in the game where Spirit capitalized on them, but ultimately, they had the net worth lead, they had the XP lead, and they were able to drag it to victory.
Yeah, absolutely well deserved. Like, looking at the way they drafted, they had to bring the tempo to Team Spirit. That kind of, I have to say, drafted in a greedy way. Like, we all agreed with the Morphling last pick, and I feel like the Falcons absolutely beautifully abused the fact that Team Spirit took a little bit extra time to come online, to get all those items, to get the Magnus online, to get the Shadow Fiend and the Morphling at the same time. This Monkey King, by the way, at first you think they need something beefier, but the way they play around him, the fact that he is so elusive, the fact that he gives so much info, and the fact that he goes BKB Scuddy, so he's kind of a beefy boy himself as well down the line.
That fight we just saw, Misery, I think there was still that slight chance, that slight hope for Spirit that they were going to be able to turn it around.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even though Falcons were so far ahead in this game, you can still feel this team spirit magic just waiting there, lingering. It's one fight they need to turn it around, and suddenly Yatoro is back on top of the network chart. This bait they set up on the bot lane around the tier 2.
É isso aí, galera. Amanhã tem mais.
Insane, you know, and yeah, I really feel like Spirit stepped up in this series because Falcons are
E acabou-se.
this event. They've had insane series, but they're playing against, you know, these new.
Deve estar rolando sorteio aqui no NS, né?
Do dia, vou mostrar pra vocês aí o que aconteceu hoje, o que rolou, qual foi os resultados, como é que ficou meus palpites, meu fantasy, tudo pra vocês aqui. Eu vou apresentar pra você, mostrar tudo e de novo vou falar novamente sobre o sorteio. Se tiverem alguma dúvida aí, também quero tirar a dúvida de vocês. DPMS, Rayur, Caxanga.
Não vai ter o meu palpitão do Pináculo lá?
É isso, boys. Amanhã tem mais. Valeu. Até duro.